spell Kahlua? Oh, I'm spelling Kahlua totally wrong. Sorry, I was typing in Discord instead of providing interesting content for you guys. Because some of you might not know this. I'll load up my stream here in a second. I have a lot of things on my stream. So, this is just one of those things that you might not know. So this is a Dirty Kobold. It's a drink you can buy in any tavern in Stormreach. Pretty much about any tavern anywhere. In DDO. You can see all the taverns where you can buy it. And what is a Dirty Kobold? A hot chocolate drink suitable for cool nights on the veranda, which could be just hot chocolate, because you could think to yourself, oh, hot chocolate's pretty good, just have some hot chocolate, no problem. Thing is, you're buying it at a tavern, so it's probably like hot chocolate and Kahlua, or hot chocolate and Bailey's, or hot chocolate and amaretto, and not just hot chocolate, all of which sounds good. So if that was the cooking stream this Friday, that would be fantastic. The weapon wasn't such a meme. So here's the thing. They might make a cool archetype, but I think you might be able to make a reasonable build for this weapon, so that's what we're going to investigate today. Chris, I wanted to double check with you. Did you see Dragon Breath? Because if you didn't see Dragon Breath, here's your awakening. Okay, you did? So that no strength? Yeah. I had to make an adjustment to my character. Turns out I made it 100 times better. So I was tunneling on the Dragon Breath. And I thought to myself, I already have spell power focus for the imbue. I have spell power focus for the fire light attack from tier 5 War Priest. And I thought to myself, I have spell power for the damage ball. And I thought, okay, well, or like holy fireball. So I thought to myself, I have to continue using this. And the best way is because you get evocation DCs and strength from Dragonborn, it just made sense to play the strength-based Dragonborn, which is what I did here. Except what I failed to realize is that by just getting rid of that and replacing it with Legendary Dreadnought instead, my character now has access to Dire Charge, which it didn't, and I can strip out all of the DC bonuses from my gear, going hyper-focused into melee, and was able to pick up pretty much the remainder of the melee stats. So with a very slight adjustment, I got all of Dreadnought, which is fantastic. I lost about 30 spell power, but in exchange I gained, 15 melee power, plus hit and damage, all this stuff. I lost 2 imbue dice, but I got 6% extra double strike. I got the entirety of the Dire Charge line. I got displacement during an action boost as a War Priest.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
I got the action boost.
Why,
I got the
hey,
tactics DCs.
it's the big 6-0.
Super duper
Sixes
good.
and zeros and sixes and zeros and sixes and
I'm very happy
zeros
about
and sixes and zeros and sixes and zeros.
A lot better than
Keep it
before.
going,
so
good
I am
Siri.
going to be fully endgaming this build. Fully endgaming this build. Before I fully endgame it, though, whoa! Eric's, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support for not 1, not 100, but 60 months. It's somewhere in the middle there. I don't know. 60 months. Appreciate the support. It's a long time. Did you know that's 5 calendar years? Where were you 5 years ago? Watching the stream in 2017? What a loser. Could you imagine watching the stream when just young Stream Tom was bad at the video game and bad at communicating in an online capacity? It's okay. We all grow. And I'm glad we can grow together over these past beautiful 5 years. Thank you for your support. I really appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in. What's up? How are you? Yeah, we were designing Vistani Favorite Soul because that one was Ravenloft was coming out, and we were both very excited about it. We both had slightly different Vistani Favorite Soul builds. Good times. Man, those are good times. Anyway, today we're not designing Vistani Favorite Soul. Today, my goal here is to make a character that can use this. The pure electric damage greatsword. How are we going to use it? I don't know. The answer is you either have to be a pure sorcerer to get lightning immunity bypass, or you have to weapon swap with Artificer to use a rune arm and go tier 5 of Arcanotech, or you have to be an alchemist and go tier 5 of the Bombardier tree. All of which are not ideal circumstances, but yeah, we'll see how this goes. Oh yeah. What you gotta get time at the computer, right? Like I have time at the computer, so I've been at the computer all day, and I'm gonna be at the computer all day. It's gonna be a good time. I've been sitting here. I didn't actually sit here. I got this. Got my tripod all set up because we're doing a cooking stream this Friday. So if you ever want to see Stream Tom cook some food, I have a recipe all set up for what I want to do, which I'm looking forward to. So I'm gonna be going in the kitchen and doing the second cooking stream. Yeah, cooking. For those of you that are here and you want to hear what it is, a lot of people know I like Texas waffles. Okay, I have a Texas-shaped waffle maker. But making waffles is just boring. You mix some stuff, you put it in the waffle maker, it's done for you. But you know what's good with waffles? Chicken. Chicken's pretty good with waffles. But you know what's better than chicken? Chicken parm. So I'm going to be doing chicken parm and Texas waffles on Friday. It should be a good time. I'm looking forward to it. So yeah, that'll be fun. I've got all the stuff for it. I have a microphone coming in. I did some sound tests in the kitchen earlier to see how the sound was going to go. I think I still actually have the video. It's this one, I think. So start record. There's a sound test. So I was sound testing it. So I want to see how I was going to sound. There's crazy. Can you believe it? And the problem with the sound here in this room, and oh yeah, it's so dirty. I got to clean up the kitchen. My roommate's mom came by and dropped us off like a bunch of stuff, which was really nice. So she gave us like a toaster oven, a new kettle, whatever these dishes are, this dish. So all this stuff is nice, but it's just kind of like all strewn over the kitchen. So it's kind of a mess right now. And also everything is like really dirty. It came like out of the basement. So it all has to be cleaned. So I got to do that. I didn't do that. But I want to test the audio. Anyway, I'm over here. I'm cooking this thing on the stove. Flip it over. Yep, cooking. And the sound is garbage, which is why I want to get a microphone. So I can attach microphone right here. And then I can just like talk right into it and be like, hey, what's up? What's going on? And I can get that. And it should be a good time. I also, the stand has an adjustable thing. So I can adjust this like up and down. So I can actually make it like angle it properly. So if I'm chopping or if I'm doing whatever, you'll be able to see all of it. I also need to get my laptop and install Chatterino. So that way I can have an actual chat program. One of the problems with the laptop or with the regular chat program with Twitch chat is making Twitch chat bigger on Twitch or increasing the font size isn't easy. And so I'd have to actually zoom the whole thing. And I can zoom the whole thing, but then I can't also see my stream at the same time to make sure that the framing is right. So I'll have to be able to do both of those things at the same time. So I'm going to be setting that up. Anyway, it's going to take me some time to get done. I'm going to do that tomorrow. But yeah. Chatterino, that's me. Chatterino right here. That's how I read chat. Because it's just got better features for looking at things. So I can see that. Anyways, yeah, that's what we're doing today. I hope everybody is doing very good. Which lightning sword? This one. It's a pure electric greatsword that scales off of strength. So my first thought to do this was 8 fighter, 6 alchemist, 6 ranger, using tier 5 of bombardier. Fighter for just extra feats because it's pretty strong, and then also using Kensai, especially since Kensai is getting buffed, so it's way cheaper. And then Ranger so that I can get access, because the problem is I don't get a lot of critical threat range on this build, but I can still get access to powerful critical abilities, most notably was it Stalker Strike or whatever it's called from Deepwood Stalker, which is a +2 critical threat range and multi-attack that I can use on a 6-second cooldown and just kind of spam. And since I'm using a two-hander, I can just kind of spam that attack. And I can probably play a half-orc to just pick up more damage and get into more strength. Now, the main problem with this is that if there's a monster that is immune to lightning, and I cast a spell at it, and it has evasion, I don't think it gets the debuff. I'll have to test it. But I don't believe it gets the debuff if it evades and doesn't take any damage. But that's okay, because what I can do instead is use out of Macrotech, there's the ability Tonkin's Lightning Hammer, and Tonkin's has no save on it. So every 10 seconds, I can just slap Tonkin's down, and it strips immunity for 30 seconds, and it has no save. So that allows me to bypass the immunity problem. And then I can use a combination of probably Dreadnought and what do you call it? Yeah. Better to just make them all D6 rather than D8 with 75 spell power. Is that just you? It's the same thing at the end of the day. So for simplicity's sake, they probably could just make them all D6s. I just want them to all be the same. That's it. The difference between the D6s and the D8 with 75% is there's more variance with the D8s than there is with the D6s. The D8s give you higher highs and lower lows, whereas the D6s give you more average, so... Anyway, so we're going to be making a Baylor sword build, and hopefully it ends up being pretty good. I kind of want to check out the build with a character that has, like, some past lives and stuff, so I have access to all the feats that I want to take. So I think I might just reincarnate...
Quest received.
I don't know what character to reincarnate. That's actually my answer to that question. Should I test out the lightning sword build on a character that has a bunch of past lives or not? Like a character that has no past lives. Look at the stats on it. And what I can do with it. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. I don't think this character should have a lot of space. It's got 114 slots. Can I reincarnate it? What's my TR cache? It's only 83, so I can reincarnate this character. So I'm just going to do that. So we'll get that sorted out. And they did D12 at 100% spell power. Yeah, but they also had way fewer dice. If you remember, the cap of the dice was, I believe it was 11. And it could go up to 15. Which was, you know, pretty good. But now you can get over 30 imbue dice. So, it is a different story. Also, that required the capstone of Eldritch Knight, whereas nowadays you can not take the capstone and instead take something like Monk to get the lightning vulnerability. Okay, so... Oh, I can be a Dark Hunter and get the ability to do traps as well, I guess. What's the best trance? If you're for universal trance, it's the intelligence trance still, right? Like always, it's always going to be know the angles. What's up, Crisp? Thanks for posting that that chart with the math. It's very handy because I've been linking it everywhere and claiming it's my chart. I've just been linking it and being like, I did this. This is my work. 100% me. All credit goes to me. Nobody is named Ludicrous. I'm just kidding, but I have used it in multiple places. Can you put Crocs in the washer? Yes, your Crocs can be put in the washing machine, but you need to be careful about how you wash them. If your Crocs are in need of a good-fashioned wash, advise putting them through a cool cycle no higher than 30 degrees. You think it's going to be loud if I put my Crocs in the washing machine? I wore them outside in the mud. Alright, I'm going to go put my Crocs in the washing machine. I don't need laundry detergent, do I? Nah, you don't need laundry detergent. It's just like plastic. It's like rubber. Oh yeah, it'll take it out. Yeah, okay. I'll just use the washer. Turn the washing machine. Under the hand wraps get 1.5 stat to damage. Yeah, because they're two-handed weapons. Get it? Yeah, also hand wraps have crazy stats. No idea if that's true. Honestly, it'd be easier to check. It's easy to check. You just change your strength and notice if it goes up. Like, you increase your strength, but if you have an item that's like plus 14 to strength, you just notice if your damage goes up or down by 7 or more. Okay, so we're going to reincarnate here. Heart of Blood. Thank you. Life Shaper. Yes. Heart of Blood. Yes. Dragonborn. There's the blood. There's the blood. Okay. Dragonborn 3. Wow. She was yours. View changes. Oh, that's funny. But no. I did not claim it was mine. I didn't do anything. Okay, so the plan for the build, my first thought is 6 Alchemist. You could probably do 5 Alchemist, but it doesn't make a difference. 6 Alchemist, 6 Dark Hunter, 8 Fighter. Which makes me wonder... Tom. Do two-handed fighters? Oh, because I guess two-handed fighters are all going to be raging, right? So if you're playing as a two-handed fighter, you're always raging. My thought is half orc for this, and you go max strength, int 14, con 16, something like so, because you don't need wisdom, because you don't care about that. You don't need charisma. And intelligence 14 is so that way you can know the angles more effectively, because you can fit in a bunch of intelligence, and then also be able to disable every single trap. Now, this means leveling a character with like trapping skills, but whatever, it's fine. Search, spot, swim. I don't really need jump. I can cast the spell, but I can take it. Use magic device. I guess concentration. I will probably end up taking Quicken because I will get a free feed. Plus 14 strength and lose 7 damage on the inventory page. There you go. And this is a two-handed fighter, and then you get a favorite enemy. I always take favorite enemy human. There's so many humans in this game. It's one of the reasons why I find favorite enemy human good. Lawful good. Okay, so alchemist and fighter, no alignment needed. Do you use an imbue on this build? You could. Dark Hunter imbue if you wanted, which means I would be chaos, so we're gonna do chaotic neutral. Alright. So XP maxed out. Nice. Tumble without losing stacking melee power, so let's choose between speed or melee power stacks. Yeah. There's a lot of reasons why I'm not a huge fan of that item.
Shore of Flotsam. Memories of a large white dragon.
I like the design of it in the sense that it's really cool the way they have it set up, so that way you have to actually choose. Do you want to go into your utility, or do you want to use any amount of defense? Tumbling is blocking, blocking is blocking, and using defensive abilities. You know, these things are going to make it so your character loses at those damage stacks.
From how it looks now.
And you have to make that decision when you decide to start attacking with it.
Some hopeful souls still hold out
for
help to arrive.
How are you doing? What-oh? Yeah. I don't know the answer. I do know that hand wraps use your main hand weapon, so your offhand attacks don't get half. So offhand attacks get half of your stat contribution. So instead of getting 6 damage, they would get 3. With hand wraps, you get full, and they get full double strike. Yeah. I have tomes on, right? Yeah, tomes are good. I guess I'm on the preview, so it doesn't matter if my thing breaks. Okay, so I'm thinking in terms of the level path with this is 6 Ranger first, and then do Fighter, fighter, alchemist, fighter, alchemist, fighter, alchemist, and then end with fighter, fighter, and that should be good. What am I testing? Oh, I want to use this sword. I want to make a build that uses Outburst, the electric end. That's the whole goal of this build. Now, the reason why this is complicated is because this weapon does electric damage. It does not do slashing. It does not do physical damage. It does only electric. This means any monster with any type of normal resistance to electric damage, or sorry, normal resistance to physical damage, like an elemental, takes full damage from this. So there's no, you don't have to deal with DR against this. Additionally, it means you also hit monsters magic resistance rating when you attack them. So you can work with magic resistance rating debuffs instead of regular physical resistance rating debuffs, or monsters that have physical resistance rating you don't have to worry about, champions you can pretty much ignore. The hard part about this, though, is that there are monsters immune and resistant to electric damage. Immune monsters include, like, devils, or demons, sorry, which is kind of a big deal. Demons being immune to lightning is a huge problem. And then, because devils are immune to fire, demons are immune to lightning. So demons, huge issue. That's a problem. Also, a bunch of other devils like Blue Abishai and stuff. Dretches, well, Dretches are demons, that's why they're immune. So that is a bit of an issue. But I'm going to use Alchemist to bypass this problem. So my goal is 6 Ranger, so I can get access to this ability here, Exposing Strike. You need the critical threat range and multiplier as an attack to help heavily increase the damage. I'm going to close the door real quick because I'm an idiot and I forgot that I the washing machine, and now it's making a bunch of noises, and I hear like ka-thump, ka-thump as my Crocs are rolling around in them. Yeah, so this gives me access to Exposing Strike, as well as the ability to deal damage, and Bleed the Weak, the Imbue. So those things are quite good, and it's a very small investment. And then I can use mostly the Kensai tree, the Apothecary tree, and the Half-Orc tree. So hopefully the character will be alright. But we're going to see. So I think my build plan is set up properly. So where's Ranger? Ranger. Hello, Marcus. I wish to level up as Ranger, please. Put all these points in here. Exit all this stuff. So I'm just going to do Ranger to 6. I guess I could use Heal. I mean, Heal's not terrible. Ranger to 7, or yeah, all the way up to 6. I have two-handed fighting. Do you go for whirlwind attack on this character? Probably not. You don't need improved feint. You do need weapon focus. So I don't hate weapon focus slashing on this build. I will also want power attack. So maybe you take power attack first and weapon focus slashing later. Yeah, I think it's power attack first. I assume people still use power attack. I honestly don't know, but I think people still use power attack. So I assume people are still using power attack in modern times, current year. Okay, get up to level 4 Ranger here. And again, my build is wacky. I'm testing stuff, so I don't know if any of this is going to work or be good. But we're going to see. Okay, I get an extra skill. I did human. I like animal, because animal is usually pretty good. There's a lot of animals in DDO, so that sounds good to me. Wraps too? I don't know. I can put on hand wraps and tell you, I guess. And now that I'm level 6, I can take improved two-handed fighting, which is good. Where do I get hand wraps? Croco hand wraps? Croco wraps? Croco wraps. Croco wraps. Fuck. I don't really want to relog here. I guess I can. It's not going to take that long. You like animal without you're allergic? Yeah, but you can like things that you're allergic to. I feel bad for people that really like cheese, or pretty much any dairy product. People that really love chocolate, peanut butter, and then become allergic to those things. Their lives suck. Also, I'm washing my Crocs just because when I stand up on the feet, I don't have like a mat here, and so I just want to have something under my feet. So that's why I'm washing my Crocs in the washing machine. I didn't have to answer that question. My brain just went there, and I was like, yeah, I just need to defend my actions. Okay. So my damage is 17. Marshall. Power attack. So I turn on power attack, and my damage goes up to 27. Right? Hand wraps, damage is 11. Turn on power attack, goes up to 16. So that makes sense. Speaking of which, I'm actually going to sit down. I don't want to stand up anymore. I was wondering if I should run quests I've done before on higher difficulties since they have normal and free-to-play account. Yes, so my recommendation is that if you're getting started, run every quest on normal. Normal and hard aren't terribly difficult. Normal will get you a feel for the quest. Hard difficulty, you'll start to learn some of like the locations, the areas inside the adventure. You'll have to pay attention a little bit more. Elite difficulty is where the challenge really comes in. The monsters do more damage. Their spell lists are more varied. The traps will kill you in one hit. But because you've ran the quest on normal and hard, you'll now know, okay, I know where this trap is, so you can prepare for it. You need to jump over this section, or you need to go over here and do a particular task. So it makes that a lot easier to understand. So that's usually my recommendation, is to do the normal, hard, elite, because the elite gives better XP, it gives better treasure. But if you just try to do quests the first time on elite with no knowledge, you're going to explode when you walk into a lot of adventures. You're going to walk in and then just instantly get destroyed by something and be like, whoops. Okay, so I disable device, open lock, search. That makes the most sense. And then I get a free fighter feat, which is going to be weapon focus slashing, because even though the greatsword does lightning damage, it is a slashing weapon. Then we go to Bram Borkel. Borkel, what an idiot. Go with strength here. Search, disable device, open lock. I can now max out the use magic device, I guess. That's pretty good. I don't need the rest of these skills. Oh yeah, I get alchemist spells. I forgot about this. I guess I get the admixtures, feathers extract, lesser evolution is +1 strength, I guess. That's not bad. You have to cast every once in a while, but that's kind of cool that I get that. I forgot that was even in the game. The bottle boosts and stiffened skin, or lesser restorative draft. Sure. If I repeat quests on higher difficulty, even if they're 1 to 2 levels below your level. I mean, I would recommend staying like around your level. So when you increase the level of a quest, it increases, or the difficulty increases the level. So a level 2 quest on hard is now level 3, right? And a level 2 quest on elite is now level 4. So it increases the level of it.
At Alchemist Trainer. Oh boy, I forgot I got alchemist spells. Very cool.
Yeah, isn't that cool? Isn't it cool that you get alchemist spells on alchemist? It's very neat. Okay. Now we get improved critical slashing, I believe. Yes. Oh, and I get another feat as well, huh? Do you still need combat expertise to take improved trip? Because I want to take dodge and whirlwind attack, but what's my dexterity? I think I started with an 8. So I can't take dodge yet. I have to take dodge later. So I can take power critical, because it's not terrible. It's not great, but I don't really have anything else to take. Brutal throw, no. Let me just make this smaller. Okay, so of the feats that I would take, it would pretty much just be fighter feats, of which I can only get heavy weapon training, which I don't care about, or the martial feats. I don't want combat expertise. I don't want cleave. I don't need improved sunder. I don't need knight's training. I'm not taking slicing blow, so I believe power critical is the play. Yeah, because I don't think I need improved trip. I mean, it's not terrible, but my character will have knockdowns anyway, and my plan is to just use whirlwind attack. So yeah, we'll see. Okay. Back to alchemist. I'm gonna get I have a free alchemist feat, and my free alchemist feat is going to be quicken. Because alchemists get a free alchemist feat. Stiffen skin, gills extract, sure. At level 4, fighter. Okay. No, no, no. Also, I need tumble, so I'm gonna have to make sure to put 1 point in tumble. This leveling process looks really weird. I know. Trust me. Trust me. I get it. But it's part of the process. Okay, it's part of the process. Open lock. Search. Max that out. I need 1 point in tumble. I forgot. And now we go to UMD. All right. I get another feat here. Greater two-handed fighting is another feat on the list. Oh, I get second level spells too. Cool, cool. Higher level spells. Restorative draft is good. And I don't really need any of these spells. Augment armor scales on your level, so that's not going to be helpful for me. So I'm just going to go with liquid courage. But yeah. Oh, the idea behind this build is a character that can effectively use this weapon, Outburst the Electric End. Outburst the Electric End is a greatsword that deals pure electrical damage. It does not deal slashing damage. It does not deal physical damage. As such, it ignores all physical barriers to damage reduction. So if I go to hit Swordjack Ikani, the final boss of Tempest Spine, who has like 1000 DR, I completely ignore the damage reduction with this character, which is kind of cool. However, there are monsters immune to lightning, notably lots of raid bosses. So you need a way to bypass lightning immunity. The problem is, lightning immunity is complicated to bypass because there's only 3 ways to do it. The capstone of Sorcerer, which means being a pure Sorcerer, you need to take the tier 5 of the Bombardier tree to use lightning spells to bypass, or you need to use Artificer with a Rune Arm. Because this is a greatsword, Rune Arm's off the list, and being a pure Sorcerer really limits what I can do on my character, so that leaves me with 1 option remaining, just 1. And that's why I'm going to be using the Alchemist instead. The idea here is to... yeah, whatever. We're going to be using the Bombardier tree and going up to tier 5 to grab Weakening Mixture Electric. This means that if I damage an enemy with an electric spell, they are now vulnerable to electric, which is very, very cool. On top of that, I can get reduced cost of these other effects, so I can take some meta magics if I want. I can pick up intelligence. I can just pick up passives, which will be okay for the build. Nothing crazy, but I can get something out of here if I want. Just to move up the tree, just to get to Weakening Mixture. That is the goal. Then, I will be using Deepwood Stalker, and the reason why I have it in this build is because Deepwood Stalker gives access to Exposing Strike, which is pretty good for damage. It's a +1 critical threat region multiplier attack. I can just kind of spam, which is nice for a character like this, having a good spammable attack. I can use Kensai and get access to Action Boost Haste, +1 critical multiplier, and I can go up here to pick up the now cheaper line here, which is quite good. I have points to spend in half work, and then finally I will be using Harper Agent to grab Know the Angles for the trance, and if I have some points left over, I will be using Dark Hunter to pick up the Bleed the Weak Imbue, and it'll all fit together. So that way, the Bleed the Weak does piercing damage, so I can have one way to kind of go past some of the other damage that's on here. Okay, I'm 3 Alchemist, 3 Fighter. So it's Fighter, Alchemist, so now it's Fighter. It's got to be another Fighter level. Okay, so Fighter level, disable device, unlock, search. Okay, so now I can pick up a dodge. So I get dodge, mobility, and spring attack, so I'm going to do that. Attack, so dodge. I mean, I might take all of that, but we'll see. Alchemist is now going to be level 4, which means I can go search, disable device, unlock, use magic device, which is good. And I get 1 free feat. I can take mobility for free? Nah, it's a fighter feat. I'm just going to take it as a fighter. I'm going to grab Quicken here for any of my spells that I happen to cast, if I happen to cast any spells at all, which I don't know yet. But we're going to grab the Remove Curse and I guess Remove Paralysis, because those are just kind of useful. I'm doing pretty good, Luminix. How are you doing? What are lawful evil dragons in Eberron? There are, yeah, dragons don't have a specific alignment in Eberron. Dragons are free to be whatever alignment they want to be. Okay, so I need mobility. Okay, strength. The device, search, unlock. Use my device, I guess. Sounds good. I still get level 2 spells, so I'm going to grab whatever I need. These things don't matter. I guess I can take one of these imbues. So if I was going to use one of these imbues, it would be the Heartseeker. Spell imbue, because it reduces fortitude saves. Well, yeah, fortitude save is like stuns and what have you, so that makes the most sense. So we'll do that. Void Mind. On crit does intelligence damage, on crit does wisdom damage, on crit does dex damage, on crit does con. Yeah, con damage on crit is good. Way harder than Blightcaster, leveling is so long as well. Yep, that's melees. I told you, man, once you play Blightcaster, it poisons the rest of the characters from you. Like, I was leveling pretty good on my fighter, but I'm still going at, like, half of the speed of it if I was playing on a spellcaster. Dragon question, then you forgot that they were writing for Eberron setting. Does that contradict what the dragon itself says? Yeah. Oh, probably. Yeah, the Eberron campaign setting is that individual creatures have their own alignment. Yeah. The idea is that there's no grouping of one, like, a group of creatures that follow a similar doctrine will have a similar alignment, but the creatures themselves don't have an alignment because of the fact that they are creatures, if that makes sense. Mobility and whirlwind attack. Whirlwind attack might seem weird, especially taking it so late in the leveling process, but there actually is a reason for it. Nice. So I take heal. And now I take weapon spec. I get level 3 spell. Act bottle boost, double strike's okay. Displacement draft. Evolution is great. I only get one of these, so it doesn't matter. So I'm probably taking evolution for +2 strength. Do not get it. It's really good. What's there to not get? It's so good. Here we go. And my use magic device, I'm done with that. So I'll just go with this. And then pure fighter all the way. 34. Got it. 6? Oh, yeah. Well, that's the other thing, too, is the more past lives you get, the more XP it takes. Your third life takes the most XP out of all of them. And then every life after that takes more XP. Once you get used to it as well, like I'm used to it, the number of quests that you have to complete to level up, I don't even notice anymore. But then whenever I get the opportunity to play on like the hardcore server stuff, and I play like a first life character, oh my god, it feels so good. Because you're like, oh, I could level up for free. I'm just constantly leveling up. Okay, so the character is now level 20. So how do the trees look like? Well, Bombardier's got to be filled in. So I can get 1 in Scroll Mastery if I want. I can get 2 MD. The crit doesn't really matter, so I guess I'll go with 1 in Scroll Mastery. I'll take the Efficient Quicken because I don't have Maximize because I didn't take it. I can take Intelligence. I can get Elemental Defenses, which is actually fairly good. None of these spell elements matter. I guess I can go with Electric because this will technically work on my Electric spell I plan on using. I can take Burning Ambition because you now get Burning Ambition dice, which is fine. I can get Smoke Bomb if I want, which I don't need. I guess I get Holistic Ambition. And then outside of this, I really have no use for any of these other abilities. Nothing helps me. So I have to waste 2 points just to get up to Weakening Mixture. 31. So that is the idea here. The rest of the stuff I don't need. I don't need Conj. Inferno of Creation is useless. I can't use Augmentation. So all of this stuff is fine. I guess maybe I could use the Crimson Knight Guildleaf spell levels, but meh. Who cares? Yeah, the music that I'm playing, so there's no music in the test dojo where I'm standing. SSG hasn't put any music in here for Lomania, so that's why I just play like music from the soundtrack, because it's better than having nothing in the background, is the way that I think about it. So I get 1 sneak attack dice here. I can pick up the 10 hit points, sneak attack, the extra sneak attack dice, fill in empathy, I guess, for the spell power. I don't know. I don't need any of this stuff, and then we go with Called Shot. So I have Exposing Strike, so now I have an attack. Cool. 44 points remaining. No problem. So I want Know the Angles. So we're going to go here. We're going to grab some damage and intelligence and Know the Angles. Sounds good. 36 points remaining. We're going to go Kensai, Heavy Blades. Weapon Specialization, which is good. I get the Action Boost Speed. I can get Athletic Mastery for max Dex bonus if I wanted, and max Dodge, which is not terrible. I don't really need Tactics DCs. I don't care too much about that, but maybe we'll see. What is this build? It's the best build in the game, okay? I'm making the best build in the game. If you can't see the best build ever created, can't kill, can't heal. Yeah, Famine Reapers are really tough. You pretty much need to kill them instantly. That's the only real way to deal with Famine Reapers. Oh, yeah, sorry. I'll actually answer your questions. So this is the 8 Fighter, 6 Alchemist, 6 Ranger build designed to use Outburst. The idea here is that this weakening mixture allows me to strip electric vulnerability from any target. Kensai gives me critical threat multi and a bunch of damage. Exposing Strike gives me just a meat and potatoes attack that does a bunch of damage, which is nice to have. So I'll have a bunch of these attacks. Because one of the things is I won't be able to go tier 5 to get any competence bonus to threat range. So, yeah, we'll see. It's electric resist. Oh, don't worry. We have a plan for that as well. Let's grab damage. Grab damage. I'm trying to think of where I want to get the most, whatever get the most damage from. I think I got to get up here. So we'll just grab, for now, I'm just going to grab the tactics DCs and worry about this later. Grab the damage and grab this. Maybe grab that. Extra action boost is good because I like action boosts. I'm not going to use half Orc Rage, so I guess I get Orcish Fury. And I don't have a point for Orcish Weapon Training. Oh! You know, instead of the extra action boost, you know what would be good? Dark Hunter, Bleed the Weak. Bleed the Weak is pretty good. And if I had 1 point to spend anywhere, it's here. Here we go. Yep. Okay, so there we go. So that's the general build here in terms of the stats. This is the first try. I'm just trying to make sure I can get something for this weapon to sort of function. By the way, I have never stated, ever, that this character is going to be good. I'm going to go out there. I'm trying to make a character that can use this weapon effectively. Why Animal Empathy? Because it gives positive spell power, and I might have a positive spell power healing effect. Oh, and do you have past lives in Lemania? So on Lemania, you can character transfer to the server for free, and then use your character that you have. So this is, I just transferred, you know, Strimtom over. Because it doesn't cost anything to do a character copy. It's because it's not a transfer, it's a character copy. And then you can also reincarnate if you want, but it'll take a very long time. Meta tier? That's right. And don't you think otherwise. They're all meta tier builds. Okay, so what do you take on epic characters? I forget. Is there a level good? Is there a good 21 feet? Oh yeah, right. The epic feats. Overwhelming critical. Damages. Of course. And then we take two-handed fighting. Doi. So also the idea here, in terms of the epic destinies, this is what I was thinking. Was Fury of the Wild. Because this attack is really good. Not this one. This one, Boulder's Might, is really good. So Boulder's Might, powerful. Then maybe Great Leveler. It's 60% damage, so that's not terrible. And then Adrenaline, kind of working through this. Using... Now, one of the problems is bypassing immunity. How do you bypass immunity? Well, you can't really, because all of your spells are going to miss. And if a monster has evasion and it evades your spells, you can't actually bypass the immunity on it. But you can if you use Macrotech Hammer Time that has no save, which is sick. You can't cast spells while raging. Blight better than Fire Sword? It's freer because on a Blightcaster at level 6 you get an ability called Death Eater, where every time you get a kill, you get temporary hit points equal to your Wisdom, and it stacks, and it makes you invincible. This is any gear combo. Anything from Ravenloft. So any item added to the game from 2017 to now. Seven necklace skin, 5 favorite soul, 12 of anything else. Ooh, nice. I know, but I don't want to have 2 caster trees on a melee. That's really bad. Okay, actually, I need to test something. If a monster has evasion, and it makes it save against a spell that you cast, does it actually keep the immunity? So, Voltaic Induction, and this. Learn this spell. Is there a monster that... Okay, I gotta do some testing. Okay, so I need... Alchemist Feats. Inscribe Alchemy Scroll. Okay, so here's the plan. It's annoying because it means I wouldn't be able to use Evolution. But I digress. Also, I need DDO points. Come to me, Sir Points a lot. Hello. Hello. Here we go. Alright. I need... Omni Spell Dust. So we'll get that here. Okay. So I have Omni Spell Dust, so I can cast the spell. Alright. So. Real question. If I hit these guys with Omni Spell Dust, or if they will take Induction. Yeah, whatever. So it doesn't have a visual effect that they're no longer immune to lightning. They just aren't immune to lightning. Wait, is it while Pyrite? When you damage an enemy with electric spell. Okay. What's an easy low-level monster that has immunity to lightning? I'm trying to think. What's an easy low-level monster that has immunity to lightning? Does it work for free? Yep. Just remember, that's only going to be on the preview server, which shuts down tomorrow. It's not a permanent thing. Stretches and memory lapse. Oh, memory lapse is really close. Good call. In addition to everything it does, it doesn't. So just so you know, Smite is supposed to do that. It doesn't add damage. They haven't patched that yet, and it doesn't do. It adds the hit chance with melee, but it doesn't do the damage with melee. And for range, it literally doesn't do any of the effects. Memory lapse. Good call. You guys are smart. You. So they should go immune, and then I should have like a visual effect on them. I might have to be in Pyrite, so that's what I'm not sure about. I don't think you have to be in Pyrite, but you might have to be in Pyrite. Just a bug in this patch? It's been a while.
To find yourself in what looks like a vast library, though broken bookcases and scattered papers suggest something has gone very wrong. Perhaps
okay.
can explain what's going on.
Okay, so Dretches, I hit them. There's no visual indicator, and now they are taking lightning damage. Okay. So next step is I need lightning immune monsters that have evasion. Also, how long does that last? Seems like a while. Lightning immune monster with evasion. Are there any lightning immune monsters with evasion? It's all spells. It's all spells. Well, it's because if the case is Wisps don't have evasion. Epic Dretches don't. This is an epic spell. Dude, and it's also like permanent. There's no timer on this. It just literally just sets it to 0 forever. Oh yeah, the convenience level's off the chart with this. Air elementals don't have evasion, counterintuitively. And also, they're not immune to lightning, by the way. Okay, so that means I don't need to use macro attack, and instead, you're right, I can use draconic. It doesn't matter, so I'll just go blue. And then using draconic rage here, so I can cast while raging, which means I can use the Fury of the Wild, and I can instead just go dreadnought, which is what I wanted to do. I know. Oh, the dojo? It's right here. In the market square. I'm trying to think, is there a single invasion that doesn't do it? Much like invasion doesn't prevent the stacking of champ dot or proxy mantles? Maybe. Yeah, there's lots of things in Sharn that have evasion, but nothing that's immune to lightning. I think there might not be any monsters that have evasion that are immune to lightning, but nothing is coming up. I'm just scanning my brain for all the monsters. It's like immune to lightning things. Wisps, they don't have evasion. Blue Abishai, they don't have evasion. There are no, as far as I know, there's no demons with evasion. Archons, immune, don't have evasion. I think it's actually just good. I think it's just fine. I think this is fine. So the cost is you have to spend 7 points here, but then that's basically like just opportunity cost, and you have the points to be able to spend in the rest of your trees. Which seems fine to me, for the most part. Which means I can then spend the rest of the points in other places. Alright, cool. I was worried I was going to have to use macro attack, and now I don't have to. Plus, I get no fail fortitude saves on a 1, so it's not all bad. Jarless? Ooh! Do Jarless have evasion? You know, probably. Great test. Okay, so I'll have to go test out some Jarless in a bit. If I can level up first. Actually, I just need to, because I'll need to be able to put the sword on. Quests with easy access, epic Jarless. Also, I get an extra feat here. I don't really care too much about any of these feats. I'm taking a melee. Tactical combatant. I guess I take spring attack here, right? Because spring attack is good. And then double strike. I'll probably want to take crush weakness, but double strike is really good because I don't get a lot of double strike problematically. 27. EDR. Multi-class. 8 fighter, 6 alch, 6 ranger. Does Korkaza have evasion? No, Korkaza doesn't have evasion. Jarless, I think, have evasion. We'll find out. Because the easy access Jarless are in like giant hold, the giant hold ones, I think. Jarless. DDO, Gerald. Where do we find them? Abishai do not. Demon Assault? Where are the Jarless and Demon Assault? Law and Order. Honestly, I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters. I think if Jarless are the one, I can't even find them in quests. It doesn't matter. That's so few of them. Who cares? So since my plan is to go tier 5, I feel like I should take Harbinger of Chaos because it's going to double this. So it's 50 extra hit points, 10 PRR, plus the effects of Harbinger of Chaos where it's double strike. But I don't really like giving up on the helpless damage. I guess I just take Crush Weakness anyway. So I got Harbinger of Chaos and then Crush Weakness. And then I just don't take the hit points at 31. And And then I can take an epic feat, epic fortitude, or sorry, epic reflexes, or epic will, but I don't care too much for either of those things. In terms of damage, it's like Sneak of Shadows. For a Scion, I'm a two-hander, so I assume two-handers still take Arborea? So, I think so anyway. They are in Giant Hold, but if this character can... It's a weapon that's only level 32, so I don't care about the Jarlets in Giant Hold. Because the weapon's level 32. So you're already past that point. And I guess I'll take Tactical Combatant. Plus 4 Tactics DCs is not a bad feat. We go Epic Destiny feat, and then we go with Crush Weakness. Because the other option is either Deific Warding or the 100 hit points, but I'm going to have a lot of hit points anyway. Okay, so now we're level 32. So the idea is to use this weapon. So this is the goal. I want to use this weapon the entire time, which is a lightning damage weapon. This deals pure electrical damage. This does not deal slashing damage. As you can see here, it doesn't go... They don't even make a noise like a... That's the idea here. It's pretty big. It's a good sword. Yeah, there might be in Demon Assault, but honestly, I don't remember there being Jarlets in Amrath.
Something strange has been sighted off the coast.
They
of
evade?
Stone,
Yeah, that's the idea.
the mysterious Isle of Dread.
Test on something with
Speak to Wolf,
evasion in
the
general.
gatekeeper in
Oh
Stone
yeah,
Park.
is there anyone... If there's somebody on Lemania with evasion, I guess you could just hit them.
Dinosaurs in danger.
That would be an easy test. Yeah. Will it actually impact the hitbox? No, it doesn't. It does not affect the hitbox. Anyway, and then these is where I spend the points. And then you put the gear on, and then you do the things. I'm just going to double check to make sure this is pure lightning, and there isn't a bug with it. Because this is pure lightning, I should do 0 damage to the dredges here. And as I said, the goal is to... yeah, I'm going to be using these different trees. Okay, so... Hello, Terran Hawksworth. Let's go. Naked
You're
dwarf.
surprised to find
Or
yourself
half
in what
orc.
looks like a vast library, though broken bookcases and scattered papers suggest
Okay,
something
so I should
has
do
gone
0 to all of
very
these.
Wrong. Perhaps Terra Fenwith can explain
Zero.
what's going
Nice.
on.
Now I hit him with the lightning, and then... Boom! Destroyed! Cool. Cool. It works. Alright, teleport to... the marketplace. Yeah. Again, I just want to make sure this is super clear. Do I have the Thunderclap gloves? No, I'm naked. This is just proof of concept. I just want to see if this actually functions a little bit. Because if it actually kind of works, then I can get the sword and try it out. But I need it to actually kind of work. Okay, so the Mantle of Fury is bad. So I don't want to use that. Dreadnought Mantle, kind of good. So we can go with that instead. So Adrenaline here. You gotta grab Adrenaline. Trip DCs are good because Be the Whirlwind stacks off of Trip DC. So I want to have Trip DCs. We'll do this. We take Primal Scream. I do not need DR Bypass. You want Boulder's Might because this attack is crazy for the extra damage. It's got the plus crit multi on it. As a cleave, you got to take the improved Adrenaline. And I believe I get Barbarian Rage. So Rage here. This. I want the double strike chance. So I'm going to grab all the double strike. I don't need improved trip, although I could take it, honestly. I could. Quenchable Rage is not terrible. And then we just go in for extra double strike here. So we go with the double strike. Then you get Scarred by Chaos, Nature's Fury, and then probably the Great Leveler. I don't really love the Great Leveler, but this might work, so we'll see. Dread Mantle. I'm not using Dire Charge. I would rather grab the Tactics DCs to work with my trip. Weapon Master, extra action boost. Esoteric Touch is good. Thick Skinned. I want Combat Brute. I want Strike Twice. I want Armor at Dusk. I get extra crit damage, so Power and Precision is good. I have auto crits, so depending on how much Armor at Dusk I need, this character could probably stand to use Light Armor. And if I'm using Light Armor, I don't need that many max dex bonuses, so instead I can max out Power and Precision instead. Kick them while they're down. Strike with Fear, and that is all my points I can be able to spend. So I apply vulnerability stacks already, which is not bad. Get rain all the lightning strikes, yeah. Do Jins have evasion? I don't think so. Charge gauntlets at a second proc chance to Sovereign Lightning Strike, or to do nothing. To my knowledge, if it's a separate item, it's a separate proc chance. But they might share, it's a separate proc chance, but I believe that if they have the same wording, then they share an effect. So, for example, this has Sovereign Lightning Strike. If Sovereign Lightning Strike is on my gloves and my sword, they have individual proc chances, but they have the same internal cooldown. But that is, I'm pretty sure that's how that works. But that is not like me saying, that's definitely how that works. You can definitely trust me to tell you that is exactly how that works. I don't know the answer. Please stop asking. Thank you. Okay. This character is also a trap build, which is bizarre. Oh, I forgot to take force. Shit. Well, gotta redo this. I completely forgot to take that. Let's grab this. Grab that. Everything is good. Embrace the pain bad. Oh, I need this. Bouldermite. Okay. Yeah, I need this. I mean, this isn't bad. But I don't get the heal. So I might as well just go with the extra double strike, honestly. Because I don't even get the heal, so I'd rather just have the double strike. Something like that. I forgot that you needed that. Okay, anyway. Feats. Martial feats. I have power attack already, so we can turn that on. I need spring attack. I need whirlwind attack. The reason why you take whirlwind attack is you get Be the Whirlwind, which makes whirlwinds come out of you, knocking targets down, and that's why I want the trip DCs for that. And I don't have any fighter feats, I don't think. Oh yeah, second wind. I guess I have 3 uses of second wind, which is my self-healing. I have Barbarian Rage, which I can use to Barbarian Rage myself. I only have 3 uses, and I don't know how long they're going to last, so that's going to be a bit of a sketchy situation. Get Liquid Courage, I guess. And Gills Extract. Lesser Evolution does give me 1 strength, so I can go with Lesser Evolution Bull for 1 extra point of strength. Gills Extract and Feathers Extract. So if I ever need those, I can. Voltaic Induction. I can cast spells, so I don't have to turn off Rage to cast spells, which is convenient. And then I can restore myself when I finish raging, which is nice. I also don't have any yellow spells, so I'm going to be in blue all the time, which is good. Action Boost Haste. The angles. Opportunity Attack. So I don't have Opportunity Attack going like all the time, so probably put like that to there, that there. So that's, I don't really have a lot of extra abilities. So now I have Adrenaline. Okay, so I want Adrenaline to go here. Open Lock can go over there. Boulder's Might is a cleave, so I'll just get the cleave there. Can put that there. The Great Leveler can go here. Primal Scream is a heal, and then Dread Mantle. Or it's not a heal, but Primal Scream for the extra stats. So now I have more strength and con, so I'm at 45 strength, 33 constitution. It's okay. No epic moment. Unbridled Fury is pretty good, so I probably should take it. But I don't know where to peel points out of. That's the hard part. Presumably, well, that's not true. The place to peel points out of is the Great Leveler, which still locks you in place if you're moving. That would be the answer, but yeah. Now all I need is items for this build. Oh, I forgot I had slicing. That's always fun. And I believe... What is this? It says you can take an adrenaline charge on this to extend the range. So it just goes further. Just gonna hit a guy with 12,000 with no items. Sick. What's the DC on this? So it's 52. Oh, the trip DCs might be a little low, but we'll see. Okay. Are the angles on? No, I haven't. I don't have any gear equipped, so I didn't put on no the angles. Okay, so now I have to put together a strength-based gear set. Also, I get more strength because I get access to not just that strength, but also Ranger, which gives me Ram's Might, which is cool. I guess I could have just taken Tumble, if I'm being honest. That would have been nice. And I wouldn't need to take this ability, but whatever, it's fine. Ram's Might, and I guess Jump. There we go. So now I got all the stats. Character's got lots of jump. I got Ram's Might. I got the extra strength from Evolution Bull. I am now in a purple, or Purpel as they call it. So it gives me extra physical resistance rating from the Spike. Damn, it's a lot of PRR from the Spike. And then we're at 48 strength without anything else. And then I can Rage to get even more if I wanted. So I can Rage to increase my... Wait, no items equipped? I'm at 84 PRR? Shut the hell up. That's a lot. That's a lot. It's a spicy amount of physical resistance rating. Okay, so now you go Ancient Power because it's broken. You go Double Strike because it's busted. You go Enchant Weapons because it's bonkers. And you go Ancient Blessing because I like getting healed. As far as iconic past lives, the answer here is Aasimar Scourge because it gives you more Double Strike, and my character is fiending for Double Strike. No items currently equipped. I'm at 34%, which is not great. So that's going to be a struggle with a character like this because you want to be able to Double Strike on the Adrenaline. And so the idea is you want to be double striking on Boulder's Might pretty much every time, or adrenaline Boulder's Might for the extra damage when given the opportunity. But again, that's going to be difficult to make sure that comes up all the time. Also, raging effects. I do get a bunch of strength from rage thanks to this effect right here because I get 3 extra strength while raging. So it's actually 7 strength on my character. If I had more points, like if this was Ratio Completionist, I would take this whole tree. Still probably just spend the extra 16 points, so like 23. Take +2 to hit and damage. Take Power Rage on top of that. The extra Helpless damage and Raging Crush for the auto crit. So plus 100 critical threat range and 40% damage. I like that that's how that works. The auto crit. I never even thought to mouse over this. It just does 100 critical threat range. So Deadly Strike is +20. But whoever put in Raging Crush was like, no, 100. 100. Well, Shifter is also a good consideration because you get way more rages. And so, and plus you get Magic Fang, which gives you the plus to hit and damage. And honestly, for a character that has less investment like this, it could be pretty good. This is Oblivion. Cool. And now all I need to do is set out an actual endgame item set. I don't know what melees use right now because I haven't played a physical melee DPS in a calendar year. Perfect Gem, Surakel, 5-piece Dread. But what if we didn't sit here and farm for a perfect gem? So yeah. Do you think it would be break the game if there's an item DDO that gave you the effect of being on low life so it could proc things like Orcish Rage? I don't know if this is like Path of Exile where they could just program an item that makes you count as being on low life. That'd be interesting. Count as though your health is low. The problem is there's more than just Orcish Rage that work on it, but they could have like a orc specific effect. I have no idea. Imagine if they had an orc specific item that was like minus 20% health. Your health is always counted as being at 40%. Or something like that. Yeah, you can toggle the rose-colored classes. Can I just 3-piece Vecna, 5-piece Isle of Dread. What do you get from the Vecna set? Oh shit, I gotta go talk to these guys. You ever played that game? Yeah, this is also the Elder Scrolls. I mean, it's really good music. And so that's possibly why. Yeah, because what's Vecna 3 over here? Leg. It is not this one. Shit, dude, what's it called? Yeah, the Devil's Dance. Double strike, double shot, forward bypass, melee, range power, artifact ability scores. And instead of this, you get sneak attack, right? 3 sneak attack versus 3 artifact all ability scores. Sneak and helpless? Wait, it gives 5? Wait, but you don't get the fort bypass, right? This character doesn't need the fort bypass, so it's probably fine. I can't remember. My brain is small. I can't hold all the data in here. Okay, just mouse over. No, come back, Zinc. Yeah, so you don't get the bypass. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say fort bypass is a dump stat, because like if you don't have like if you're at like 0, you're going to be running into a lot of problems. But this character, fortunately for me, has improved destruction on weapon effects, as well as Dreadnought. So that helps out a bit. Plus, oh, and also, did I do the 1 point? I didn't. I should have done the 1 point in Shattering Strike. I'll have to reset that. Yeah, I have to reset that. 223? Correct. Yeah, that's me. Oh, what are we checking out? Currently, I am checking out. I want the Dreadstalker cloak because it's just good. The helmet, Dreadstalker helmet sucks, right? Yeah, straight up bad. So I'm gonna have to craft it with Dino Bone. Both of these. This is the. Or sorry, what am I looking at today? I wanted to make a character that could use the 2-handed lightning sword from the new raid. And this is not the best build. I just want to make a character that it feels good. It feels good. That's the goal here. Again, it's not going to be the best. It's just going to feel good. And the armor and helmet are not in raid loot. Tech W. So we're going to go with the light armor, which is Hail. And I need the Dino Bone helmet. Am I blind? Yeah, I am. I am blind. Sword? Yep. Yeah, like I said, I don't think something like that would be overpowered. The only 2 things I can think of that work off low health are 3 things. There's Guardian Angel. There's the Unyielding Sentinel effect with Guardian Angel. And then there's the Divine Crusader thing where it drops the Consecrate. But if you had something that set you at 40%, you would never get the Consecrate. Or Premier, yeah. But it wouldn't heal you. It would just proc the effect. You'd be counted at like 40%. Okay, so it seems fine as a good starter set. Nice, I like it. And then I guess you just go Isle of Dread 5-piece, because Isle of Dread 5-piece is pretty easy to do. And I don't think there's a good Vecna set out there. No, not this one. Uh-oh. Oh no, I forgot there's no Temple of Elemental Evil loot. Oh no. Oh no, I can't get the Gogs. No, the Gogs. The Gogs, dude. The Gogs. Will you be playing Baldur's Gate? I've actually been playing Baldur's Gate 3, Commander Starstrider, since it's been released. I just do it in pieces and segments as opposed to just going through it, because if If I don't stream DDO, then people don't watch my channel because people don't care about anything other than DDO. But if you want to catch any of the segments, I've uploaded them all onto my VODs channel, and there's a specific category just for all the segments of Baldur's Gate 3. So you can actually see the whole journey from start to finish all saved there for when I do Baldur's Gate 3. If you're asking if I'm going to do it tonight, the answer is also yes. Okay. Yeah, also, if you're not subscribed to the Streams YouTube channel, please do subscribe. When I get it to 1,000, I can just monetize it. There already are ads on the videos, so it's not like anything's going to change. It's just I'll actually get paid for the ads. And also, if you don't watch any of the content because you find it boring, don't worry about it. The way that YouTube works is you don't get served content based on what you subscribe to. It's just what the algorithm feeds you based on what you're looking at. So if you subscribe and then don't watch the videos, they'll just disappear off your feed within a day. And then I still get all the benefit. So please help me game the system. Thank you. Oops, wrong button. I need epic items. Okay, so let's imagine I'm making a 5-piece Isle of Dread set. So Admiral's wristwatch is not terrible. I can't use Charoon in this build, which would be nice. No Charoon. I could use the Magma Waders. I don't really want to. 5-piece Isle of Dread is so hard on melees. The Red Raptor Feather has Insightful Deception. I don't really want to use that. The Blue Raptor Feather is not terrible. Platform like Twitch. So there's a website called YouTube. So YouTube is a website where people can post videos and stuff. And so, people, it's been around since like 2005, 2006. And so it's a place where lots of people post different types of videos on the computer. And I have my own YouTube channel on there where I post like my normal content. So I have like curated content. I actually have 2 channels on YouTube. So I actually have 2 YouTube channels. I'll show this to you in case you've never seen YouTube before, because not everybody has. So YouTube here is, this is my actual channel. This is where I post like build videos, new changes to the game. I posted my Tempest Spine fast video today. So if you want to see stuff like that, the raid guide for how to do Fire Over Moorgrave, all of these things are here. So that may be interesting to you if you find that interesting at all. And then we have the, not my business email. And then I have the Streams channel, which again, it's linked below. This is where I post just all of the streams. So whenever I finish streaming a game, so like Baldur's Gate 3, I just cut all the streams and I throw them on here. So you can see each different chunk and they're all back to back. So you don't have to worry about actually like catching up on the content. It's all curated for you. So please feel free to subscribe. You can if you want. I'm just going to put that link here in chat just in case you want to. And there you go. Yeah, YouTube. It's a pretty popular website. Lindals? Right, so I don't have Lindals. Artifact, usually 2 weapons, and this other thing is no weapons, yeah. Now you feel old? Why do you feel old? Yes, this sword does pure lightning damage. You know, this is part Vecna. I could just go with 4-piece Vecna. How hard could it be to fit 4 Vecna items into this build? Let's see how hard that is. Warning, it might be exceedingly difficult. So let me see. Alright, so. More grave items, legendary items. Let's see. So we have all the items here. So the boots aren't too bad. Steel-toed steps, quality combat mastery, insightful strength. 1 piece down. 1. Can't use these gloves at all. Control gauntlet. Absorption gauntlet. Insightful magical sheltering. Fire absorb. Competent spell resistance. This is a bad item, but it can go on the list. Belt. Strength. Insightful double strike. Insightful. That's good. I mean, I don't need the insightful deadly, but the rest of the stats are all right. But do I need the strength? That's the hard part. Bladesworn bandolier. all of this stuff is a little bit better. It gives me the quality fortification. I like these stats a little bit better, so I can do the 3-piece here maybe. Could probably, you know what? The necklace is kind of free because I think that the Blade Mark amulet is okay. It's not great. Song Chime, kind of bad. War Rune Pendant. Combat Mastery, Protection, Armor Piercing, Reflex. I mean, there's worse items in the video game. Oh god. Okay. Well, it's gonna be one of these two. But that's technically a 5-piece. So 2, 3, and like something like that. So you have the 5-piece Vecna. It's not terrible. So you know, I can use this. This is not the worst. Okay, this is not the worst. Raid glove. Oh, raid glove. Are those secret raid gloves? Are they? I forgot if it's the actual raid gloves. Oh yeah, right. Raid glove. The Masterwork Gauntlet. Well, I can't use any of these stats. Yeah, I'm not gonna use the raid glove. I prefer the non-raid glove. Oh god. Because it's just improved deception. I mean, so here's my argument. Number 1, sneak attack dice in totality. I have 5 versus just the quantity of defense of the fire absorb, insightful sheltering, competence, mad elemental resist, which is not bad. And second, do I have aggro on this? The answer is probably not. So, you know, because this has to deal damage, which is a bit of a cumbersome issue for this build. So I don't think I do. Ooh, you know what though? That's useless. All right. Yeah, I will have insightful deception, and I can get deception and seeker. This is not terrible. I don't hate what's going on right now. Also, the only way to get quality strength is to Slave Lords craft something again. So that is just the way it is, I guess. That's just how the game is designed. Man, I wish there was Slave Lords materials on the preview. What are you gonna do? Secret Vecna Arty Belt. We can't get them on the preview. The Secret Vecna Arty Belt is very good. It is very, very good, and it would fit this build pretty well. The next 9 hours? Oh, this? It's not gonna take me 9 hours. I'm almost done. A lot of this was just coming up with like the best, most optimal sets, and then it's like once you figured that out, then you just start putting everything together. A lot of the are they dinosaur bones stuff? I hope so. A lot of the basics of putting some item builds together is just you wanna get your sets sorted, right? You wanna get your sets sorted. Once you have your set sorted, it's all good. So now that I'm thinking, okay, you know what, Vecna plus Dreadstalker, now it becomes a lot easier, and you kind of just fill up the slots. So when it comes to building out gear sets, I think a lot of people kind of get terrified and they get scared off from building gear sets. But there's easier ways to do it, and like I said, one of the best ways is to start with, okay, what item sets am I using, and then kind of go from there. And I think that will help out a lot for a lot of people who are looking into the different set bonuses. Double Strike, Caneth Infusion. Yeah, it's so good. Monsters and different ones at higher difficulties. Yep. Yeah, the difficulty scaling is pretty cool. And Elite and Reaper mode have the same monsters in them and the same placement and stuff. It's just Reaper mode turns the difficulty up to 11. Silver scale. I don't need the amp. Okay, so I do want strength on the Dino Bone Ring. And I want intelligence probably on the helmet. And I want the gold scale, I believe, for the fortification on the armor. That's good. Now they have 3 dinosaur bone crafted things, which is nice. There's stuff. Fangs. You have to talk to a guy for 14 days, and then he gives you a pair of goggles, and then with the goggles, you can go find hidden chests and different quests. And with the different quests, you're then able to... I forgot to say something. Yeah, you can go around and find different chests and then get dust out of them. And then with the dust, you can use that to upgrade your weapons from the raid to maximum. And also, there's special unique artifacts. Actually, 14 days, yeah. But you can do that on an alt. You just have to do it once a day on an alt. Because the goggles are bound to account. And when you're wearing the goggles, you can see secrets that you couldn't see before. Okay, so what do I not have on this build so far? So, in fact, I can put this, like, I'm going to get rid of most of this stuff, so it's just organized here, so I can just have this nice and pretty. So this just goes on the inventory. This is garbage. This is garbage. This goes there. Okay, so I have helmet, ring, and dino bone mail. So the helmet gets the intelligence, that gets that, and that gets that. So helmet. For the armor for the fang. I don't need bright fang. I need the profane tactic DCs. Don't you get that? Oh no, you don't get profane tactic DCs. 2 sneak attack dice or +2 DCs? I kind of want to say +2 DCs for now, so we'll do that. And then if the DCs aren't needed, we'll sort it out later. Because on the preview server, I can test this. I need Seeker because I don't have it. And I would need Deception as well. And Accuracy. But I can augment Accuracy, so that's what I would do instead. And I will go with Seeker in the Dinosaur Bone Ring because this character has a lot of crits. Get it a secret? Yeah. You can't believe that? Leveling on casual, how much harder would Reaper be? Nearly infinitely more challenging. So basically, casual to normal, the monsters get double health and damage. Normal to hard, they get double the health and damage. Hard to elite, they get double the health and damage. And elite to Reaper, they get double the health and damage. Well, double the damage, you do less than double... Sorry, you do like 30% less damage to them. They get extra effects on champions. And there's Reapers that spawn. And you can't heal yourself in combat. So, it's like a pretty sizable increase in terms of challenge. Okay, so I get 3 of these. So I get Trip, PRR, and MRR. MRR, PRR. Interesting. Trip, PRR, MRR. Red loot, dino bone, horns. I get 3 horns. Oh, golly wally. So I go with resistances. Whoops. I can go with armor piercing because I don't think I have that anywhere. Terrible. Armor piercing, Relentless Fury, and resistances. And then I also have to get 2 set items, so I need Dreadstalker, Dreadstalker. Cool. There we go. Like it's an insane. Sometimes the traps will fuck you up as well. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I would go 1 difficulty at a time and see how you feel. It's always better because you can get an actual understanding as to like what your character might be missing in each different scale. Because the harder part about doing like Reaper mode right away is you won't know what your character's missing because you're just going to die instantly. So your character is just going to like exist and then suddenly not exist. And that is a bit of a problem because you won't be able to even know what's happening to you. Like what is causing the issue with your character. Why were you existing and then suddenly not existing? What was driving this change? And that's the hard part. Oh, well, I think it's okay to, I think it's okay to have a, wait, what's this? Postpone week 3 of unforeseen circumstances. It'll return October 5th. Oh, that's sad. Well, it just means we have to be excited for October 5th. Okay, so now you got Dreadstalker, Trip DCs, Profane bonus to DCs, Intelligence, Sneak Attack, all of this stuff. It's not bad. Picking up a bunch of bonus stats, Profaned, all ability scores, attack and damage, physical resistance ratings, what have you. And now I have all of these slots to figure out. So this is where you would use the goggles 100% because they're way too good. And then what? I'm missing accuracy and insightful accuracy. Oh. Please tell me that this is a trinket. Goggles give stats? No. I don't. I can use everyone's favorite item, the crocodile tooth. Oh. Accuracy, insightful accuracy. And it's got crippling on it. And it's not terrible. It's very convenient. Saves me a lot of spaces. Damn. Problem is, I don't have insightful strength, and I don't have quality strength. Now, there actually is quality strength that I can get. I just don't love how I get it here. And there is no way to get insightful strength on these. Oh, I have insightful strength in boots. Oh shit, I can get quality strength. I just don't like how you get it. So if I go to Sharn, update 43, legendary. No. It's the Sunken Chains. This can craft quality strength on it. It's kind of crazy. We have PRR, MRR, Insightful PRR, all that other stuff. I have a free ring, and then I have the goggles. I wonder if I have a pair of those goggles, and I can put them on a character and transfer them so I can have them. Because I do want them. Yeah, I don't want a Slave Lords grind. We're not doing Slave Lords. 16, not 15? Oh, nice. That's even better. Buy some of these. Also, if you're wondering how to buy in bulk, it's control click. You can control click on something to buy in bulk. If you're wondering why I'm buying all of these materials, it's because I actually don't know which one gives you what you're supposed to get. So I'm just buying all of them. Like so. I don't know which one I need for the craft, so that's why I'm just buying all of them. So I don't have to worry about it. Here we go. Quality, strength. This item's not great. I will admit that, but it is here. Yeah, when I did my Slave Lords grind for level 8 gear, I just watched TV. I have a bunch of quests to repeat to level tomorrow. Nice. On the higher, like they changed it up on the higher difficulty, so it doesn't feel like you're just running through the same thing, which is nice. But if it makes you feel any better, when the game first released, because there wasn't a lot of content, they had the normal, hard, and elite. But that also made sense because the normal, hard, and elite differences, like quests that were on normal, hard, or elite, were like way harder and much more difficult to manage. So that is a piece of it. Okay, so now I'm missing Insightful Constitution, which I guess I could augment. What other ring would you use? Why were they so hard? Or your stats were lower. You have to remember that in early Dungeons & Dragons Online, you didn't wear a lot of magical items. Like, getting a magic sword was crazy. You understand, when DDO released, you were like level 6 wearing masterwork weapons. Which was +1 to hit. And you were like, shit, that's amazing. And you might be like, oh, just buy potions. You couldn't buy potions. Potions were really expensive. So oftentimes, you would have to, like, the reason why every group had a cleric in it, because you couldn't just buy potions, because potions were crazy expensive. Because everything sold, nothing was magic, so everything sold for like pennies on the dollar. So copper and silver were actually usable currencies for a long time. And also, when you finished quests, there weren't like you didn't get all your spell points back in your health. That's not how that worked. You had to go back to the tavern between each adventure, or you had to use a shrine inside the quest, which is one of the reasons why you'll notice a lot of old DDO quests have shrines near the end of it, because they put a shrine near the end, especially in partitionary quests like Tangleroot. There's a shrine right next to the end of the door that goes into Tangleroot, the second section of Tangleroot, because without that shrine, you wouldn't have any spells or mana or health when you went into the next part. So you needed to have a shrine that you could save, that you could use before you went to the next area. Yeah. Where do you get the older loot from? The loot guy? Or the other loot guy? Just go to the back. Yeah, DDO was a very different game back in the day. It's dramatically easier than it used to be. Now, this is not a good or a bad thing. It's just a thing. Smart Dragon. Paladin. I see you. If you do want to see some of the old content, we looked at this the other day, and I showed off the channel, but off again because I can. I post a shout out on my YouTube channel to Fate of the Wild Hunt if you haven't seen their content yet. They have oh damn, 60 new subs since I posted, or since we watched it and I talked about it the other day. Nice. I'm gonna take all the credit for that. Anyway, they post videos about old DDO and things that were different. Like back in the day, there used to be this thing called the Marketplace Tent, which is what the Chronoscope is about, the event in 2009 where they deleted it from the game alive with this big explosion. And the Chronoscope is a raid that is a retelling of the live event that took place in 2009. That's why one of the NPCs is literally called Retcon. Anyway, but your Marketplace tent used to be this like gigantic, like huge tent, and all the vendors were on different floors. And I have a deep memory, which I commented here, that I had I had to save up 1,500 gold for like weeks of play, so that way I could buy a masterwork full plate, because getting plate armor was impossible. It like just didn't drop from quests, and so I saved up and I bought it for my fighter. Masterwork plate. And nowadays, every chest you loot, the items cannot drop as non-magical. So it's just a different game. I'm not saying it's better or worse, it's just a different game. 5-piece Salt Marsh, 5-piece Legendary Forbidden Knowledge. Yeah, if I could fit in a 5-piece Salt Marsh, that would be interesting. Because then you would get extra stats. I'd get the artifact ability scores, AMP and PRR, MRR. But can I fit that in? I'd have to give a bunch of useless stuff. Worst items in the game? No, that's because the DDO store hasn't been adjusted since they released it. Like, a lot of those items were in the game when they did the free-to-play launch in 2011 or whatever it was. Or 2010. They just haven't updated it. Okay. What do I do for this last ring slot? What's a good ring? People pay real money for one. So you actually started playing at a good time. There's 4 ways to get mounts. 5 ways to get mounts. The first way is you can just buy them. So you can buy them in the store. It's the fastest way, you just get one. The second way is there is a level 1 adventure zone called the Keep on the Borderlands. It's a premium content pack, but it's for like low level players, for like level 1s. It's based off of the Keep on the Borderlands like tabletop set. And in it, there are things you can farm out called feather tokens, and when you get 15 of them, you turn them into a guy in town, and he gives you your choice of mount. You can pick a colored mount. The third way is to participate in Hardcore League. It's a special challenge event that will run where they open the hardcore server where you get 1 life. If you die, your character's over. But like, there's no resurrection, none of that. You just boom, out to login screen. But if you succeed and you complete the challenges, you can earn special mounts. So for example, I have all the hardcore mounts and they're quite cool. 4 Sometimes they'll do special promotions when it comes to mounts, like when you purchase expansions. A lot of the expansions, for example, the new Vecna expansion has like the Ancient Lich Steed, which is a mount that came for purchasing one of the higher tiers of the expansion. And then the last way to get a mount, which is why I said good timing, is events. Some events in the game have mounts. And one of those events is the Halloween event coming up. When's Halloween again? Soon? Pretty soon. So with the Halloween event, you're going to be able to get some of the special Reaper mounts absolutely free. You just have to do the Halloween event. And it doesn't even take that long. And they're the fastest mounts in the game. So you pick the right time to start playing. Because the Halloween event will be starting whenever the next update. So we're on the preview of the next update. This preview is going to be for the Halloween update, which is pretty cool. They didn't release a Secret Augment. No, they released a armor piercing augment. All the fast horses were the same. Yeah, they are the same. 100%. An event at any level. The minimum level is 5. So as long as you're level 5, you can participate. Yep. And you've got a couple weeks, so it's not Halloween yet. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and you can also get them from the rolls, but I have never gotten them out from a roll, so. And I play every day, so I would not put a lot of stock in that. You know what? This one's not bad. Freedom of movement, which I don't have. Improved deception, which I didn't put in the build. I don't need the other stats, but hey, I'll take freedom of movement on a ring. It's not amazing, but I don't know what else to put here. Legendary Neglected Wedding Band. Yeah, the Maybar event is fantastic. Great weapons, like cool weapons you can farm out. So I made a video recently about the... where is it? So... I made a video recently about what you should buy from Crystal Cove. It's 2 minutes long where I basically said every item is garbage. I'm going to be making a video about the Halloween event, Night Revels, at which point I'm not going to be saying every item is garbage. I'm going to be like, actually, every item's pretty good, and you should check them all out. So, pretty good. I think so, anyway. Okay. I need those goggles. Strength is 68? Wait. I have quality strength, and insightful strength, and my strength is 68? That's weird. Yeah, but still, 68 seems really low. Especially because I have tomes. I guess I didn't have guild buffs. So that's 70. Oh no, I do have guild buffs. They're just not showing. Because I know I do this. And that's Primal Scream. And then I Rage. And it's 79. But still, I feel like that's still pretty low. Sword missing? It's not. It's a lightning sword. It's made of pure electricity. So it doesn't deal physical damage, it deals electrical damage on hit. So when I go in to hit these guys, see this all lightning? There's no slashing. Oh, I forgot that also, the visuals of the sword do not indicate how close you have to be. It has regular two-handed fighting range. It's always fun. Alright, I gotta get the googs. Should be good to go. Yeah, the new artifact would be really nice here because I don't actually need this dinosaur bone artifact at all. So this is entirely a replaceable item. So, which means if that was the case, I could use double rings. If I use the other artifact, the Vecna artifact, then I could go double rings here instead. So like the Mind Over Matter set, and roll that, or some other set. Yeah. Too early because it only has 40 views. Yeah, probably. Okay, I need the double strike goggles. Who would have the double strike goggles? I don't think I have any characters with them, which makes me big sad because they're so good. Because it's 19% double strike. It's a really good pair of goggles, and they're not on here. Why, SSG? Why have you done this to me? Oh, that makes me sad. Must wait a moment before interacting with the bank. Well, I didn't really do anything, but alright. I'll wait. Okay, line up on crossbow. Thank you. What if they're just in here? What's up, Zixel? The double strike goggles. No, they're not in here. I got the blazing sniper sights for some reason, which is close to what I want. But it's not quite what I want. It's very sad. Yeah, the Flame Guards goggles. But unfortunately for me, I can't get access to the Flame Guards goggles. So it's fine. This garbage. They need to put, I don't know if their boxes are back on. What are they called? Tensor? They need to put Tensor's boxes onto the Lemania store. Is that it? I feel like I lose my mind. Okay, I gotta put something else in here so it fills up. The Amber Temple changes, I guess it was inevitable. I think that the changes they made to Amber Temple now, like the finalized changes that they have put in the game, are great. I like the current Amber Temple changes. It's like almost it's almost the same amount of time if you're doing it quickly, because now it's really easy to spread out your team because you can have one person going one way, one person going another way. Even if you're soloing it, there's no guesswork on where the passwords are. You just go to where all the passwords are and you're done. And it's pretty fast overall. I don't really have an issue with it, and it makes it way easier for the general public. I can see how some people would still be, like, not okay with that, but I personally don't have an issue. Blood Feast. I don't think Blood Feast is good. Well, I don't think I'm going to use it on this character. Although it would be good, I just don't have any rage charges, which is where being a shifter would come in. I think this build probably works better as a shifter, if I'm being honest. But, you know, we're looking at stuff. Bravery threw out Zerrigans. Bravery threw out Zerrigans. No. Is it epic keep stuff? They're in here somewhere. The best tower shield? For what? Yeah, I'm gonna hit you with the it depends. What are we doing with the tower shield? Being skippable makes it okay. That's it. They just made it so the cutscene is skippable. So I have no real complaints. This one, I think. Vanguard. Oh, so you want to do damage? The best one is the new shield that just came out from the new raid. Something breaker of barricades. A shield I cannot remember the name of. These are all the Shadow Device filigrees on here and there. It's just these two ones. Oh yeah, and you can't get the Gen 3 filigrees either. Yeah, so it's missing a whole bunch of filigrees too. Well, I have some Shatter Device. I'm not saying the Shatter Device are the best filigrees, by the way. I'm just trying to think of filigrees that I can use on this character. That's all. Do you need Shattered Device? Well, the problem is, what else would I use? Yes, Colossus, the Breaking Wall. That's it. Soon, reduce the cost. It's not usually touching the enhancement trees. Isn't a torque thing, but usually does some more like higher end or like long task engineering stuff. It's because of the comma. The comma screws it up. You have to copy it, or if you're using like a program like I'm using, it'll keep the formatting with the comma. It's because the comma's in the link for some reason. But yeah, the only other filigree I would use is what the Dread set, the Dread filigree set, Dreadlord, Dreadnought, Dreadman, Dreadman. That's the one. Yep, and I just can't get him here, so that's why I'm just thinking of that. The shield looks 10 to 10. This shield? Oh yeah. Is this Breaker or Colossus? I call it Breaker, which is wrong, and I know it's wrong. But I just can't remember the name of the shield any other way. Yeah. Beast Mantle. Nope. Jewel. There we go. Is the Azure one? Oh yeah, you got the Breaker one. Prowess. That's what we wanted here. We want Prowess, melee power, strength, ERR, MRR, attack and damage, critical confirmation. You know what? All of these are good. So we're just going to buy them all. So let's just imagine we have a jewel here. And we go Sucker Punch one against many because it's good. Shattered Device, Bravery throughout because that's not bad. Then we go Shattered Device, attack and damage, which is okay. And Shattered Device, physical resistance rating's not bad.
Not bad.
So now we have 4-piece Shattered Device. The artifact. Probably gonna go with Prowess melee power and double up on Prowess melee power, and I need the 5-piece. So I think I'm just gonna double up on melee power and strength here, as well as attack and damage and confirm critical. And then the Dino Bone Ring, which I need items for. So I gotta go to this guy, and I go, hey, buddy, Isle of Dread loot. I don't know, give me raid loot. Is there a charge? Yeah. How many items is it? It's 6,000, so that's 20 items. Again, I really wish they had the Tensors boxes on the previews. It would make looking at some of these things a lot easier to examine how they function. Hey, it's Zixel Zoot Zoot. Yeah, the main problem is they just don't have the Gen 3 filigrees on the vendors. So if you're like, oh man, why don't you just go click the Saltmarsh guy and get them? They don't have the Saltmarsh filigrees in here. That's why I'm using the Shatter Device. I don't think it's better, but I do think it's better than a lot of the alternatives. This plus this plus... Oh wait, did I use one too many? I used one too many. I did use one too many, so I actually need to delete this. So I'm just going to replace this later, because I'm going to use the melee power here, and the attack, not the attack damage, the strength here. And then so I can go on, and then you go here, and you pick up, what's the, Sucker Punch? Sucker Punch melee power? Yeah, Sucker Punch melee power. Which sentient bin is Sucker Punch in? I have no clue. I need Sucker Punch melee power. You know, I'm testing some stuff? Yeah. No, I think I'll be okay. It's again, this doesn't need to be super min-maxed. I'm just like pretending I'm putting the gear in the right place. I do wish some of the stuff was like labeled as opposed to numbers, but I found Sucker Punch pretty fast, so it's not bad. Sucker Punch melee power. Gives me an extra sneak attack dice. Now I can put that in over here. Oh, I have to remove the filigree, of course. You can just slot it in over top.
Lovely.
Cool. And then I guess I'm gonna pick up any goggles and just shove a double strike augment in them. So where are goggles? Update 59. Goggles here. No, I'm gonna find a pair of goggles. Doesn't matter which one they are. Legendary items. There's no goggles. 56 legendary. Goggles at dusk. Sounds good. Goggles at dusk. And then we go Isle of Dread. Get the Isle of Dread augments. Item ingredients augments, please. And then you put on the legendary Swords Cross Topaz, which is good. I guess I don't have the Wraithborn Emerald. I'm gonna need one of these. So that's good. I think of what other stats I need on this character that I would augment in. So I need Insightful Intelligence. So Intelligence. Insightful Intelligence. Wait. Am I stupid? For some reason, diamonds of insightful intelligences are not here on the preview. Gear and crafting, colorless augments. There's no diamond of insightful intelligence on the what? On the store? 600 melee power? Yeah, that's pretty good. I have accuracy. That's interesting. Well, I guess I'm gonna go through all the diamonds. Oh, none of the insightful diamonds are on the store. Oh, I think it's because the level I was at when I opened the DDO store. Right, yeah, it was the level I was at when I opened the store. They're all there. Okay, that's an interesting problem. Something I never would have thought that would be in the game, but yeah, that's interesting. It's because I opened the store when I was at level 20, and it's minimum level like 22 or something, so it causes that issue. Okay, so that's Insightful Intelligence. I don't have Insightful Constitution, so I guess we go Constitution. So you grab that. Some Diamond of Insightful Con. That's perfect. You need Dodge, I guess. So grab Diamond of Dodge. Healing Amplification is probably pretty good. Melee power is gonna be good. What other augments do we need here? Do I have bonus to saving throws? I think I do have all saves. Yeah, plus 12 to save, so I don't have to worry about that. We got melee power. So we have strength, insightful strength, quality strength. I guess exceptional strength. Good. Oh, the action boost augment is important, so I'd like to get that. That's a good call. Also, if I go to Feywild, I want to see the augments. New augments, please. I'm not going to do the set augments because it's way too much work for something like this, and I personally wouldn't do that myself. But things that I do have is a dark diversion because that's really good. You know, I do have a cracked core, so I can put that in there. Because I can put some of the other ones in here. I just don't really need it. I can put a Fear Eater in here as well. I don't think I need anything else. I think that's all fine. I don't need Epic Litany because I have Epic Litany built in. And then get the other augment. And then I think that's pretty good. So then you go here. Not this guy. Hello. 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 I love how to cast fast and how to cast faster. The names are so good. They did a really good job with that. That's funny. Vitality I already have. You know what I don't have? I don't have false life. I feel like it's pretty good. I don't even know what other augment you would put in here, because I can take any orange augment that I want. But I don't even know what I would do. So do I need another green augments? Oh, I can get the green augment. Yeah. Deconstructor? No, because I don't. If I put a type on this, it doesn't have the if I put a type on this, it won't bypass immunities. So if I put adamantine on here, it'll go back to doing physical damage. So I don't want a deconstructor. The whole point of this is to use the outburst, which is pure electric. So I don't want the deconstructor. Update. Is it Isle of Dread augments? No, it's Hunt or Be Hunted, which is here. The Arcane Empowerment. Perfect. It's a green one. I think that's it. I think that's all we need. Can't think of anything else I would put on here. So green goes in. Blue goes in. The Electric Boogie Woogie. That's the plan. We got the Electric Boogie Woogie all set and ready for takeoff. Here, this takes a green, so we'll go yellow and clear. Perfect. This one takes a green and yellow, so we can go green and yellow. Perfect. This one takes a green. This one takes a green and colorless. All right. This one goes in here. There's probably more augments I can put in, but like I can't think of any right now. And then I put the Fear Reader in. So nice. And then we're all set. 10 Dragon Marks of Warding. That's sick. Okay, so with everything set up, 75 strength. That is crazy low for a build like this. So it's kind of like nerve-wracking. Those are my stats. I got the False Life. I got the Insightful Intelligence. I got the Sword Cross Topaz. I got the Exceptional Strength. I got the Melee Power, the Healing Amp. I got the Dodge. I got the Insightful Con. Not a great build. Fucking filigree? No. I got filigrees. There's no capstone in here, unfortunately. And the build is a little all over the place. The hit chance is okay. Alright, so now we can Ram's Might for an extra 2. I can Shout for an extra 4. I can Rage for an extra 7. I've got Know the Angles for an extra 10 damage. And 21,000 is not an amazing hit. Because Boulder's Might, I think, is the biggest hit that this character gets.
Sorry, it wasn't my fault. I had
For the most part, which kind of sucks. Greater Evolution. So Alchemist...
A really
so
strong
Evolution is a
person in
6th level
D&D
spell, and my character's
universe
level
has
6,
16
so you don't
strength,
get
was
6th
it?
level spells
I have
until
70
level 15.
some, I'm so weak.
Or sorry, 5th level spells, so level 12. I know, it's true, very true. Yeah. So I could, Tensors would give me an extra 4, so bring it up to 96. And I can use Tensors while raging. And I have the UMD for it, I think. My use magic device is 48. So I can Tensors as well. So I can go get some Tensor scrolls. So let me just do that. If you're on Archmages. No, Tensors. Yeah, it's 6 Archmages. Hey. Well, Titan's Grip is Titan Cookies. And I don't currently have any Titan Cookies.
Suppose we're making breakfast
So that's the harder part. Is there a better place to get Titan's Grip that I don't need cookies from? I don't play a lot of strength. Gloves of Titan's Grip. Oh, you just get 3 charges a day? How long does it last? Where are you? Spells. Tensors, transformation. Wait, 100 of these. 1 minute. It's a little short-lived, but it is a buff for sure.
I was just getting comfortable.
Okay, so there we go. So now we're up to 92, and then that's not including Yugoloth, store potions, so I can go with like stat. Is there rages? Is there a rage augment? World of Greater Rage. Perfect. I need one of those. Get the store potion. What else am I doing here? Greater Rage from Saltmarsh. Perfect. Because that is an issue that this character has for sure. Is also magic resistance rating. Oh my god. 71. It's got 230 physical resistance rating though. I fail every will save in the universe. So that's good. The saving throws are bunk. So it has there's a lot of problems on this character build here, but you know what? I have a lightning sword. Also, my health sucks, which is a problem. I can fix some of this with Reaper points, you know. Picking up extra dodge, grab this, grab the cons as we go up in the extra dodge, the cons and the dodge. There we go, PRR, because it's gonna be better than anything else. Grab that. Go here. Grab. I'm at 52. I need 2 points of intelligence, so I'm not gonna do that. Then you grab the tactics. This, and then you go strength, 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 strength. Max this out. Do this. Max this out. Put point here. Melee power. This. Strength. This. My character's double strike right now is 67%, so I would actually need the extra double strike. And then you just go up here. Max dodge doesn't matter because my dodge chance is capped out at my max dex, which is 26, which is not terrible. So we just do that instead. Grab the extra Reaper defense, physical resistance rating, this Reaper charge, and then there you go. You got the extra stats. 200 right there. So you got a little bit of extra strength and con, extra hit chance, a bunch of melee power. Melee power currently 231. I don't get any melee power from any of my trees at all. Oh, I get it from here, but I don't get it from here in any capacity. It's the problem is the concession of 31 points for the elemental bypass is so rough. Plus Alchemist is it doesn't give me a crazy high amount of stuff. All right, and now Saltmarsh. Now we grab Saltmarsh, and we go in here, and we go grab legendary gear. Nope, we don't do that. Whoops. I want to go 50, and I want to go to... Is it ingredients? It's probably under ingredients, right? Yeah. Oh, good luck 3. That's a good one. And greater rage. That's a good one. I probably have something that has like both of those slots in it. I got a green one. Green slot. And this. There you go. I have a couple extra saves. 77 on the saves. Okay, so now we max it out. Go here. So I get the tensors. I get the primal scream. Rage. So I'm at 95 strength standing around in town, which is at least a little bit better, with rages lasting 3 minutes. Which again is not perfect, but at least it's a little bit better. I can use Know the Angles to increase my damage. And then we still have like The main problem is I just have no idea how to play this character. Also, I'm really bad at using adrenaline because I never play adrenaline builds, so I definitely need to practice using adrenaline. So it's like, you know... Oh, you probably don't want to single target things with Boulder's Might. It's probably not as a good idea. Most of the damage is not fantastic. Even though I can, like, auto-crit on Great Leveler, it's like... Ugh. Also, I gotta adrenaline these things. The damage on this build is not amazing. The fact that it does something is nice. The fact that it does not do a whole lot is not great. So, and that was to a monster that's helpless. So, yeah. Grid Rage only gives charges. I only want charges. What's my crit multi? I am ×3 because I have to use a greatsword. I can't get the +1 critical threat range because there's nowhere in the game to get it if I take Capstone Bombardier. So instead, to mitigate that, I use Dark Hunter so I can get Exposing Strike. So that way I can at least have an attack that gives me +1 threat range and multi on a short cooldown. Plus the bluff is not terrible. Yeah, kind of went from there. Got the improved destruction for strike at the heart. Got all this other stuff. But yeah, it's not amazing. So yeah, so it's a fun and interesting idea for a character. Is it good? I definitely wouldn't say it's good, especially considering that I basically have like 2 attacks. I don't have a whole lot that I can actually do here. Again, it's not the worst build I've ever played, but it's definitely not the best. And the fact that I'm going to hit over 30 seconds in the boss DPS kobold, I mean, it's a 2-handed fighter, so there's no how much damage you can do anyway. Also, the timing on adrenaline is something I'm very bad at. Like 33 seconds. It's not amazing. It's a 2-hander, but there's better 2-handers. There's better 2-handers. Got this guy, hardcore servers. Nice. Checking some stuff out. I'm trying to think. I don't know if there's a way to make... Because the other problem, too, is that this sword is just, like, not amazing. It's really cool, though. The build is cool. The concept is interesting. Also, with Know the Angles, I get DC of 108 on Great Leveler, which is not ideal. Oh, and I have to make sure I keep the tensors up. I'm just gonna let the rage go off. I like my defenses, though. Defenses are pretty good. Oh, I need an Arcane Spell Failure Augment. Right, okay. My rage. I actually just hit this thing. I already have Know the Angles going. I didn't confirm with my Boulder's Might. Oh my god, that's so bad because my hit chance is so low. I must have rolled a 1 on the Boulder's Might. With adrenaline. That's really bad. You don't like to see that, I'll tell you what. You don't really want to roll a 1 on the Boulder's Might. And then, like, the damage here is, like, alright. Oh, except I'm bad at using adrenaline. I'm so bad at using adrenaline because I'll, like, mash the button, but then it doesn't go because you can't adrenaline while you're animating. So it's not like activating attack, or, like, attack and I press the button, my character will cue it. Instead, if I attack and I press adrenaline mid-attack, I guess it does go off, but it's just so confusing. Also, Lead the Weak isn't doing damage. Oh, it is doing damage. It's a separate line. Okay, that makes sense. So how do you improve this build? That's the real question, right? So how do you make the build better? What are we missing? You want Shadow of the Erdtree? You'll get it eventually. It'll come out. So what's missing from this build? Well, like 100 melee power would be nice. So that's going to be a difficult one to kind of reconcile with because the character doesn't get melee power at all from most places. It's picking up Profane bonus to melee power, Artifact melee power. I have melee power built into the gear. I have Filigrees for melee power. I have trees for melee power. Usually the way that you would go about it, though, is you would have a third tree here for an extra 15 melee power. So I'd have like an actual melee tree as opposed to being able to cast spells while raging. So there's that. Deadly, and double strike cloak from Vecna. The problem is that the Vecna set gives me less stats because instead of picking up helpless damage, I would have to use one of the other Vecna sets, and then I'd also be missing out on the other stats from the armor piece and the helmet. So I went with the Dreadstalker instead to get Insightful Seeker and Insightful Deception. The dexterity's okay, I don't really super need it, but yeah. Multi-Vial makes it better? Yeah, probably. And then I also don't have the proper goggles. I want to use the goggles from the Double Strike goggles from Temple of Elemental Evil. Sadly, they're not on the Lemania. Yeah, I know. I think this is my best. This is probably my best thought at what you could do. I was in the shower yesterday, and I was thinking about what would be the best way to put this character together, and I think this is it. Yeah. Do I want to show them those goggles? Yeah, I mean, I can link it if you want to link it to me. That'd be cool. So you can show the goggles. And then I see the build I don't understand. It's okay. I'm strength, and I do this. Yeah, these are the goggles I'm talking about. Deadly, quality deadly, double strike, quality double strike. Oh, and the Mythic 3? This guy. The Alchemist is for lightning immunity bypass, because if you don't have lightning immunity bypass, then you hit a monster that's immune to lightning and you deal 0. Oh, for bypass, I cast Voltaic Induction. That's it. Just go whoop. And now they're no longer immune and I can beat them up. Does it only do lightning damage? Correct. It does not do physical damage. It only does electric. It's cool. If you just play a regular fighter or a regular barbarian, and you don't care about the electric immunity, and you just hope somebody else is going to bypass it for you, or you play with a friend who always bypasses electric immunity for you, you're fine. Like if you play with a lightning alchemist, lightning sorcerer, something like that, then you don't have to worry about it at all, and you can just build really heavily into damage. It's still not great because you're using a greatsword, which has all of the problems of greatswords, but you know, it's kind of neat. It's got the electric storm, lightning strike, Storm Reaver's thunderclap, slicing winds. And you can craft onto it to make it better. It's fun. I like how you told me you made minor build adjustments and instead took 0 of the same classes and trees as before. What? I don't know what you're talking about. This is the first time I've ever talked about or shown this build ever. The only other build I thought of was just pure sorcerer. Also, this build could work fairly well if you went, instead of doing the half-orc, which I went, and did for the extra strength and the +2 to hit damage with melee weapons. Instead, it's the same thing I was talking about. Yeah, it's the same thing I've been playing, all the time I've been on stream, I've been focusing on this. But yeah, this is the same idea. Now, this also does make me question. What if I didn't go tier 5 Fury of the Wild? And instead I went tier 5 Dreadnought. So I took all the points out of here, and some points out of here. And I went up here and I grabbed Legendary Rally for the auto crit at 50% extra damage cleave and Action Hero. I wanted to try out Great Leveler to see how good it was. And by how good it was, I mean just like, you know, if it could do anything. The main problem I have with Great Leveler is that, like, there are some areas where the Great Leveler is pretty good, and a lot of areas where it just kind of sucks in terms of crowd control. And I still like Adrenaline for general clear, but yeah. Then we have Bold, right? I have +2 multi. I have Legendary Rally. I like how it's +100 critical threat range. But like, I'll give you an example, right? So
Are we heading
here.
to a nice quiet place? Please say yes.
Or let's go. I don't have any elemental resistances. This is gonna be a fun time.
Aratraco stands before them.
Oh, I have arcane spell failure still.
Mortals.
Right.
The planar orb is already mine. I'll leave my minions to deal with you and what remains of those meddlesome gatekeepers.
And then I can just, like, leave my way through all these bastards. This is an old quest, so it's obviously not modern content. But it does technically have the Great Leveler, which is, again, not an amazing ability, but I do technically have it as an option. I have the knockdown here from the Whirlwind attack, which is pretty cool. I move back. I can Great Leveler these guys. Again, the range on it's pretty interesting. Oh, right, I can't bypass the Blue Abishai, but I can bypass him if I hit him. Oh! So I have to hit him with the Voltaic Induction, and then I can bypass it. The extra work involved. Could you imagine if I was just playing a Barbarian using a regular weapon, I just beat all these guys to death? Oh, is my mic cutting out? Oh, I'm sorry. I changed I changed some of the settings in terms of the volume. Okay. Oh, because I was doing some tests earlier today, because I'm gonna have to do a mic test. I have a new microphone arriving for use for the cooking stream. So yeah, I've been looking into that. Look at that! I cleared one room, and I'm almost dead. How cool is that? Isn't that amazing? The absolute juggernaut of clear that my character is. Oh god, I'm gonna die in this room. Yeah, we're dead. Anyway, build's bad. I don't know how to make this item work. The other option is Sorcerer that I was thinking of. Maybe Sorcerer is okay. Also, I'm bad at the game, so that's a part of it. But I really don't like the Great Leveler. There's something about it. It's this weird, like, wind-up. I just don't like that. It looks really cool. I just don't know. It just sucks. Like, I really want to do this. Like this, it looks so cool. The visual of it, like, it's amazing. Of just, like... It feels so bad. Yeah, the other build is Eldritch Knight, where you go tier 5 Eldritch Knight and Capstone Air Savant, which lets you bypass on your own, and you're a pure sorcerer. And then you don't need to worry. You just, like, have to cast a single spell, like just one Chain Lightning or a Ball Lightning, and then you start cleaving through people, and you use mostly the Eldritch Knight tree, plus the Imbue. But then the problem is you're splitting up your damage. So, yeah, you'd have Lightning spell damage for bypassing with the Imbue, but it wouldn't be, like, that great. You'd be all kind of focusing in one direction.
You don't want to use me?
Because you have IPS and you hate ranged? I mean, it's not wrong. I'm also terrible at using Adrenaline. This is just lightning damage. It's an attack. So this is an attack. So because it's an attack, it uses melee power. The attacks don't scale off of spell power because it is a melee attack. Does that make sense? So, like, yeah, spell power wouldn't fix this problem. Yeah. For a meme build, I'm going to rate this one pretty low, but I think a lot of it is just this tree. I think Fury of the Wild tree is what's screwing me up here, so let's just fix it. We're going to fix it Felix Jr., okay? So we're going to go Untouchable. I don't need max dex bonus. I don't need momentum swing. Push through the line gives me more stats and action boost. It's probably fine. We grab Legendary Rally. We grab Dusk Surge. Do you even need Dusk Surge? Sundering Swings. Trip. Improved Trip are also made helpless. And Be the Whirlwind says... Oh, DC equal to Improved Trip. Never mind. I can take Dust Surge, which is fine. I can take Action Hero. And we can go here and grab Lacerator. Which leaves me with the points for this. So I can go Die Hard. Get the Trip DCs. Still keep Adrenaline. It's good. Grab this. Grab the Rages. Fury of the Wild thing, grab the core. Still probably want to take Boulder's Might, because Boulder's Might's pretty good. And then we grab the extra damage here, and then you still grab the double strike. That leaves me with 1 point remaining for whatever I want, which is interesting. Now, I could get improved trip, because the DC is 20 plus highest is strength, dex, and con. Which means that the DC of improved whirlwind, this is 14 plus the highest of strength, so it'd be 6 lower than whatever that was. Which is an interesting thought. I don't think there's any way for me to get +1 DC on this character unless I got extra DCs from some other source. So they just go with 1% double strike or something like that. Now, instead of having the Fury of the Wild tier 5, I lost some hit points, which is unfortunate, but now I have Legendary Rally. I wonder if I even need Boulder's Might with Legendary Rally, because the damage should be a lot higher. You keep Primal Scream, and now you have Action Hero, which gives the action boost bonus to stats. Tactics DC augment. No, I already have, I get Tactics from, I have Trip, then I have Know the Angles, and then I have Quality Combat Mastery from Legendary Steel Toad, so I have all the Tactics stuff. I only am missing Artifact Tactics. Okay, so let's try again. Let's see what happens if I use all these abilities.
You don't want to use me?
But this time, we're going to go the Action Hero route. Let's charge over here so it doesn't interrupt my time. God. That is such a long animation. Oh my god, dude. I like the Thunderclap is such a huge range. The extra double strike is nice. I like how I don't have any of my attacks active. Love that. I mean, it's definitely more damage. But I'm also less tanky, which is a bit of a problem. So it's definitely more damage, but it still isn't amazing. Although, again, Legendary Rally is nice because I can just go up to somebody and be like, hey, what's up, buddy? How would you like a Legendary Rally? It happens so often where I want to show off a skill, and then I roll a 1. Dude. Dude. Why? I just want to show off my cool skill. That happens so often. It's hilarious. Anyway, Legendary Rally. Bam. And it's just like hit him for 18,000, which is not amazing. And then you can Adrenaline. Again, the big attack is Exposing Strike, because you can pretty much just use this on cooldown. So you can just kind of just chain Exposing Strike constantly. The main issue is that the actual hits are, like, not great. I mean, the critical hits aren't bad, and this character has, like, a fair amount of extra critical hit damage on a lot of the skills. So, with the tensors, with other things active, it's not awful, but I still only have critical hit on a 19 or 20. So, yeah, getting extra multi is nice, but 72,000 is going to be probably the highest I'm going to hit here. Probably. Does Action Hero add melee and range power? I think that's going to be the highest hit I can get. Because I do apply vulnerability stacks to these things when they have stacks of terror on them. There, he's at 20 stacks of vulnerability. And then you do that, and then you do that. 77,000 damage is probably the highest you're going to hit with this character. Yeah, I think so. I mean, it could work. Like I said, there's the problem with this build is it doesn't do anything better than any other character, but it does have to make a lot of concessions, and its defensive stats are a lot lower.
You don't want to use
So that's the main problem with the character. But other than that, it's really cool. Also, I don't really use Boulder's Might as often as I probably should. In fact, I'm barely even using, like, Whirlwind Attack on something like this. My also bigger worry is, I guess I can see Whirlwind Attack, it would be my trip DC +4, right? So if I go to Martial Feats, and I go to Trip, so let's just cure yourself, to actually target myself to get rid of this. Restorative draft. So I rage. So my trip is 89 plus 4. Damn. It's 93 on the trip outside of Reaper mode. Whirlwind attack? Oh, I don't have Ram Smite. But still. Oh, I do have Ram Smite. Why is my strength 2 points lower? 95 before. What did I do? The stream band? Oh, sorry. I'll have 20% to attack and damage. Whirlwind attack is nothing, it looks like. According to this, Whirlwind has no bonuses to attack and damage. Oh, the action boost strength. Yeah, true. I get this.
I don't suppose we're making.
And I'm raging. I have all my raging effects. Yeah, and then I action boost. Yeah, it's 95. There we go. Yeah, I just wish I did more damage, but I don't, unfortunately. This is the best you're gonna get. 1,000 damage front number, which was really cool. Like, doing 1,000 damage with your front number was really sick when, like, Sharn came around. That was really exciting. Having damage scales that hit on, like, a 4-year-old build, though, I don't love it. I don't love it. I'm not in love with this. But you know what? It's pretty neat. How do you use this sword? I don't know, dude.
It wasn't my fault. I had
Click the buttons on the keyboard, I guess. Yeah. Well, thank you for journeying with me on this excursion into Outburst, the Electric End. I still think this is a cool weapon. There might be a better way to use it in the future. And there's probably a better build than what I'm doing. But I can't think of it, so... It is what it is. Anyways, that's all I got. Video's gonna take a couple hours. I don't think there's anything else to test on Lemania. I think I pretty much put in all my feedback here. We've got all the items and stuff set up. I looked over a bunch of the gear. I put my feedback about the imbue nerf, which I don't care. I think the imbue damage is already like really good, so I don't really care too much about nerfing it. It's really complicated because the problem is again, nuance is really difficult because one of the biggest problems with Dungeons & Dragons Online is when somebody asks you a question, the answer should be, it depends. The issue is you have a lot of people blurting out things confidently that are right in some cases, but not right in all cases. So the easy example is there are people that think that imbues aren't very good and they need to be buffed. That's wrong. Imbues are not very good. They are super strong. They add a huge amount of damage all across the game. A lot of builds got better thanks to imbues, and even a lot of the builds that focus heavily on imbues still deal physical damage, and it really rounds out that extra damage. You know how I was saying I hit front number for over 1,000, and I feel pretty good about that? Yeah, I have a sorcerer on this sorcerer here, and my sorcerer hits for over 3,000 damage with just the imbue. That's really good. And that's not including the physical damage. And I'm dual wielding, so I'm hitting twice as fast. So the imbues are not bad in any capacity. However, like in general. However, if you don't know how to build around them, you don't know where to get the most sources, or you're not optimizing for it, you can see where the argument where they would be bad comes in. But then you have the second half of it, which is that there was a change recently that made it so that spells do less damage in Reaper 8, 9, and 10. As a result, spell damage-based imbues now deal less damage in Reaper 8, 9, and 10. So did I change any of the build here? I didn't break anything. So like when I attack the kobold here, I'm doing, what, 2,700 damage, or 1,900 right here without any of my buffs up, somewhere like that, damage per imbue. So the damage gets like really strong really fast. So the problem that sets in is that because the damage reduction on spell damage applies to imbues, it means that in Reaper 8, 9, and 10, imbues aren't quite as good. Are they good enough to do the content? Absolutely. We were doing our 10s when our damage was 1/3 of what it is right now, and final bosses used to actually take minutes, and we were still doing our 10s. So if you're worried about these changes making it so your imbue build doesn't work anymore, your imbue build is still going to work, it's just not going to deal as much damage. To some players who will only play the absolute top one, number one DPS thing and nothing else, those people are disappointed because it means that their imbues that they want to play are not going to be as good, so they can't play the thing that they want. They could free themselves from those chains and play the thing that they want, because DDO isn't that hard, but they're not going to. And then the other part is raiding. Imbues are fantastic for raiding. Again, until you get into that Reaper 8, 9, and 10. And when you talk about the Reaper 8, 9, and 10 raiding, also, very small handful of people. It is disappointing that the nerf will affect whether those people play on it. But again, this is where the communication part comes in. The people that are in that category that are doing that type of content will say, no, imbues are already bad, which reinforces the idea that imbues are bad all across the game when they mean in the slice of pie that they're actually playing and not giving the context that that's what they're talking about. So it gets a little complicated and muddy when you look over it. That's one of the reasons why I actually don't care too much about the changes. Imbues are pretty strong in the game overall as is, and they're going to remain strong throughout the rest of the game. They just lose a bit of that shine when it comes to the upper top of the content, which is what it is. Where do you get filigree and filigree slots? To get your filigree, you go to the loot person and you get them from Ravenloft is the first set of filigree. You also get your sentient jewel there. And then to fill up the slots, you just have to drag and drop named items in it. There's no better way to do it on Lemania. Strongest builds are getting buffed. Imbue builds, which are pretty gimmicky, are getting nerfed. And Adrenaline is getting buffed more than other Epic Strikes. Again, if you're not... not saying that people aren't playing in Reaper 8, 9, and 10. I play in Reaper 8, 9, and 10. But, like, Imbue builds can do a lot of damage. They're pretty satisfying. And Adrenaline's getting buffed, which is weird. Once you start getting the high Reaper stuff, you start to feel a drop-off. I mean... Again, I think it really depends on what is playable to you. I think that's where the playability is. Right? I think that pretty much anybody that plays at high tier content can agree that you don't need the builds that you have and I'm excluding raids here because raids are a little bit difficult because raids are high. Reaper 10 raids, Reaper 8, 9, or like anything above Reaper 5 is a puzzle where you're trying to solve for the solution to the raid using specific builds, specific setups, and all that stuff. And that is very different. So I'm not talking about that because that's like, comparing how to solve a jigsaw puzzle to playing football. They're just different things, and I'm not going to make that comparison. But to the regular questing, even when you go up into R10, the difference between using the imbue build versus using the other build is time to kill, and that can make some difficult decisions in terms of whether you want to use the imbue build or what you get out of it. So, for example, my imbue build sorcerer has mass hold monster that lands fairly regularly in Reaper 10 content. So, if you're playing as a build like a rogue that does not have mass hold monster, maybe you do more physical damage. Maybe you're getting more damage out of using Shader Kai chains, dual wielding, or whatever it is. And that's good because you will be getting more damage. Or maybe you're playing a two-handed barbarian and you're doing something different, or that Razor Claw Shifter build, which is very cool. All of these builds work. I'm not saying that they don't, but the time to kill element, which changes, doesn't mean that you can't complete the content. It means that you can complete the content at a different rate. It will be slower, and you might have to make trade-offs for what you want. And I don't think... I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. I would like the game to be perfectly balanced, but I think that because the game features 14 levels of difficulty with nearly infinite ways to customize your character, I do personally think it's kind of an unrealistic expectation to hope that the game is balanced so finely tuned that everything feels about the same at the end game. But I understand where people are coming from. And I also don't think that because that's how I feel about it, that everybody should feel the same way. Right? It's not like something like a World of Warcraft scenario where the top DPS are usually within 1% of the bottom DPS because they try to keep them all together. For me, my build works in R10s. I can take a couple hits. I have crowd control abilities. I have a fair amount of dodge and defenses, and I can deal a good amount of single target damage. So I'm okay with that. Is it the best? No. And I want to make this super clear. I'm not saying also, you're the top EPS in WoW or 9 day to the bottom. Games that balancing that well. Some games do balancing better than others, and it also depends on the patch. It depends on the patch too. But there's also the other elements of it, which I think is fair, is using the tools that you're given. You're going to be using the tools that you're given in a different way, right? So there might be 3 weeks from now or a month from now a build that uses that stupid greatsword that somehow ends up being the best build in the game because there is a interaction between A, B, and C that makes that thing the best, that people just haven't discovered yet, because there aren't millions of people playing DDO using simulations to figure out the best stuff. There's like a few thousand of us playing DDO, right? You know, DDO's traffic is about 100,000 unique users a month. And so that's a fair number of people, but like the majority of that 100,000 unique users, probably like 80,000 are people that like log in once a week. So the core audience of DDO is probably somewhere closer to like 20,000 users, and it means it's much more limited on how many things can get found and how long it's going to take, if that makes sense. So especially when it comes to the game balance, people will always continue to find new things. They start with the wrong builds overall. I mean, maybe. Yeah, so it's complicated. Anyway, my point is, I don't think that people shouldn't advocate for what they want. And I also don't want to shut this down. If you're somebody who is like, I don't like the fact that my Imbue builds are going to be getting worse than Reaper 10, I think that you should advocate for yourself and you should make your voice known to Staying Stone Games. But I also think that you should hold in your thoughts the nuance of the game and how the game works, and that saying Imbue builds are bad, end of sentence, makes you look like a fucking moron. Because it's not true. In a context, in a zone, Imbue builds perform worse than other builds. But putting all of that in totality into the category of bad is wrong, misrepresents your case, misrepresents how people are playing the game, and doesn't do you any favors. And am I excited for any new MMOs? New? No, every new MMO is bad. The only new MMO I'm excited for is the Riot Games MMO that'll come out in 10 years. Yeah, every single new MMORPG is bad. And they get good after about 2 years. The new MMORPG, this is the cycle of new MMORPGs. They release with crazy problems. Because the problems that they have are, they had an alpha. And they were like, we have an awesome game, alpha. It's going to be fantastic. It hits the alpha, and the people in the alpha that are invite only are like, cool, we like this, change this, do this. Then you get to the beta phase, like the early beta phase, okay? You're 9 months out from launch. 9 months to a year. You hit the beta phase, and in the beta, you get a wider pool, people that are now paid to work on to play on it, so or they're paying to play on it because they did the pre-order, or they bought a special pass, or you're inviting industry people, something like that. You have the beta. Streamers. And colossal problems are found that were not found in the alpha. Because the people in the alpha were probably already kind of more ride or die with the product, because they knew about it, they're in the zone, they understand the product. The people in the beta is the people playing the game. Random people who are now, not random, but people who have very diverse tastes. And they go, here's all your problems with your video game. And a video game is a cruise ship. So as your cruise ship is going, if you want to turn the cruise ship, right? So let's pretend I'm a cruise ship, right? So I'm going to be moving forward. If I want to turn, it's a very slow turn. No, I got to go over there. I got to fix it. Oh, my ship is so slow. Collision. Unfortunately, that's where I needed to go. But it's really hard to develop MMORPGs. They're huge. They're massively huge. And so what ends up happening is your game launches, and there's hyper excitement, and within a month, most people are either bored, not interested, or there's not enough content. There's issues with the content. There's bugs. There's all sorts of things. And so most people stop playing. But then 2 years of patches go by, and And the game's pretty good. And then people start playing it again. Elder Scrolls Online did this. Final Fantasy XIV did this. New World is going through this right now. Apparently New World has some new patches on the way. And we're over a year on New World. So apparently by sometime next year, New World's probably going to be pretty good and taking it back. Guild Wars 2. It's just MMORPGs. So am I excited for new MMORPGs? No. Because all MMORPGs that release are bad. Not because the developers don't know what they're doing, and not because, or any problem like that, it's because they're designing a cruise ship on ideas like they chart a pass on the ship that make sense for the year they started designing it. And when the game is done in 7 years, where they are is very different than where gamers are and what people want. Destiny 2 is another example, where it came out and it didn't have any of the content of Destiny 1, and the systems were way different, and a lot of people hated the systems. Every single Destiny 2 system on launch is gone. They undid all of the systems because people hated it. So yeah, it's a whole bunch of it. So, do I think MMOs are bad? No, it's just the complicated nature of making a game for, like I said, you make a game for 7 years, and you chart your 7-year course, and then people's expectations of your product change, and you can't make that turn. You just can't do it. But you can release, disappoint a bunch of people, make a shitload of money, and then with that money, reinvest and eventually basically rebrand. A lot of video games rebranded. I can't wait to hear what New World's rebrand is going to be. Final Fantasy XIV came out, and people hated it. So they rebranded. A Realm Reborn. It's a new game. It's a Realm Reborn. It is very different, but it's still Final Fantasy XIV. Elder Scrolls Online. Rebranded. It's not Elder Scrolls Online. It's Elder Scrolls Online Tamriel 1. It's about bringing all of Tamriel together. They made a bunch of changes to bring people together. They also fixed the game, which is really nice. But they rebranded because, you know, you got to bring people back in. To be like, no, it's different, it's different. So, as I said, the only MMORPG I'm excited for is the Riot Games MMORPG. You know why? Because Riot Games, there's not a single person that works at Riot Games, the video game company, that has had an original idea in their life. Not a single person at that company has had one original idea. They've never invented anything. They've never come up with any new ideas. It's all they do is take ideas from other companies and copy them. But their copies are pretty good. They do a reasonable job of it. Fight Tactics, that's a copy of Auto Chess. It's pretty good. League of Legends, it's a copy of Dota. It's pretty good. Valorant, it's like a mishmash of your team-based shooters and Counter-Strike. It's pretty good. So I'm excited. I think Riot Games will do an okay job because, again, they're not going to try to do some like new fandangled what have you. They're just going to take what's the best thing that works and just do exactly that with no changes with their Riot Games intellectual property on it. So that's why I'm excited for it. Not because I love Riot Games and their products. I quit League of Legends. I don't really play Teamfight Tactics that much. And I have never played a single game of Valorant. I just have faith that they will make a good product because they have a history of making a good product. So yeah. So I'm pretty confident. Anyway, let's go play some video games for real. CS:GO Overwatch? Exactly. Anyway, I hope that helps clear up my opinions about this stuff. So again, I don't think it's really controversial. It's just how these things go. Products like Tang? Yo, Tang is a great product. Did you know astronauts drink Tang? Jim, let's go. I'm gonna turn off the music and turn on the regular in-game music, so we can actually have music. Negotiations? Oh yeah, probably. Again, that's what I said. There's not a single person at Riot Games who has had an original idea, ever. Not a single person that's worked at that company in the history of the company has had one original thought. No unique thoughts. They are machines, people that are machines that take in, or at least the managers are, that take in ideas from other sources, like a filter feeder. They're like coral, sitting at the bottom of the ocean, and they're just sitting there, and all of the ideas are sprinkling down from on high. All these things, they're just filter feeding through all the ideas. And then what do they do with those ideas? They turn them into coral. They just build. They take, oh, that's good, goes here. That's good, goes right there. That's good, goes right there. That's good, goes there. Lander's touch reflects your other ring. Yeah, it's a crazy item. Did you get that? I admit I have stopped playing the Path of Exile League because my hands hurt too much from it. I will say the Sith Warrior storyline is garbage. My opinion, but garbage. Listening to Lord Barris be a tool and taunt me about how much of a tool he wasn't very fun. Because the whole time I'm like, why can't I just kill this guy? Why can't I just kill this person? Why can't I do this? And he's like, no, you have to listen to me because I'm Lord Barris. To be fair, my character's not Sith genius. He's Sith. I hit him with big sword. So like, yeah, maybe he can't solve problems. But yeah. I much preferred the sorcerer / shadow, whatever it's called. And the Amaru syndrome? No. Lord Barris is way worse than Amaru. Way worse. Because Amaru's probably going to get his comeuppance pretty soon, in some capacity, when the story closes out. But yeah. Just on Discord? What? Yeah, you posted it in here too. Which is crazy. Time I must gain strength. You sit there like I'm at max level? Yeah. That's funny. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water and other things. So I shall return in just a moment. Ooh, before we get going on things. My prediction for how it's gonna end, by the way, I have not played this week's story, so please no spoilerino, because I know it came out yesterday, I just didn't play it yet, so I don't know what happens. But my prediction for the whole season has been and always will be that Savathun's ultimate deception that she has is that effectively something along the lines of not so much fully renouncing the darkness, but renouncing the witness and her ties to her family, and effectively becoming an unwitting ally as such, so that against the witness we have the Hive, the Cabal, the Fallen, the Guardians, and also probably, if I don't know if how the Vex are going to get involved. There's only one more season left, but maybe they'll get the Vex involved, where they'll like bring back, where like Asher Mir is going to show up and he's going to be leading a force of the Vex in the next season, and it's going to be like, cool, we're all going in, and then it's going to be like the battle of 5 armies charging in through the Traveler and taking down the Witness before the expansion releases. And then the 3 chapters are going to be that they release after that. The story chapters are going to be focusing on 1 Vanguard character and 1 alien race character. So it's going to be like, you know, Zavala and Keitel will be a story, and then it'll be like Mithrax and Mara is a story, and then it'll be like, you know, Zivu Wrath and Eris Morn will be like a story. Oh, yeah, I forgot I moved back. I did. Hold on, give me a sec. That should hopefully be a little bit better. But there'll be like these different stories with each of the characters for the chapters, and it should be fine. Apologies for the cutting out. I didn't think that would be that bad. But I guess yeah, I guess it is. I am not, I guess I need to have this pretty close into the mouth. I need to have the microphone. Eat the microphone. Didn't think something? No. I thought everything was fine. Anyway. But yeah, that's my thought. Is Battle of Five Armies is going to be going on all 5 alien factions plus the Guardians going in, fighting the Witness, and then the chapters are going to be like I said, a Vanguard character and an alien leader will have a chapter story dedicated to the 2 of them and their like aftermath, so they can fill out all of the what happened to the like I said, they'll have one chapter. It's like, oh, Commander Zavala, and also it's going to be about Keitel, and they'll have their diverging paths, and then you're going to have the next chapter, which will be what happened to Queen Marasov and the Awoken, as well as Mithrax, and then the next chapter is like what happened to Eris Morn and her faction, plus also the Hive. And my thought process is they'll probably like focus on that. Battle of 5 raid groups, yeah, basically. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some stuff. Eris Morn faction. She's gonna get a faction at the end of this thing. At the end of this season, she's gonna have her own faction. Eris Morn will be an ally to the Vanguard, but not a part of the Vanguard. I'm confident. I have to eat this cookie. This character can't die in R4 raids. It cannot die in R4 raids at all. You wanna know how? I'm not going to do R4 raids. Problem solved. Literally immune. You guys just don't realize how smart I am, you know? I'm always thinking these things. Yep. That's the plan. Sorry, I just needed to eat. I've already done all this stuff. So, we go desert. R1, 11s. I don't have death block? That's probably fine. Oh. Ones are 11? I could do that. This character can solo R6 Wiz King? Maybe. Maybe if you say, I'm going to do R6 Wiz King, and then you put it on casual. That works pretty well. You just say, oh yeah, I'm going to do R6, and then you put the quest on casual. Easy. Titan Thursday. I don't really want to do Titan. I mean, I could. I don't particularly want to, but I could.
Legacy long since forgotten.
Can we go, please? Alright. Let's do this. I have a Death Ward potion, which is even better than Deathlock. Well, for Titan, you just need somebody who can instant kill the Titan. If you have somebody who can instant kill the Titan, that was the other group, by the way. I guess they must have disbanded and come to join me. Come to the dark side. Nice. Works. Perfect. I'll just fight him. That's the thing about being fighter, is that when you run into problems where there's a lot of monsters around you, you just fight them. And then, whoop, second wind. Second wind is so good in this game. Nice crit. Thank you. Well, that's just how much I heal from second wind. It heals for half of my total hit points, so. I wish I had, like, a defensive tool. That would be good. I have to stop here. I don't think I can keep going past this. Famine Reaper. Dead. Carnage Reaper. No worries. And then even in, like, Reaper, I'm still going to heal for 17, like in R1 from the self-healing penalty, which is not terrible. Which means you drink a lot of potions when you walk around, that's all. A lot of potions. Again, I don't mind. Nice and delicious potions. Oh! Whoa! Something hit me for a lot of force damage, and I don't know what it was. This life made you sad? Yeah, sometimes you got a potion heal. Okay, go back to full. Look at that! How amazing is that? Yeah, I actually don't mind drinking potions for the most part, now that you can drink potions while moving. That change, by the way, was absolutely massive. They still haven't replaced Alchemy on the Go in Alchemist with any ability. Unless I missed it in a patch, which is possible. I don't think they did. Because Alchemist used to have that. They would have Alchemy on the Go, which lets them drink potions while moving. And now everybody can drink potions while moving. Oh shit, it's an Archmage. Nice! It's a Tabaxi Archmage. Oh, that's cool. By the way, Archmage is my next build. So if you're like, oh, you're going to be playing Archmage? Yeah. Yeah, heal scrolls into potions? Yeah. So what's up, Near South? How you doing? I hit you with the Biden blast. I hope not. Please no. Are you telling me that they're only using 5% of their power?
And its servants guard the
Or spells only Archmage? No, that defeats the entire purpose of Archmage. I'm using lots of spells only Archmage. The whole point of Archmage is you can use any types of spells you want. So you could play a pure force Archmage, but you have so many spells you can cast. Yeah, I still haven't bought Phantom Liberty yet. I will at some point, because my plan is to start Cyberpunk 2077 from the beginning and play a new file, since they changed so much about the game already. Like, the big Cyberpunk 2.0 patch came out, and to my knowledge, the Cyberpunk 2.0 patch, just looking over it and reading all the stuff, it looks good.
Final resting place of a once great hero. His remains
It looks like they made a lot of really good
long
changes to the
since
game.
forgotten.
That will mean I don't need as many mods. Should have launched as. Yeah, basically. Yep. So I'm very excited. Again, I don't want to... This is where the complicated part comes into it. Tombs. I don't want to reward developers for shipping products way ahead of time and that are broken. And then release... So they release a product that is broken off of the backs of a bunch of people who work nights and weekends for months under crazy crunch to then get rewarded with literally no punishment in terms of sales, millions upon millions of dollars, and then afterwards they then get to continue to like finally have the product be done 3 years later, and they get all the accolades of, wow, the game is so good now. But I also like and this is the studios. I don't want the studios to feel like, you know, they should be very proud of themselves and their accomplishment, because like the game probably should have released in the state that it's currently in, and the only reason it didn't is because of budgetary expectations, mismanagement, and making again a lot of people work really hard for a very short, or for not even short, a long period of time in terms of the scale of working hard. But that being said, I'm excited to play the game. And I think that the people who currently worked on this project, you know, who were working on Phantom Liberty and who continue to work on Cyberpunk, were working hard and probably did a really good job. And so they should be commended for their work. So yeah. 10 out of 13. I just do it all. I just do them all. Bad reviews. Cyberpunk 2077 is a fantastic video game. It's so good. I really like it. There are issues with Cyberpunk, especially release day Cyberpunk. There were so many quests that wouldn't finish, facial bugs, animation bugs, people walking through walls, bugs with all sorts of stuff, all sorts of problems, bugs with skills, bugs with tons of abilities, ways you could bug out and break the game. But generally, even with all of those problems, pretty much any of the core story quests that you did, anything that made it into the quest log for the most part as like an actual story, was really, really well done and made you think about stuff and made you stop. So they did a good job with that. They make a lot of the characters feel pretty real and human, even in the world where people are less and less human. It's interesting. I really enjoyed it, myself personally. And, but that being said, they've also made the game a million times better because it's been 3 years since release. Yeah, so yeah, it's better now, but because there's their game came out 3 years ago. Yeah, they took it off of PlayStation. They took it off the PlayStation Store. Which sign feed would you go with, Archmage? Feywild? Yep, Feywild is probably good. I would do either Feywild or Feywild or probably Fire. One of those two.
Within this ancient structure lies the tomb of the
AES microcode requirement? What's that mean? I don't even know what that is. What's an AES microcode?
As you begin your ascent into the tomb's inner darkness, you
feel the walls start to close in as your heart races in your chest.
You could buy the Cyberpunk edition of PS4 and not play Cyberpunk? Yep. What a crazy thought.
Its weak flame threatening
Anyway.
a savage noise
But yeah, so I really enjoy the game. I'm very excited for Phantom Liberty. I will play it eventually. I just haven't got it yet. I don't particularly plan on streaming it, but I do plan on playing it. Just because, especially in those style of games, like this really story heavy, and so I really like sitting around and listening and reading listening to all the characters talk and reading everything. And sometimes you just don't want to have to be funny on camera all the time. It gets exhausting. Scion of Limbo is a good option. Yep, you could definitely go Scion of Limbo. Illusion is just something funky. I haven't decided yet. It's either you go Illusion, in my opinion, Archmage, you're going Illusion, Evocation, Necromancy, maybe Enchantment. You're on camera? I'm on camera. Night Revel's time? That's correct. Night Revel's time is on the way. Oh my god. AVX? I still don't know what either of that means. Maybe a Rune Arm Force spamming one? Nah, it's okay. It's alright. I'm okay.
The astrologer rises from his slumber.
Chris Angel Mind Freak. I mean, I did like the Chris Angel Mind Freak build. That was fun. I do think the force damage is really cool. So I don't know. I haven't made a decision yet. Part of me wants to just do an evoker and compare Evocation Wizard to like Evocation Sorcerer. Do a 1-to-1. I think some people will find that interesting.
Within this ancient
we'll see.
structure lies the tomb of the astrologer.
Around the mines. Everything you're typing in chat, Watt, is just wizardry to me, but I do appreciate you typing it out so I get the chance to learn. Can I just say something? The fact that in every other video game, you have to stop to mount makes all those games worse. And the only two games I've ever played that did mounting good was Dungeons & Dragons Online and Elden Ring, in which both of them you can mount while running. You can mount while running in Guild Wars 2? No way, dude. You can in Guild Wars 2? That's crazy. Oh, dude, that's crazy. Man, that's cool. You get them out pretty close to the beginning of the game, right? I think neither is casting magic. Yeah, exactly. It's not realistic. Yeah, so.
Buried underneath these mountains lie the firebrand.
There's a lot of things that aren't realistic in video games. There's raised 0 guilds at war in Guild Wars 2. There's probably a couple trading guilds at war. First mount at level 10 now? Oh, nice. Yeah, because I remember after I started playing, because I remember that was a thing, is I was talking about how the new player experience for Guild Wars 2 was kind of rough. Because I basically didn't understand, like, anything about the game. Like, the mechanics, how to navigate around the world was really confusing. There's always so much shit on your screen everywhere. There was, like, a lot of issues I ran into when I was getting started. And I remember not only did some of the people in the chat who were, like, Guild Wars 2 players were like, oh, yeah, you know, that's a thing I've heard. But, like, one of the devs came into the chat, which I thought was very cool. I feel very fortunate that somebody did that. But one of the devs actually popped into chat and was like, yeah, we're working on our new player experience because, like, you know, people be getting lost in Guild Wars 2. And so streamlining the experience and, you know, stuff like, oh, adding a mount that's like accessible and other things like that's a good idea. Like I said, just making it so it's simpler to understand and get into. because that's what happens to a lot of these older games is they throw everything at you at the same time. So you log in and there's just shit all over your screen and you got to do this, you got to go here, and there's a special event and this big sale and you got to do this and you got to do that. And you're like, Elder Scrolls Online is, from the MMORPG genre, one of the biggest offenders of this, in my opinion, where it's really hard to distinguish whether a new quest that you find when you make it to a main city is, I've got a new quest, or if a new quest you find is, I have a new quest that's taking me to an expansion or an area that is completely away from what I'm doing, and I have no idea how to get back. Where, like, you're gonna go into a town, like, if you own all the content and you make a new character, and you go into, like, Stonefalls, right? So you go into Davin's Watch, and you walk up to somebody, and they're like, hey, I have a quest. And you're like, okay, cool. So you talk to them, and then boom, now you're in West Skyrim. And you're like, no, I want to be in Stonefalls. Hold on, I'll talk to this guy. And it's like, you know, oh, hey, I'm talking to this guy? Cool, sounds good. Oh, I'm in Orcidium now. All right. Yo, welcome. You so fix it. I know. That's what I said was, and did. Not is and as. Part of the expansion release? Oh yeah, I bet you are. Want to do quest from Arnold and hey, go to Orsinium? Yeah, because it's like, it's not even like I don't want to do that. It's like the game doesn't even indicate that that's going to happen to you. And you're like, oh, good. And now you're basically in like some cutscene filled direct line quest to a new area, which are like, again, it's not a bad thing that they have these areas in the game. This sword, this is the Sword of Shadow. It comes from doing the raid, the Vault of Night. It's very powerful. It's the best sword from level 10 to 20, and the epic, it's only surpassed by the epic Sword of Shadow from 20 to 30. Isn't that nice? Vault of Night. Give it a shot. They are doing that. So, I don't know if you know this, Mauriab, but there's, at the beginning of the game, there are, like, they have made a change to some of the tavern keeps. So the bar keeps will now give you indication in the harbor about where you should go to find more quests. And they're going to be rolling that out to later sections of the game. They're just doing it like one piece at a time. Which doesn't help right now in the short term, because you're probably playing the game and you're like, oh, that's cool. Doesn't fucking help me though, because I don't know where I'm going. Which is true. Fair. Literally fair, accurate, true. No pug for Vaughn on your server right now? You just do it yourself. The trick to the LFM panel is that there's a lot of people. Like, see how my group has 5 people? And there's no other groups in the area? That's because everyone is sitting at the computer doing this. Waiting for the group. Soloable? No. If you have 4 people that know how to do it, you can do it fairly comfortably. It is very difficult with 3 people, and it is extremely difficult with 2 people unless you have specific builds and specific character setups. Yeah. And also, you cannot solo part 6, I don't think. Can you solo part 6? I don't even think it's physically possible to solo part 6.
Buried underneath these mountains lie the
You might be able to duo part 6 with a ranged character. Because you have to destroy all 3 pillars. I have no idea how you would do that. You'd have to have, like, a pet that's powerful enough that can sink its teeth into the pillars. Like, you can duo, I'm pretty sure, but but again, yeah. I don't think you can solo part 6. But yeah, no, you need, like, realistically, for Vault of Night, you need, like, 6 people. But the thing about the game is that if you're, people know how to do Vaughn 5 and 6. So if you recruit people, if you recruit 12 people in, then there's a good chance you're going to see, like, at least a couple people that know how to do the raid. Or you can watch a guide on YouTube on how to do it. Another raid you can solo? Oh, yeah, there's tons. Demon Queen, Reaver's Fate, you can solo. Shroud, you can solo. Tower of Despair, you can solo. Chronoscope, Caught in the Web, Tempest Spine. What's that? What are the epic raids?
Leads to the
the Aguila Rasa, Shadow Dragon raid.
Your dangerous
You can
climb
solo,
ends high above a large chamber.
Try the Demigod,
Many ritual sacrifices.
Curse of
to
Strahd. Those ones are way harder.
Golden
Yeah, Curse of
vessel
Strahd is specific build, and Try the Demigod is specific build, but they can be done. Fall of Truth can be soloed. How does Oriet? Yep.
alarm sound out from the upper reaches of this chamber. The drow are coming for you.
Yep. So yeah, there's lots of raids. You can solo the Shroud. Heroic Shroud. So in Heroic Shroud, you literally just kill everything instantly. The split part? Yeah, you just kill them. The monsters only have like 10,000 hit points.
Doors are meant to keep invaders out, not in.
Oh yeah, Heroic Vision of Destruction for sure. Legendary Vision of Destruction is possible to solo, but it's really hard. Just because everything hits really hard in that raid. Yo, take care, Luminix. What is that? I don't hate anime. That's a pretty good profile, though, Smexius. Did you take that description from yours?
Volkur the hunter utters one final call.
I don't know if that's a zing, but I got him.
Scuttling legs
Besides,
by.
Neresoth already makes Tinder profiles for me. It's very handy.
Is stalking you.
It's been a while since the last one, but yeah. The old-fashioned way, Russian bride makes. He's the mail order brides. Yeah, exactly. Oh, the old-fashioned way. Is that the, you know, hit him over the head with a club and drag him back to the cave method? Go sleep halfway through? Yeah. Tower of Despair is not terribly difficult, but it is, if you don't know anything about it, you'll get bamboozled a couple times. Oh, fuck. This sorcerer has 100 hit points. Hello. Here, heading to the adventure. Raid the Volkurim. Do you know it? Arranged Marriage is also a classic. Yep. I just want to make sure they know where to go. This is the desert Nectarin. Logged in 13 years? Oh, snap. Oh, nice. Little bit has changed. I bet you can see from the HP bars. Lol. This guy's like, yeah, I haven't played in like 13 years, 2010 character. Yeah. The HP bars probably show a little bit of a difference, given that 600, 800, 500, 600, 700, 100. Fuck me, dude. That shit is so funny. Yeah. Yeah, it will definitely take you through these. Don't worry about it. Dude, that's awesome. Guy logged into his character after 13 years? Oh, yeah. That's sick. Yep, you can. Yeah, if you want to join, you're more than welcome to. What year is it? Yeah. I'm spending the enhancement points. I have no idea.
The bottom of this immense cavern is home to the deadly Volkurim.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So, dude, does this quest, yeah. This movie ended up marrying a royal or some shit. Yeah, with Christmas with the Prince.
Shut
By the
up.
way, this Christmas we will be watching Christmas with the Prince 2
Air is filled with the
on stream, so it'll be a good time.
of a scorpion larva.
I should probably set up a time to actually watch the D&D movie. For a 2010 character? That is low for a 2010 character. That is not too low for a 2006-7 character, but 2010 character, that's a little low. Because by 2010, that's when they already had improved heroic durability, where you get an extra 10 hit points on base. And you would have stuff... I guess for a level 10, yeah. For level 10, it's... even still, I feel like you're closer to like 130,
Hey
140.
Stream, do you like poutine?
Yes, I do. What's up, Ritz? Welcome back to the stream team. Please support over a fantastic day. Right over here. Whoa. Thank you. I do like poutine. Yeah, a 10 or 12 con drow is probably accurate.
My pitch whines, barks, and yips.
Dang, I wanted to see that guy come into our quest.
Pack of gnolls is on the prowl.
But yeah, as I said,
Spawns
I think that is within the realm of possibility, but I do think that is on the lower end of hit points. Yeah, he left the group. He said he'll try to join some groups after dinner. Thank you, though. I dragged him through. You done good. Pat on the back. You gotta give him the old pat on the back. Oh, true! That's not even the fact that they also, right, 110, not including the extra 10 hit points that were added after that. So that's 40 hit points from heroic durability.
Stream, did you see
and
that
D4 to
someone
D6
invented a
and he's
new
110.
E10 chess opening?
That's crazy.
E10D's nuts.
Dude, I walked right into that one. I didn't hear about that. I was gonna ask if this was, you know, had anything to do with the, you know, some form of new opening that was like impervious to cheating. Don't even have a chance. But no, it's just E10D's nuts. It's a good way to do it, by the way. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for that new one. I'm gonna use that every day now. Like, you're gonna pop in chat and be like, yo, Ipsum, did you hear that someone invented a new E10 chess opening? Nice, we got him. All right, House J. What's that quest called? House J. Enemy Within. I did not say I would do Titan. That is all lies.
Home to the deadly Volkurin.
Mm-hmm. Man, that's crazy to think. Because I forgot about that, yeah. The D, instead of getting 4 hit points per level, he was getting 6 hit points per level. Is that how that works? I've seen those types of clips before. What are we doing? Preview attacks? Was this preview? Chris linked something an hour ago. Nerfing Boulder's Might and not Fast and the Furious doesn't make sense to me, but I can see why 50% would be too much. Tooltips look great though. Boulder's Might was not nerfed, it's bugged. It still will have a 50% bonus, which isn't showing up in the tooltip. Nice, that's good. Boulder's Might good. And then you're gonna have to fix Drifting Lotus for hand wraps then. Okay, I hope you guys know that when you ask for Drifting Lotus fix for hand wraps, just please be aware. That means they're gonna make it so Drifting Lotus hits one time. I know. But just like, I don't know what anyone is expecting.
Someone nailed these doorways shut.
Okay?
The left
This is
doorway
the
remained
exact
open.
example of just asking for too much. You just ask for too much. You know, you don't realize how good you got it, and you want more. You want that extra step. You say, you know what? I do like having the best attack in the game, and it's so cool. It triple hits, it kills everything in the entire room. But it doesn't work on this one weapon type. Can we get it fixed on this one weapon type? And like, no problem. Then they make it even across all the characters. How'd I get through that barrier? Oh, this is the enemy within. It's a higher level version of the same quest. That lets you actually explore Mira's basement. I believe this quest is also free. Yeah, that's why there's Ice Undead, and there's a totally different story segment. Yeah. No, because there's two quests. There's Mira's Sleepless Nights, which is level 6, and then this is the enemy within, which is level 11. And it's a higher level version of the same quest. Never figured out 6? Oh, okay, yeah. In 6 is easy, because you just, like, you basically just go to the 2 doors where you hear wailing. That's it. Yeah, it doesn't open in the level 6 one. Yeah, the level 6 one is like, you go down one hallway, and then you go down another hallway, and the quest is over. If you didn't figure it out the first time, don't worry about it. There's so many quests in this game that, like, getting stuck or tripped up by one adventure is fine. Like, there's so many adventures in this game.
There's a mechanism affixed to this ceiling at the end of this hallway. A wide...
Yeah, it doesn't do anything. When you go to the door, you get a checkbox that says, you know, oh, there's golems here. That's what's making the scraping sound. And it checks off that you've been to that door. You have 2 quest objectives. One is go to that door and determine that the scraping sound is coming from the golems. And the second quest objective is go to the other door and find that the wailing sound is from an undead that is kept under the house. And you have to go to the other section of the dungeon. You can't get through the door because you don't go through the door. Because the quest objective is just determining that there is a door there. Oh my god. Ugh. I don't know what's going on. I got a frog in my throat. Lotus, etc. Yeah, but Drifting Lotus is still insane even with that change. But I'm fairly confident that they're just gonna break Drifting Lotus for everybody. All over and could use them. Oh, no, that's fine. Yeah. That's the hard part too, because like Dungeons & Dragons Online is Dungeons & Dragons Online. It's not Dungeons & Dragons in person. So you can't just like ask the DM and be like, okay, I'm confused. Am I missing something here? Or like, you know, can we take a break and maybe there's something going on and the DM can like help you along with your adventure? Instead, it's like, you kind of just have to, it's a video game, so you gotta figure it out or not, or Google it. You talk to Sir Points a lot. He's in the test dojo, standing at the, like, literally in the middle. The problem with Drifting Lotus is that it's 3 times as good as all the other epic strikes. I don't entirely agree. I think that Drifting Lotus is also in that category as well. I'm not saying I want SSG to nerf these spells. I'm just saying I don't want that. I'd rather they beef up the other ones. But like, you know, Shadow Strike doesn't hit 3 times. And if it did, it would be crazy. It is restricted to key weapons. And given that the best key weapon in the game is daggers, it's not really much of a restriction. It is technically a restriction, but That's fine. Oh man, I always forget that that's an option in Shirati Champion. Fey Dark Fairy, or the Fey Lights or whatever. The Fey Lights do their job. They're just worse than Greater Color Spray, which I don't understand. It's just worse than Greater Color Spray, which you get at, like, you can get at Gnome at level 1. I don't know. That one was sus to me. Oh, I think we got them all. We got the thing. But yeah. I don't know, man. I just find it kind of funny. Anyway, as I said, I'm not saying that I am or like I want SSG to nerf more things, but more so that like I'm not really my knickers are not in a twist about the things that they are nerfing. Dragonborn Dragon Breath is better than most spell epic strikes. DC 10 is a little rough. Like, I know it gets breath weapon bonuses, but DC 10 is a little rough. But yeah, honestly, it's probably pretty close. Because the Dragonborn Dragon Breath doesn't have a max caster level. So it actually scales, and it's per character level, so it goes to caster level 38 versus the Epic Strikes, which are caster level 26. The Epic Strikes are D6 plus 6 versus the D6 plus 3. I'd say that... So, Dragonborn Dragon Breath is better than Fey Lights. It's definitely better than Light Pillar and Fire Pillar. It's probably better than the other ones. The Freeze. Actually, you know what? I think Fire and Light Pillar are probably better than the Magus of the Eclipse ones. Dream of Insanity. Can't find my way around. It's too hard. Yeah, what a thought. Epic Sword of Shadows. That's a not gonna lie, pretty good key weapon. Yeah, if you could do, if you build a character doing that, it's not bad. Not bad. No stun in immense range. What's the fact that they have no range limitation on them, which is probably a bug more than anything else, and the stun is a knockdown, which causes helpless, which means it works on monsters that are immune to stunning, whereas the Magus of the Eclipse ones are not a knockdown, so monsters can be immune to the status effect, is what makes me think it's better that one way more so than the other.
Once a quarry threshold to the plane of dreams. This door can only be unlocked by using the proper crest.
God, this feels so strong, dude. This is crazy. I think I'm probably just gonna run Dire Charge and Epics if I'm being honest. Because at 23, I just get to knockdown on everything. I think just walk into a room, Dire Charge, next room, Dire Charge. That's Delayed Fireball? I don't think that math works out. Delayed Blast Fireball at caster level 26 is damage, what? 8 to 11 per level? No, 8 to 13 per level. So I don't think that Dragon Breath is going to be outperforming that. Might be close, but I don't think it's going to be outperforming it. Because the base damage on Delayed Blast Fireball is more than double that of Dragon Breath. And it's not more than double the caster level, because caster level of Dragon Breath would be 38. I don't think so, but it would be fairly close. But Delayed Blast Fireball has way more advantages than, like, Dragon Breath. The main advantages of Delayed Blast Fireball over something like Dragon Breath is the fact that Delayed Blast Fireball can be cast at range, and has a dramatically shorter cooldown, especially if you're playing as, like, a sorcerer or something. I mean, it's possible that something is calculated wrong, but it should be, like, about the same. Oh, if you're playing as a sorcerer, I guess that would be different, because you do get +6 extra caster levels of fire spells. So that would bring you up to caster level 44. Oh, and then elemental form's an extra 1 or 2? So that'd be, what, 46 caster level? Versus... it's 3, I think, from sorcerer for max caster level, which would bring you up to 29, so 44 versus 29. I could see that being comparable. But still, I feel like Delayed Blast Fireball should still be edging out. Die. Guys, they're all using Drifting Lotus? Yep. Well, the reason why people don't use Dire Charge is just the natural course of things, is that there is a critical mass where damage becomes so good you don't need defense.
A well-used gong rests by the locked door.
$208 to $338. Yeah, so it's that sounds about right. Yeah, and then for sorcerers, the extra caster levels are pretty big. It's basically 3 caster levels to, like, what, 9 caster levels? And that's not including if you have, like, a necklace, right? So if you have, like, the Sharn necklace, it gives you 3 extra caster levels. Where you get 4750 caster level versus 29. And at 50 caster level versus 29, that's a big one. Climb. Yeah, so that's kind of the problem, is that utility becomes less important the more damage you get, and it's the reason why, you know, when Reaper mode first released, like, and we were doing Reaper 10s at the beginning, you couldn't just say, oh, well, we're gonna go do our 10s like you can now, and kind of put together a group. You'd need to be like, okay, we need a crowd control character. Because if you didn't have a crowd control character, then the monsters would be alive for too long and they would kill everybody. But nowadays, in an opening burst, you can clear out half of a pack. Which means there's so many fewer monsters. You don't, like, crowd control is good, and it is helpful, but you don't, like, need it anymore. But Dire Charge was so powerful because it added that element of crowd control that was kind of essential. But, like, Drifting Lotus does so much damage that you can one-shot monsters in R10, so you don't really need it. There's between DDO store and the DDO market, and I made sure to mention they're not the same thing and had pictures. That's good. Pictures are good. Graveyard quests from Beyond the Grave first. I don't know if somebody shared enemy with me, but yeah. Did you either an enchanter, you're kicked from the group? Yeah. Now, this isn't me saying that I think that these abilities are bad. They're just bad in the context of when you get to that damage threshold where you just don't even need to care about crowd controlling stuff as much because you can just, your crowd control is death when monsters die from hit point loss. So you don't have to worry about crowd control as much. Like, that obviously creates a different circumstance. Acolyte skin in the new raid? Yeah. Nice. Somebody doing the quest.
Zombies
Sick.
shamble towards the gate. The assault has
I can defend the gate. I never defend the gate. When do I defend the gate? Defend me. Defend me, minion. Okay, so this guy has less hit points than I do, so the monsters should go after him and not me. Because there's going to be a skeleton spawning here and an archer here. So I just need him to be in line of sight. Yep, there it is. It's going for him. Nice hit points. Archer. Go for him. Nice. Done. Done deal. Nice. Anyway, as I said, the I'll deal with these ads that are here. Let die. No. God, I can't fix this. All boxes to make it way longer. Yeah. It is astounding to me how many people don't know the secret of just stay outside the box. A lot of people don't know this. I try to tell people every time I do this quest, but a lot of people don't know this. Oh, for anyone that's done this quest, if you want to make it easier on yourself, if you just don't go into the box that the funeral pyre is in, you just do it from the outside, none of the monsters spawn. So you don't have to worry about spawns or anything. Oh yeah, except the last one, which always has spawns. Oh, hold person. No.
Deathshade's screech echoes through
Healed.
penitent's rest.
You can't hold me down. Alright. And the dead shall rise. Yeah, you always got to get the DDO or bamboozle. What is this? Ozma is not nerfed. I will sub another inventory count for a full year after reading this. Thank you, Torque. Wait, what? Inventory is gonna sell, or Elminster is gonna sub an inventory account. Please don't touch adrenaline. That's why I play most melee classes. The centerpiece ability on like 90% of the martial builds out there. I mean, okay, so. All right. This is where I think there's obviously going to be a discrepancy and disparity between how people think about stuff. But when somebody writes a comment that says, please do not touch it. I'm just going to read their comment. This is from Elminster on the forums at 4:20. Blaze it. PM. P.S. Please don't touch adrenaline. It's pretty much why I play most melee classes and the centerpiece on like 90% of the martial builds out there. Thank you. Let's take that at face value and assume that that's true. Doesn't there mean something is going wrong if 90% of all of the characters that can use any of the many abilities in the game are choosing one of the build? Right? Name 2 Primarchs? Yeah, we got Primarch Victus and Primarch Vicarian. Yo, what's up? Cool, sounds good. I didn't tell you this. I'm gonna be doing a cooking stream on Friday. Nice. Are you gonna be here? Yeah. Cool. My plan is to make chicken and waffles with the Texas waffle maker, but instead of regular chicken, I'm doing chicken parm.
Oh!
So it's gonna be chicken parm waffles.
What good idea.
So if you want chicken parm waffles, I'll make you some chicken parm waffles.
I would love to get in on some chicken parm waffles.
Sick. Then we're gonna do it. So that's Friday.
What a good day.
Yeah. Hmm? Very close. Oh, yeah. By the way, the characters that are referencing were Mass Effect characters. Primarch Victus and Primarch Vicarian are 2 characters from Mass Effect. Anyway. Elements pretty much confirmed to be Jinx, who used to be in the Discord and got himself banned on like 10 different accounts. Yeah. If I've said this before and I'll say it again, if you're banned either from the DDO Discord or you're banned from the DDO forums, you probably have really bad communication, interpersonal communication skills. Because like, it's hard to get banned on the forums and on the DDO Discord. You have to like really step out of the line if you get banned in either of those places.
Your bones will join the others in
Yeah.
my collection.
Trim's wife? No, that is my roommate. Let's get a ton of damage. So I hate using adrenaline. Yeah, I mean, I don't like adrenaline either, that's why I don't do it. Anyway, this is not me saying I don't use adrenaline, so I don't care if it gets banned. It's mostly like, if somebody says, like, if you just take at face value what that person says, of 90% of people are running the same build, something's going on here. Okay, time to level up and do Ravenloft 12s. Tempted to swear just because of how annoying the automod bot is. But, oh, just for saying you were tempted to do it? Was it a permanent ban or a temp ban? Because the other problem is it is an issue of constantly people will like do whatever they can to go around like the bot and around the the cursing rules. And it's like, just don't curse. Just don't do it. Just use other words on the keyboard. You can do it. I believe in you.
Since everyone is subbed, I guess I will toss a bit to my streamer.
The light blue mod. I forget who that is. I mean, all the mods are light blue. So just us. Oh, thanks, Pump Trucks. Appreciate it. Yeah, everyone's subbed. They're cool people. Appreciate the bits. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. Hope things are going good for you. Sir, half the words you know. Yeah. But yeah, as far as like the mods, again, so I'm technically a moderator on the DDO Discord. I will be honest, I have not opened that Discord in 2 months. I have no idea what goes on in there. Everyone's subbed on DDO streams. It's nice because as a DDO content creator, the game the community isn't that large just by nature of the game is small. And so people that go out of their way to sub to channels such as myself or the other DDO content creators are very kind, and they do a lot to show support for the community. So again, I'm very grateful to be in the space that I am. Okay, I think I want to take the tactics or the heavy armor champion. Heavy armor champion sounds good. And I just take tactics. I don't have any tactic DCs yet, but I will later. I like that. Okay, so now we go saving throws, armor, expertise, and weapon. The reason why I'm going weapon is because this actually gives me increased +1 to my it's +5 enhancement, but now it's +6 because I get this from this. It's +1 to hit and damage, which is actually ends up being better than just the strength. It gives me +3 to hit and damage, and also the bunch of armor class, and also the other stuff. Okay. Yeah, so I'm very fortunate to be a part of the DDO community and to be hopefully reasonably well liked. But again, I've also said this before, if you just enjoy the content and you just watch, that's good enough for me. I don't want anyone to feel like pressure, like they have to subscribe or do anything like that, because one of the reasons why I like the fact that I work in more new media, Twitch and YouTube and stuff, is that all the content that I produce is free. So it's all available for people that don't have the money to watch it. When I was growing up, we didn't really have a lot of money, and I would have killed to have something free that I could just watch. Instead, I just went out to the park with my friends and sharpened knives out of sticks. So there's definitely different experiences that people have. So people having access to free content at any time in their life, I think is cool, and it's one of the reasons why I'm happy to be a content creator on there. That being said, if you do want to subscribe, though, September, 30% off till the end of the month. Don't forget. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I see it getting nerfed. Prevent FBI contacted.
You immediately spot a lone figure
Get
crouched
on the
near the
ground.
entrance to the loading dock. This must be Stefania Martikov, Davian's daughter. Please, find the ingredients for the antidote. And
Diablo
fill it
4 is
with
800
wine.
viewers. Isn't that crazy?
Begs. Our wine is the last drop of hope.
Literally no
some
one cares
people
about Diablo
have.
4. I don't know what they're going to do for
The
Season 2.
druid kneels on top of
How
one
many
of the
viewers does
sheep
Diablo
beds.
3 have?
Protected by mystic wards, she is completely absorbed by her task, poisoning the wine inside the vat. The Martikov family makes its home in this part of the winery.
Yeah. And then the real question is, how many viewers does Diablo 2 have? That's the hard one. I would assume that Diablo 2 would probably be closer to like 500-ish, somewhere around there, depending on who's streaming. But yeah. Who knows, maybe hashtag Diablo is over party. Minesweeper? Some people do. Competitive Minesweeper is very crazy. Oh, because there's Diablo 2 and Diablo 2 Resurrected? Yeah. That makes sense. So there's 1,000 people watching Diablo 2, and there's 800 people watching Diablo 4. This makes me happy. I mean, I would like Diablo 4 to be successful in the sense that I want the people that worked hard on Diablo 4 to be able to feel good about their accomplishments. But there are a lot of reasons why Diablo 4 isn't good, and it is what it is. As well, people making videos about them dying, Diablo 4. I don't know if people stop playing Diablo 4 because of people making videos about Diablo 4, or people making videos about Diablo 4 and saying the game is dying, and more so, the game isn't nearly as fun as people want it to be. I think the action RPG genre has a very particular kind of player, and Diablo 4 didn't appeal to that kind of player. And then there's also a lot of casual action RPG players, and I feel like Diablo 4 also didn't cater to that kind of player either. Like, Diablo 3 really struck the balance between the people that want to play the hardcore gamers and the casuals, because the casuals can log in and do rifts, and it's really easy and straightforward, and the campaign's really snappy and short, and bright colors and all that, and your long-term players had like their challenges, their greater rifts, and things that could like really push the content that they could get into relatively quickly. And Diablo 4 doesn't have either of those things. Which is kind of tough. Watching now instead of the 400 the other day before all the videos came out. Oh yeah, gotcha. Videos came out, which means more people are watching. I'm with you. I gotcha. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Now to add the antidote to the large wine vats on the main floor of the winery. The druid prepares to attack.
Why do you insist on dying? She asks. Without their little magic gems, this winery is doomed anyway.
It fell down to 14 players on Steam. There you go.
Then add your blood to my poison.
Well, so the thing is, when it comes to like Arcane and Redfall, is that people like the Dishonored games and other games made by Arcane. So it is kind of shocking that the game is so bad.
The poison clears and is replaced with a sweet smell of
So
fermented
they'll
grapes.
recover.
Thanks to you, the Wizard of
Probably.
Wines will produce one more vintage.
But honestly, you have to understand, in terms of recover, do you know how many copies of Diablo 4 they sold? D4 sales figures. I don't know if they have any of this data. Diablo 4 passes $666 million. I love that number. Sets new Blizzard record. Diablo 4 passed $666 million since its full launch, setting a new 5-day record for Blizzard. Diablo 4 set another record for Blizzard, crossing $66 million within 5 days of its full launch. So, that could have been a joke. Oh, recovering from failed teleport. Well, I guess I'm walking. But, like, Blizzard's fine. They might not recover the player base, but trust me, they recovered the money. They sold a product, okay? That's the standard Blizzard level of quality, okay? The standard Blizzard level of quality. Got him again. It's Blizzard's pump and dump with their own games. And it's Friday? Yeah, it is Friday today. Which means you didn't take out the garbage yesterday, Cruiser. I said take out the garbage. I reminded you to take out the garbage yesterday, and you said, okay, I'll take it out later. And guess what? It's Friday. Garbage is still here. You didn't take out the garbage. Now we're gonna do the garbage for an extra 2 weeks before the city comes to pick up the garbage again. What do you think we're gonna do? Just leave the garbage in here? You know, we got in there. We got leftover. You know, the peaches, the nectarines. You know, that started to go bad. Now they're there, going real bad. Fruit flies everywhere. Okay, you got half a ham hock in there. You got leftovers. You got that Chipotle takeout that's half eaten, that's in the garbage, and all of this, that's just got to sit there in the house. Nothing we can do about it. You put it outside, guess what? Raccoons are going to get it. Oh, but I put chains in the garbage bin, so the raccoons can't get in. Yeah, except the raccoons can lockpick. They're super raccoons. Super raccoons with lockpicks. They got rogue levels, okay? They're going to be cracking into there like nothing. You put that out there, then you have to be cleaning up all the garbage off the street. You didn't take out the garbage yesterday because it's Friday today. Ridiculous. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you never travel forward in time. Thank you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Thank you. What goes to Chipotle? Millions of Americans every day. Last night. There you go. I never fear the Reapers on this character. I just hold down the attack button. And did you buy? What was the last Blizzard product that I bought? I did buy Dragonflight. My brother said that him and his wife might start playing World of Warcraft. And I was like, oh, I mean, if you guys are going to play, I might stick along and play with you. And I ended up not, they haven't started playing, so I just own it. Get to it eventually. Sad song reference. Don't Fear the Reaper. Blue Oyster Cult. Classic song.
The chanting grows louder as you approach the crest of the hill.
Get these things. I have a few Blue Oyster Cult songs on my playlist. I got Burnin' For You, Godzilla, and Don't Fear the Reaper. Those are my three I got on my playlist. I don't have a lot.
Stop them!
But it's good shit.
Stop them! The desperate archdruid screams. The archdruid crumbles.
Our ritual must be completed.
Oh yeah, no, I'm totally with you, dude. I get you.
Strats will.
See, I don't spend any money on Blizzard, and I don't buy any Blizzard products, but I do enjoy playing Battlegrounds, and it's free. Who's the guy? Oh god. Does that?
Wanna know something funny? The reason
yeah.
Microsoft is acquiring Activision/Blizzard is for King,
Spotify.
the makers of mobile game. They've also said that they have no interest in any Activision or Blizzard IPs. So King such better than the other two that they are willing to take the baggage that is Blizzard and Activision.
I mean, to be fair, Call of Duty is just going to make a lot of money, and you don't have to do anything about it. They will continually sell you new Call of Duty games until the world explodes. And they're going to sell well every time. So that's a good deal.
Giant bramble walls and dense banks of mist. The ward fades, and some of the unearthly.
Well, yeah, because they're not interested in investing. They don't have to invest.
They're
not putting money into it because you don't put money into it. The more money you put into Call of Duty, you don't get more money out of it. You put the same amount of money into Call of Duty and you get more money out of it.
The last scarecrow
You just make a title product called Call of Duty. You know, put the Call of Duty sticker on the front of a hard drive, ship it out with the your Xbox and your PlayStation or whatever, and then bam, you're good.
With the magic of the ward gone, the nearby mists.
Call of Duty mobile games and from the missions, those drinkers come with the package. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. I believe they prefer to be called, what? Breast milk enthusiasts. Oh, did you not hear that story, Nezzy Rex? There was a alleged issue in Blizzard Entertainment that women who had been storing their breast milk in the office fridges, that it had gone missing while they were working there. I don't know what actually happened with that, because so that's why I'm using the term allegedly, because that was allegedly what was reported. It doesn't surprise me that that would happen at Blizzard Entertainment.
The raven
Title Amy Munchers? I mean, there you go.
With the ward disabled, the mists part, revealing the ruins of a mansion.
Microsoft might then just buy and just dismantle Blizzard and Activision and sell the IPs. I don't know what that would do. Yeah, I don't think they would do that. Just because, again, Call of Duty, or like Blizzard, does make a fair amount of money. Kind of doing the same things. Lunch from a baby? Oh, yeah. Sort of Big Yellow Cup turns around and yells at people for drinking things. I will say, Big Yellow Cup did not look that appetizing.
The ward is dispelled and the nearby mists subside. You can now make out a large area of open swampland to the southwest.
Filled with great cowards.
Hut can be found there. Loud caws can be heard from both the southwest and
That's what color he always was. He was always pink. Is that pink? It looks pink. It looks like
a
rose, doesn't it?
Loudly, as if it's trying to get your attention.
Because pink is slightly lighter.
Several scarecrows guard the area.
Like Nezzy Rex's name is pink.
The creature drops a small key.
Look, I'm literally red-green colorblind, so I'm doing my best to understand. They both look pink to me. But like, Naruso's name is that like strawberry gum pink, where it's like darker and more intense. Or maroon? I don't know. Maroon is like browny. There's some brown in there. There ain't no brown in that. It's just darker. It's more intense.
A nearby raven croaks excitedly.
That's more like, Naruto's name is more like lingerie pink. If that makes sense.
A metallic click can be heard from the raven's cave. You've deactivated a ward protecting Baba Lasaga's hut to the east. The raven you freed flaps its wings and flies off.
Look, I don't want to be super a part of this conversation. For breast milk worker fridge, I would stop using the work fridge. I mean, I don't know. I don't think I'd have a problem with that. It's just a thing that somebody puts in the fridge. I mean, okay, I think this wholly depends on the size of the fridge, right? So, like when I used to work at a, like I used to manage a store, our fridge was like a soda fridge. That's all we had. So we didn't have a lot of space. And most of the space that was in there was for like, like milk and sugar, or sorry, milk and cream for like the coffee machine. So there was like maybe enough space for like one person to put their lunch in the fridge, and then there wasn't really any space after that. And you could say, really? There's no other fridges so people can put their lunch away? Look, I didn't work for a great company, okay? But we didn't really have a lot of space. So in that circumstance, if somebody had been storing their breast milk in the fridge at work, then I would be, you know, in this spot where I'm like, well, I can't put anything in the fridge. There's not enough space. Moderate pink. Oh, did you do this? Did you actually put into a color thing? Color description, moderate pink. Science. You just got hit with the science. Also, pink's a good color. My favorite Rogue Energy t-shirt is pink. Pink is bad color. It's a great color. I had a lot of fun. Or speaking of pink, I did the Barbenheimer thing. I really enjoyed the Barbie movie. Very fun. Very pink. Very pink. It's just everywhere.
Perched on a snowy hill. At long
They also had lots
last,
of other
Benjamin
colors
brought you here
than just pink,
to a
but there's a
place
lot of pink.
Kindness and madness, a place of sun and shadow.
Yeah, I would say that if you're probably above, like, the age of, like if you're a man above the age of 50, there's a pretty fair likelihood you probably wouldn't enjoy the movie that much.
You pick up the tarnished key.
Because it definitely has, like, a heavy lean towards the, you know, the female demographic. And then also, outside of that, also the younger demographics.
Two strange creatures guard the entrance to the main
Cruiser wouldn't
hall
like
of
it?
the Abbey.
No. So when you get that old, the way it works in Cruiser's case is it's like an underflow error where you just underflow.
See Abbott now.
Just kind of
You
just
are
wraps around.
greeted by a handsome figure who moves with the grace
Yo, what's
of
up,
a
Sukai?
saint.
Welcome, stranger.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a great
Let
movie.
this be a refuge
Very, very
of
fun.
warmth and light in a cold,
Is it down there?
dark
I don't know. I can't tell.
Says the abbot.
Please.
Oh, we did it.
explore
Nice.
the
Look at that.
Let me know what you think of my handy.
Doing okay? Nice. That's good.
A strange figure stands in one
I'm
corner
also
of
doing
the
pretty
room.
okay. I'm having a good day, you know? I got a new video out. If you guys didn't see it, it was how to do Tempest Spine the fast way. This better? It's more intense.
Perhaps Irina knows how to make it.
No, it's a little darker. It's a little darker. It's more intense. Again, I'm still calling it. It's like the lingerie color.
The dust
That like dark red.
most of this room shows
That's
that
like
silver
you know, a dark pink lipstick red. Is he wearing a fanny pack and support socks? Support socks are good. Also, so are fanny packs. Fanny packs are a great product.
About time you got here.
It is the news
We need
media
to talk.
and
Strange whisks
Kabbalists
and unnerving
and
screams echo from the floor
you know,
below.
kids in their 40s that will try to convince you that fanny pack is a bad product. But having witnessed my brother, who's an electrician, who usually wears his tool belt when he's at work, so when he's not at work, he has a fanny pack instead, and he carries all of his stuff. Whereas then there's me, the fool, who has to carry like a whole big bag. Fanny pack, great idea. Good product. There's a reason why dads carry fanny packs when they're going to Disney World with their kids. It carries the right amount of goods. Good product. Bot broken? No. Wait. The W changes make
One
sauce
corner of the
worst?
room leads down into the cellar.
No, Sword of Shadows is unchanged. Epic Sword of Shadows is better. You say that now, but when you get older, and then all of a sudden you're gonna like black out and then wake up like just like and come to, and you're driving down the road. You got kids in the back, yay, yay, and they're all freaking out. And you're like, oh, what's happening? And your wife is gonna be in the car, just slightly dozing off. And you'd be like, oh yeah, okay, right. We just came back from Disney World, and then because you can feel the hat with the Mickey Mouse ears on your head, and you're like, okay, everything's good, everything's fine. And then you look down, and you see it, fanny pack. Yo, what's up, Deadshot? How you doing? College, not a fanny pack, though? It's a similar product. The waist is a very supportive area of the body. It's a good place to put, like, you know, some extra material. Yeah, the courier bags are messenger bags, yeah. Look, I'm not saying that you guys have to use fanny packs. I'm saying that there's a concerted effort to make it seem like it's a bad product when it's a fairly good product. It's got the right size. Holds your keys, Holds any various medicines you might need throughout the day.
Overlooks a small
Stash your phone, your wallet.
You open the gate and let
You heard of cargo
Irina
pants?
into the shrine.
You could do a cargo
There you
pant.
are. This seems so
What?
familiar.
Fishing? Absolutely.
But I'm sure I've never been here before. Did you bring the sun sword? I feel that it somehow holds the key.
Oh God, I'm being pinged. That's never a good thing.
Irina takes the sun sword.
I don't know, the
tenderly
admin should
places
fix
it
that for
on the
me.
shrine.
Shrimp Tom, what's a man
was
gotta
his
do to get a teal name around here?
This is where we would
Um,
early in the morning during midsummer.
I think I can change
The
that. I think I can get you
sun sword
one. Give me a sec.
remains inert. There is no sound, but the water lapping at the edge of the pool. Suddenly, an image appears in the sparkling waters of the pool.
Custom
A
color.
handsome youth with a kind and noble visage.
How
The
teal?
sadness
Are
in
we
his
talking
eyes
like?
turns to sudden
Give me the
joy.
code. Give me the code.
Tatiana,
I can do it. I just need the code.
it has been so long.
Dump it into Twitch chat,
Come,
not
my
Discord
love.
chat.
Let us be together at last.
Put the code for your name in Twitch chat, and I'll
Irina
do it.
gasps. Sergei, my beloved. Oh, we were to be married so long ago. Has this blessed pool called your
Thank
spirit
you.
to me? As she reaches for Sergei, she is pulled down beneath the rippling water and
That looks
into
darker than
her
I thought.
lover's
Alright.
embrace. You have never seen a happier couple as they begin
Definitely looks
to
darker
fade from view.
on Discord than it does
For
on
a
Twitch.
moment, all is quiet. Then a peal of thunder shakes the land, and a deep, dark voice from beyond the
Nope,
mountains
give me a sec. It's
cries
not done.
out.
I'm working on it.
Is mine!
A dark figure appears near the shrine.
She's escaped. Escaped to where I cannot follow.
Cries Strahd.
You helped her. I'll make you suffer for that. Don't make the mistake of thinking you might win.
Here you go.
The darkness belongs to me.
Field, the exact code on Twitch. Well, I put in the code you gave me, so there's your name.
Gleam in her eyes
I assume you
was
wanted
like
your
warm
color.
sunlight on a still pond.
Now you have like,
That
it's
light
actually really hard to
gone
read,
forever.
if I'm being honest, because your name is dark against the dark mode. It's like hard to read.
All I see.
Like this teal. Yeah, I like that teal. I like the more of the lighter teal. Does your name change automatically? Cruisers will.
For a
Look,
moment,
I'm not saying that you have to
despair
change
at
it.
being left
You asked me to
behind
do
in
something
this
for you, so I did.
dreary, defeated land. Then, without warning, the sun sword
There we go. We can
blazes
all be
forth with a
teal.
warm, bright light.
Cyan.
You pick up the sun sword. The instant you touch the hilt of the dazzling weapon, you realize that this is the weapon that could slay Strahd. That this is the key to ending his
Red,
dominion.
now you're blue.
Something
Oh,
starts to
so
grow within you.
the way it works, I believe if you don't set your name, it kind of gives you one at random every time, I think.
Hope.
On my screen Deadshot, you are always this color. This is your color every time. Yeah, Cruiser, I thought you wanted this color. This is your name. I thought you wanted this color. But the color that you have is like mud teal. Yeah. Well, because it's your name. So I assume that you would want the color of your name. Because it's your name. As opposed to, like, yo, can I get a color that's not this color? Even though I can choose this one, I choose this color to have a color I don't want. I want another color. Thank you. Which is fine. I make decisions that go against my own self-interest all the time. I do that all the time. Peril of the planar eyes. Lords. By the teal, to be honest, so I don't worry, I'm happy. Okay, good. Everyone change their colors? Yeah. I find it confusing because for me, I do associate when I see somebody's color, like that kind of solidifies it in my brain as that person because it's just an extra identifier to try to remember who each individual person is. If people want to change their name, again, that's perfectly fine. I don't mind. People can do whatever they want. It's, this is America. You're allowed to do whatever you want in America. There's no rules. But just for me, I have to like then relearn. It's like, okay, that person is this color, that person's this color. Because like sometimes if there's like multiple people chatting, like talking in chat, I don't have to read the name right away. I can just read the message, and based on the color, I can infer who the speaker is. So I guess that's maybe like the way to read chat slightly faster is I'm not always reading the names. I'm mostly just looking at the text and inferring who's talking based on the name or based on the color.
Now that you've reached the Sulatar
Which maybe isn't the most efficient method, but yeah.
Kithri is the plane of turning chaos. So who knows what
That guy died in one hit. Oh my god, this is so much damage. I don't even understand what's happening right now. First life, or like, not first life fighter, but like third life fighter, I guess. That is what that is, yeah. So I remember, okay, so sometimes if you need to entertain a baby, in a pinch, if you have a set of keys, you can jingle keys in front of the baby. It's a commonly known and well-accepted strategy.
The ground shakes,
now,
and
the thing is, something you might not know, is you can actually jingle keys in front of adults, and it works almost as effectively. So, I haven't taken a lot of moderator actions as a moderator of the DDO Discord. But a long, long time ago, there was a dispute in the Discord over like a set of rules changes, and the moderators and the powers that be were finding it difficult to kind of set out some new guidelines and some new rules. And there were a lot of people that were very mad and arguing. And they were also arguing and fighting with each other. And the moderators at B didn't have a concrete solution for how to solve the mob's problem. So me, as somebody who is not really a moderator, but somebody who understands the concept of jingling keys, all I did is I just went into the Discord settings and just changed the colors of a bunch of roles. For like 5 minutes. So when people would send messages, their color would change. And almost immediately, all of the conversation about and all the arguing got disarmed. People were just talking about their colors. They would yell colors in chat, and then the color would change to that color, or their name would change to that color. And it gave time for the moderators to actually chat out what the new rules were, and then everything was fine. Which was hilarious.
Waves of intense heat billow out from the chamber ahead.
The kid with the key trick? Yeah, exactly. The rite of passage.
Caverns.
When's Maybar starting? Near Halloween. Usually when it starts. So like, it's September, so probably sometime in Halloween, Maybar's gonna start.
Everything suddenly shifts.
I apologize if that answer isn't helpful, but that's the best I can do for you.
Collapses.
When's hardcore starting? Later.
And you're hit by searing heat and piercing cold at the same time.
For the honorary mod stream. I am still honorary mod stream. Don't forget, DevHead. I'm still honorary mod stream.
You can feel everything slowly shift around you.
I have not stepped down from my role.
A menacing voice seems to echo from
the one time I did start, or sorry, attempt to step down from my role, I basically said, hey, I don't do anything other than like answer people's questions and do a bit of moderating when someone reaches out directly to me for moderation. Like somebody will send me a direct message on Discord being like, hey, this thing is going on, can you moderate it? I'll be like, yeah, no problem.
Received.
But like, I don't actively watch it. And then they were like, yeah, it's fine. Yes, hardcore is open to all players.
You can feel the rumble of uncontrolled chaos within the eye of Kithri.
Dream for you to jingle keys on stream. It's really fucking funny.
Get the unstable
I need a bigger set of keys.
The
problem is my keys.
As soon as possible.
My keys are just these keys. So I can jingle the keys on stream and put the keys, but it's not the same. That is correct. No, bring the... I have more keys. I just don't need them on my day-to-day keychain. 10 hours of jingling keys.
You see a group of people.
Whoa, what a YouTube channel. That's amazing. Or what a YouTube video. Oh my god, that's so good. But yes, you can do quests that you own. something that you gotta understand is that, and I'm sure you do, SSG is a business. Business, they gotta make money. You know how they make the money? By saying, oh, there's cool rewards on Hardcore League. One of the rewards is based on favor. Favor is earned by completing different quests on Hardcore League, which means that if you, the more quests you own, the easier it is to hit those favor goals. Well, you don't have to be VIP.
That is a
But
conveniently
if you were,
specific set of skills.
you'd be able to, you know, do all the quests, get closer to that goal a little faster, you know? Just a little faster. Yeah. Not as satisfying. It's not. It's not the same thing. Modern cars are a train wreck. You just shake this thing when it's like, no jingling. Probably update the quest. I know who done it. True. That is why we have 10-hour YouTube videos.
Normal unions bargain and strike for better wages.
But yeah, so Hardcore League will be starting in December, which is a good amount of time to get used to the game and other things and what's going on in the game. And as I said, as we get closer and closer, I'll be putting out information about Hardcore League and what you can do with it. I've said this before, but one of the things that I've done this, every Hardcore League, I put out the hardcore build guides for the season. And I try to make them unique from the previous seasons in that I don't try to overwrite the same builds and just do the same thing every time. I like to focus on newer concepts, more up-to-date changes, and also just generally things that I already know are going to work well. But they're also, I do it as a split. I do half of the builds as free-to-play and half of the builds as pay-to-play. The end result is that people who own all the content can be like, oh, I want to try the Favored Soul Azamar Alchemist. And it's like, cool. You put that together, there's your build, have fun, you know, go crazy. But that'll also have the different free-to-play builds that will work well. And I try to split them both up so that way I can make sure that both camps are happy, the free-to-play players and the pay-to-play players, and give everybody something to work with. But the better part of it is basically, if I release a hardcore season build guide, so it's like, oh, here's, 6 builds, all of those builds are good. So if you're like, oh man, I don't know what to play, you can just hit the list and just run through all 6 of them if you're not sure. And it's good for people to get started because there's usually a playstyle that people like. There's a melee, there's a range, there's a caster. Entire party Jack of Trades mode is getting sketchy. Oh wait, are all 4 of your characters Jack of all trades characters? Oh shit. Yeah, you could become a Barrelmancer. Electric shift crap or stuff like that. Yeah, I will definitely, if I do buy a car, I will definitely buy a car that doesn't have a key because the next car that I would buy would be an electric car.
The conversation with a workers' union member casts doubt on Bernadotte's interest in helping the workers. You are convinced Bernadotte Smith's worker union is a front for a violent cult. Whether they have stolen the Eye of Serrania remains to be seen.
Well, it could be. It's either Bernadotte or Dennis. We're gonna find out.
For a half-orc head.
We expecting new archetypes before or after? Definitely not before, because Stannis Games has said that their next big project is going to be a universal enhancement tree, and it's the end of the year, and we don't have no universal enhancement tree. So I think that plan probably got pushed into next year.
Whoever they are. Why does he need an army? It may be a good time to question Dennis.
There's all the classes you currently have. That's amazing. I think that the Great Club tree is what we're gonna get. Give me the patch note called "Join the Club."
You hear a dulcet chime as the binding enchantment unravels from the Eye of Serrania. A portal blasts open to a painfully bright place.
My second playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3, I'm going to be doing it on the hard mode with the jack of all trades. I'm only going to be doing one character. My character is the jack of all trades. And then I'm also going to be using the mod that lets me bring the entire party with me. So that way I don't have to worry about missing out on any conversations the entire way through, which should make it pretty good.
Taking it away from Eberron is for the best.
But I wonder if the reflection fight is going to make it so that you actually have to fight like all 8 reflections or whatever. I also have no idea if I will be capable of acquiring like Minthara. I'll have to see.
The Eye of Irion is
Dewey, Vendor, and Lamb? No, there isn't.
in this network of twisting desert canyons.
There is the Temple of Elemental Evil items are not on the menu. It's definitely an error, but whatever. It is what it is. It just means you don't get the Gogs, which is what the problem I had earlier today. Club and Great Club, or Club and Great Club crit multi. Honestly, that might not fix it. There's probably is a get every companion guide on there to how to get every single companion at the same time.
The sunlight here feels much stronger than you'd expect.
Goblins you can save her later in Act 2, so you can have Will in your party and Minthara. Oh, interesting. Right, so Baldur's Gate 3 has been out for what? It's been like 2 months almost. So, I don't mind if people start talking about their experiences. I just don't want people to talk about Act 3 until I finish the game. Once I finish Act 3, then you can talk about whatever you want in the channel, but not until I finish Act 3. And anyone that's like, but Strimtom, I really want to talk about Act 3. You know what I want to do? Not talk about Act 3. This is my kingdom. I am the ruler here. I am Lord.
And the magical barrier
I don't have any power anywhere else, but in this room, my word is law. Makes Act 3. Act 3 makes it game of the year. Yeah, we'll see. I'm enjoying it so far. Yo, easy was to remove the shadow curse. Oh man, not the curse again. Oh, Horse, did you hear about what's going on Friday? Can I?
A terrified scream echoes through the canyons.
Where? Did I miss this message? That was 8 minutes ago.
Request received.
You notice the motionless form of an elf.
Well, I'm gonna do something that might seem counterintuitive, but I got word, so I gotta do this. There you go.
The rocks here look climbable.
I was told by a more senior moderator that he did something wrong and needed moderation, so I had to moderate him. He'll be back. He just needed some moderation. I don't know what it was. I couldn't find the information and there's no proof. But I was given direct information that he needed moderation. So I took care of it. Oh. I don't know.
You feel
See, that absolves me of all responsibility.
Faint humming sensation coming from the device in this chamber.
He'll be back. Don't worry, it's 5 minutes. Yeah. You got it. Ads are up. What song? I am listening to Somebody Told Me by The Killers. You can chat, by the way. You're not banned anymore. But I will stand up. It's a good idea.
The last orb floats into place.
Wait, did you just do that to see if... Did you just do that to see if I would do it?
Somehow you get
Was
the
that it?
strange
Because I was
feeling
like, I don't
that the
think
path is
Cruiser
just
did
behind
anything
you,
wrong, but I didn't see it,
As you
and I
step
trust my
inside the
moderators to
temple,
have, you know,
you
the
notice
eyes and
that
ears around the
floor is
world
totally free
to
of
see
the
everything that's
sand and
going on.
dust of the desert.
Cruiser's muted? No,
Everything
he's
is
unbanned.
strange
He's a
and
mod.
clean.
He's just choosing to stick
something
out the 5 minutes, I think.
caring for this place.
Anyway.
You hear the sound
But yeah,
of
so I
heavy
didn't know,
footfalls.
but yeah, I didn't know what was,
Time paused.
you know, what's going on all the time. And so one of my moderators came to me and said, hey, this other person needs moderation. So I just moderated them, and I just trusted their judgment implicitly.
Will the real Stream Shady please stand up?
Yeah, there was a pretty big hype train yesterday. Free Cruiser? You can't free Cruiser. Only he can free himself. Alright, I'm standing up. Going. I want to go get my Crocs that I washed.
For many long years, this place relied upon secrecy to protect the eye.
Serial Tiefling
That
Oathbreaker
time
Paladin?
has
Yeah.
clearly
My Crocs had mud on them,
Very well.
and so can he free
If you
himself?
would
He should
the
be
one
free.
to bear it to safety, then prove your worth.
Yeah, every time I click, it just says he is not banned from this channel.
Is there trouble with the DDO store? I can't find crafting bank spaces.
Oh.
Let it fall into darkness. We will be
One second.
You wonder about the Davis parting words as you place the Eye of Erie in its
I'm a rogue. Everyone's gone? Okay, we're good. Also, Calamorn, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support. You're having a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. Hope you're doing well. As far as, like, issue in the crafting space in the DDO store, I don't think so. There is a cap on how much there is, but I couldn't tell you because I actually own all of the crafting space, so I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna go get my Crocs because I don't want to stand on nothing. I don't have
You yawn, a slight fog in the corners of your vision. What were you doing here again?
nice and clean.
Oh, right. You remember that you've come to the House of Langor to find and retrieve.
He's now
the
lurking as a
Eye
pissy little
of
pout
Horror.
towards horse. Okay, cool.
A monk calls
was good.
to you from across the chapel. Hail, pilgrim. What brings you to
Also,
our
Deadshot's
humble
continuing the
temple?
sub. Yo, thanks, Deadshot.
Mother
Appreciate it. That's very kind of you.
That only disciples of Langor are permitted to. You marvel at the beauty of the courtyard. When you touch the water in this fountain,
Yeah, it wasn't Horse who was responsible.
weightless, as
It
though
could have
you
been,
were
though.
floating just above the ground.
Yeah.
A pattern of glowing
good.
stones covers the floor of this chamber. These
Look at this drama that
stones
happens.
reflect
All of a sudden, there's an
almost
explosion in
instantly
drama.
let out a sigh
The
as
drama.
the last light
Horse, what'd you
at
do?
first
Why'd you do
feel a
this?
sense
My
of
God, dude.
calm and relief. Yet
Why would
that
you do this,
relief
man?
quickly turns to you blink
And I
away.
think Blast is tilting you so
You
hard.
realize
Yeah,
with
because you're only
joy
one level,
that
right?
you must have been
So you
asleep
don't
as
actually
the
get the
tide-
extra damage on it. It is kind of unfortunate.
awake
Wish you could take 2
already?
Warlock, but you can't.
I had hoped my hypnosis would have a more lasting
Nice and
effect.
badass gamer. Thanks, HCP. I don't agree with all
Thank
of
you
that.
to
but yeah.
Horse and other who gifted sub the last few months. I am doing better now.
I'm glad to hear that, Deadshot. I hope things continue to do better for you as you move forward in the future. Because, like, there's short moments where, you know, there's difficulty in whether it's, you know, job struggles, friend struggles, family struggles. They can feel all-encompassing. And, whatever. So whatever it is that you've got going on right now, and hopefully, you know, or that you are dealing with, hopefully you want to be dealing with for the future, foreseeable future, and things get better.
You managed to defeat them? How exciting.
Cooking stream? Well, do you know what's happening on the cooking stream on Friday, Horse? Do you
If
know
you're
what we're
able
cooking?
To reach the Twilight Chapel, you might be able to save the monks. Or you might sink into eternal sleep.
The floor gives way. You plunge
Yep.
down into a shaft filled
It's
with
good.
the monastery's support beams.
Do you want to know, or do you want to get the surprise? Because the surprise will be pretty good. It'll be, how do you say, a stream prize?
to worry, love.
I'm actually very excited. It's gonna be tasty.
I'll send my dear friends to help you get back on your feet.
You catch your breath after the difficult climb. Taking a look around, you spot unsealed
You found a
doors
recipe?
like the chandeliers up
Oh,
above.
I found a recipe.
Surely one of these doors.
Well, actually, I talked about it already on live stream. Like, that was one of the first things I did when I turned on my stream today, was I told everybody what I was doing.
You notice dead bodies.
I'm just asking you if you want to know.
It appears that the
Because I mentioned it like 3
culprits of the
times.
hidden
Also, my
path
roommate was here earlier,
tried
and she
and
said she's going to be here on
failed
Friday.
to infiltrate the
So
monastery
I'm also
and
going
retrieve the
to
eye.
cook dinner for her at the same time. So I yelled at her what it was on stream about an hour ago. So yeah, I mean, that's also it. Anyways, speaking of yelling about stuff, I'm going to be putting out probably the War Priest build. I think I'm going to be putting together. I'm going to be doing it when I re-roll my other character, my my racial completionist into it, because I've got the footage for both the regular completionist and racial completionist, or like the regular character, and I want to talk about it, and hopefully it should be, you know, kind of interesting to stare at. So I'm gonna have like a kind of a comparative video when that gets done. So you're gonna get this fighter video out first instead, and we'll go out of my way to not look at the beginning of the mod. All right, sounds good. Cooking stream is just boiling water. Could you imagine? Boiling water. Hey guys, today we're gonna boil a potato, and we're gonna boil some hot dogs, and we're gonna boil some pasta. I mean, hey, boiling water is cooking it.
Clearly see
Cooking
the
involves
courtyard
heating.
below, as well as 2 other doors on this level.
Cat. Hey, cat. Hey. Hey. Nope, she's busy. Something going on outside. Don't even care. Yeah, I'll move the microphone so you can see the cat better. Hello. What? What is it? Oh, she's looking at it. There's something out the window. Something important. That's my roommate's cat. Oh, I forgot to update the title of the stream. Thank you, Bonhead. I totally forgot to update it. Good call. Edit. That was the beginning of the beginning of the content was the lightning sword. Sword of Shadows is good? Question marks. There we go. Clickbait title.
You found your way to
Make
a
it better?
corridor
No, I
overlooking
made a very
the
mid
Twilight
build.
Chapel. Yet you cannot simply drop
I tried my
down.
best to make
The
a character
room is
with the
blocked by a
new
magic barrier.
lightning greatsword that had the capacity to bypass lightning immunity so you could use it. Did not go that well.
Alas,
But I did
so
try.
near and yet so far.
Cats never care about you? Incorrect.
If you ever hope to reach me,
This
you
cat
will
is
need
like
to
my
choose
roommate's
between
shadow.
the 2 trials I have
She is
prepared
almost
for you.
always like in the same room
eye's
as my
voice
roommate. The only time she isn't
and
is
the
because I
vines
guess there's something
blocking your
interesting
path
going on
forward
outside that maybe she heard
disappear.
from far away, so she's looking out the window.
Through this doorway,
Or if
you
my
see a
roommate has
large
like people
tile
over, so like
that
she'll invite a
spans
friend
the
over or
floor.
something, and then the cat's
last
like, I don't want
tile
any part of
turns
this.
Into position. Power flows into the signal crystal on the wall, dispelling the
This baby 3
barrier
months old?
atop the
Adorable.
Twilight Chapel.
Mice in the house, she can chase them around. I've thought about putting live mice in my own home for the entertainment of a cat. I'm not gonna do that though.
You
I
drop
thought about it.
down into the Twilight Chapel. Mother Ashira's dusty, desiccated corpse.
Yeah, we just
lies
like share the
next to
space.
The eye of Dalquor.
Cat looks outside and does what
For
she does, and I
years have
look here and I do what
lulled
I
these
do.
mortals to sleep. Years.
But yeah, so
during
the idea
which
behind the lightning
desperately
sword build
they kept
was,
me contained.
it's from the new
When
raid.
in
It is the
fact,
sword that the Baylor uses,
I
does
had
pure
been the
lightning
one
damage. It's actually very
containing
cool, and it
them
sets it apart as a very
beside a
different greatsword.
calm
Because if it just did slashing
evening.
damage, it would just be a bad weapon.
And yet
Now
you
it's an
still
interesting bad
wish
weapon.
to shake them
Um,
awake?
And so,
You
since it's an
see
interesting
how
bad weapon,
happy
you got to
they
think
are
about how you want to
now.
use it. The
It
ways to
would be
bypass lightning
such a
immunity
shame
are
to
either
rip
A,
them
to
away
be a
from their
air savant
happiness,
capstone, so pure sorcerer,
to pull them
and
back
air
into
savant is
this
not a
world
melee trait.
with all its
Or
grim
B, use
chaos.
Alchemist tier 5, which is what I was doing.
If that is
Which
truly what would
is,
bring
by
you
the way,
peace,
Bombardier is not a
I
melee
will
tree.
oblige you.
Or C,
But
you
if
could
you
use Rune
believe
Arms
these
with
trifling
Arcanotech tier
illusions are my
5,
true
but Arcanotech
strength,
is
prepare to be
like, or sorry, Rune Arms are
You are
not
pushed
usable
back
with two-handed
into a
weapons,
dream by
and
a force
Arcanotech,
too
again, not a
powerful
melee
to
tree.
resist. When you rise,
When human
you
uses
feel
Splash
the
Screen Fire
Eye
of
of
Dread,
Dal'Quor's
does it look sick?
flame
No, it looks pretty good.
One last challenge left.
Yeah, but I don't think it looks exactly like that one. No. This one's like made of lightning.
Its twin
That one
counterparts
is like
swift
solid
light.
with lightning that's coiling around
You
it.
finally
This one's like
managed to
made
slay
of
the
lightning.
last illusion the Eye of Dal'Quor has crafted for you.
It's like transparent
Then
with like lightning and
something
stuff.
snaps in your mind, and you're jolted awake. As you blink awake, the Eye of Dal'Quor
Right, but the problem
sighs.
is the lightning
Well,
greatsword is definitely
I
a
have
greatsword,
no more
two-handed weapon.
tricks.
Also, the
Despite
cat's gone.
challenges I have thrown at you, here you stand.
Gonna get
I
some
suppose
water.
my reign over
then
this
do the
monastery has
other
come to an end.
March dwells here. Diplomatic.
Reigned of power yet again.
You get the
For the
special
moment,
icons
at
emojis on
least,
Twitch.
you
Oh,
have
like
managed to
all the ones.
break
It's
despair
you need if you're on your
and
computer,
cure
you
these
need an
monks of
extension
their
called
peaceful
BTTV,
sleep. Yet
which stands for
I
Better Twitch
still
TV.
live,
So, for example,
and
if you
I
don't have that
still
add-on, you're
dare
gonna see
to
the word
dream.
Meowdy. If you do
Now
have
that
the add-on,
Eye of
you're gonna see
Dal'Quor's magic has been
you
disrupted,
know,
the monks
cat
will slowly begin to
saying Meowdy.
rise from their long, reluctant slumber.
And it's an extension that you can get for Chrome. Yeah, I'll be right back. Let me get some water. It's not working? Do you need to restart after install? I have no idea. I have no clue. I'm pretty sure. So I have Better TTV running the extension. I assume you probably do. Yeah, you probably have to like close the tab and then open the tab again. Just to double check. Alright, anyway, time to go to Diplomatic Impunity, a quest I have not ran in a while. I assume that if you like do any installations, like if I install almost anything on my computer, I usually restart my computer. Or if like if I install an add-on to a program or a video game, I restart it. There's Deadshot, you have to remember. that most of the people on the computer, especially in chat, are dumb as hell. Not you guys. You're all very smart. But there are a lot of dumb motherfuckers on the computer. And they use BTTV, so they have their funny emotes. And they're silly frogs.
Along the ridge line, high above you, is a line of bamboo fencing.
Ipso facto, you can figure it out. It just might take some time. If you're wondering why I'm just fighting all the scorpions, because I feel like it. I just wanted to fight them all. Dumb as hell? Yeah, exactly. Dude, you should see some of the stupid shit that I do. I mean, you guys do. You see it on a regular basis. It's one of my favorite parts about, you know, being, you know, very online. Is that you guys get the opportunity to see how stupid I am on a regular basis. There's no question about, like, you know, it's like, oh, am I doing something dumb? You can just use me as a point of reference and be like, no. That guy's dumb. I'm okay. I don't remember that wall being there.
Quest
the cavern
completed.
Ahead reeks of feline occupation. This must be where the panthers make their den.
That guy's dumb nodders.
Yep, straight up. Also, Brad Honvis, or Mr. Ad Honvis. Is it Mr. Ad Honvis this whole time? I've said Brad Honvis every time. Dude, I don't know. Again, see, stupido. Anyway, thank you so much for the resub. Appreciate it. You think I would know that after 24 months? You know, you'd think for a second? No. Not even close. No idea. First one's right? Right? Brad Honvis? Mr. Ad Honvis? Uh-oh. It's too hard. Also, do you like how they added trail markers now so you can't get lost on this quest?
Jungle canopy gives
nice.
way to a shrub-filled
Quest
clearing.
completed.
Also, Horse Katana sub to Ox S Potato. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. You guys want to know the skip?
I'm a rogue.
Who's gonna skip and how to do this quest?
You notice a bamboo
You
bridge
stupid, but you're saying
crossing the
Stream Tom
ravine.
stupid?
Perhaps
Sure.
it
Seems
leads
like
back
a shirt
towards
saying.
Henrita's
Yeah,
camp.
it's a good idea.
The
Yeah, do you want to see a
presence of
skip?
the
Check
Groam
this out. I'm going to show you how to
soldiers
skip
and
a
siege
whole bunch in
machines.
this quest.
You must warn Henrita of the danger to Stormreach.
Okay, cast a D-door, but
With
don't go
luck,
through
you
it.
can
Just
make
stay
it
here.
back to camp without encountering any Droam forces.
Watch this. Walk over here. Henrietta Deus, talk, / stuck. Now, my character is going to rebound back to the D-door. Boom. Back at the end. Isn't that cool? What a cool trick. And now I don't, instead of having to fight your way through the entire jungle, you don't have to fight your way through anything.
Weapons of these dead creatures matches the ones on the beach. Clearly, this was a scouting party, and their hostile reaction to your presence
That's an
supports
exploit.
Yulevian's
Maybe?
invasion theory.
I don't know. It's possible that that could be fall into the category. But you know what it is? Pretty cool. There you go. But hireling had D-door. Mikhail the Pious, the level 11 fighter hireling, has D-door.
Another Droam scouting
This is one of the
party has
reasons
been
why
destroyed.
Dimension Door is
By
extremely
now,
destructive.
There must be many parties of
And
Droam
why
soldiers
they
spread
don't
throughout
want
the jungle.
why there's so many quests that have Dimension Door lock, because Dimension Door can do so many stupid things in quests. So that's one of the reasons why, if you ever wondered why they use Dimensional Lock in Adventures, that's why. Because the whole point is that you're supposed to, like, go to alert about the invading army, and by the time you run back to alert, the invading army has already invaded, and it's too late. Like, that's the story reason as to why that happens. But it's just sort of funny that, like, you can just skip through it, which is great.
Crumbling ruins rest on the plateau
Oh,
above.
ad time? You got it.
While
Ads
the
are up.
stones are ancient, the tents and banners.
Oh, also,
around
Horse, thank you so
them
much for
are
getting a sub
not.
to Dorn the Grumpy. I apologize I missed that because I was doing my cool pose or showing you guys a cool trick. But thank you so much for giving it the sub. I really appreciate that. That is unbelievably generous of you. I don't even know what to say at this point. But I'm going to keep blathering the same crap again. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Why have D-Door in the game? Because it's a really cool and iconic spell. Also, the people that added it into the game in 2006 didn't think it would be as destructive as it is. In 2006, D-Door was fine. Also, I think people would be really mad if they removed Dimension Door today. I'm pretty sure people would lose their mind.
From ahead, a rough voice barks out. Soldiers of Droam, stand down. The war captain wishes to parley with the intruders.
Yeah, you can also do the same thing by just leaving one person at the beginning of the quest. That also works. Did that happen? Must have been refreshing. Yeah, it was like a couple seconds ago. It was maybe 2 minutes ago.
Ilos Roll dead.
Force gifted you out of sub.
Hope of avoiding war with Droam
Yeah, unfortunately, hirelings cannot interact with
Their
NPCs.
invasion of Zendrik will be slowed. Enough, perhaps, to give Stormreach time to prepare
Magic Mouth
for
and some
war.
other instant transmission spells? Absolutely. Oh, yeah. I'm not saying that it wouldn't be, like, in the context of pen and paper, there's so many more things that you would be able to do in terms of just, like, maneuvering around adventures and through areas. So, like, yeah. Oh, sending a message to Henrietta, or Henrietta, or whatever her name is, that would be very easy for a pen and paper campaign, because somebody would just be like, oh, hold on, I'll just cast sending. Henrietta, there's an invading army. Get prepared. Okay, now let's go fight that force. And then they wouldn't have time to invade. Like, it would happen very easily and quickly. You know, this item's not that bad anymore. Oh, right, it's the boat. Love D-Door and Mad Tea Party. The reason why they locked D-Door out of Mad Tea Party is you used to be able to when Ravenloft released, but too many people were breaking the quest, because if you don't encounter Lady Vodka in the tunnel, the quest breaks. And so what you would do is you would just go get the evidence, D-Door back. Now you're on the other side of the blue wall and you can't get past it. And the quest is broken. So they prevent you from being able to D-Door in that quest as a result. Right, Gavin Northus, what's up? That's a lot of messages there, eh? I got a wand, let's go. Oh, I was supposed to turn one of those to stone. I got, like, distracted. I was, like, focusing on what I'm doing. I'm fighting, and I forgot to turn one to stone. Shoot. Hey. Hey, guys. Hey, guys. Hey. Hey. Hey, Minotaurs. 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 I'm right here. Minotaurs. Shoot. Minotaurs. Minotaurs. Oh, God. You need, like, a fireball wand or something. Okay. Yep. Get closer. Come on. Nice. There we go. Oh, I forgot to do it again. Also, I like the fact that this quest has a unique soundtrack, which is that weird sound, that like weird discordant horns, where you have the multiple horns not playing in harmony, but in Discord, where they make these like awful notes. And there's something about it that's just kind of great. Why does this quest have unique music? I don't know. I guess they had the budget for this pack. Tell you. Would it be lore friendly? Not in Eberron. Eberron wouldn't be lore friendly to use carrier pigeons. Main reason why it wouldn't be lore friendly is because Eberron has House Orion, who is a courier house, and they use magic for everything. You have to the way you have to think about Eberron is that Eberron is like Cyberpunk, except they don't, in some capacity, especially in some of the major cities, except they don't have any technology. It's all just magic. So there's not people building steam engines or whatever or anything like that. It's literally all magical engines all the time. Because the people have magic flowing through their fingers, and the different Dragonmark races can create so many different magical marvels that they don't really have a need to actually do conventional engineering and conventional, like work. Sam, go figure. Yeah, I couldn't romance Lae'zel, unfortunately. My game broke. So then I decided, okay, well, if my game broke, now to go to the rebound. Hey, what's up, Shadowheart? And if my Shadowheart romance breaks, because every single time I play Baldur's Gate 3, I run into fairly destructive bugs, I will then try to date Karlach, or romance Karlach. And if that doesn't work, then John DeVere Pypega's just going to be celibate. Sounds good to me.
The sound of a warning bell echoes down the streets. More Minotaurs pile out of the nearby
Crystal
buildings.
Punk, is that how they describe it?
Mercenaries. You
Look at Minthara. I'm in Act 3, so I'm a little far for that one. Minthara died by my hand. He was very murdered. The area where you find her, she's next to a big pit, and I was very tempted to shove her into the big endless pit.
Intruders, slay them all.
40 reflex? See you later, dumbass.
Ambassador calls out. Protect our future governor. I must return to the daughters
Yeah, it's a bit late.
with the news.
That's how I describe it. Yeah, it makes sense to me. Yo, this guy's a redneck. Forgot about that. Okay. Alright, come on, give me something good. Nothing. Give me something good. I don't even know what you get out of here. Yo, what's up, Luminex? How are you doing? Welcome back to the stream. How's it going? Pretty good. My lightning build sucked, and so I stopped doing it. Yeah, and now I'm continuing just to level up the old pure fighter, fight man.
Doris is underwhelmed
fighter.
by your performance.
What you're told?
Too much noise.
Yeah, but if I wanted to watch animated characters slam a jam, I mean I can just go on YouTube for that. I don't have to worry about doing that myself. Just go on YouTube.
Tallis is waiting.
They get all those videos.
As arranged. Yet the captain of
One of the
guard
like kind
looks
of nice
worried
things
and
is that especially for games that you don't play anymore, like I haven't played World of Warcraft in a very long time, but I do watch all the cutscenes whenever they come out because people just post all the cutscenes onto YouTube, and I'm like, ooh. Basic damage survivability for 5th level. Basic damage and survivability for 5th level.
And unusual statues stand in the center of
I mean, generally around that level, that's where there's a lot of really good gear that can come from some of the areas. So, for example, if you own the Feywild, there's so much really good Feywild gear you can start equipping at that level. Additionally, if you are a Caneth crafter, that's when you can start crafting +4 stats. So, like, there's a couple really just efficient items at that level. So, for example, for, like, a Paladin, you can create a +4 Charisma ring of Sheltering 9. That means you take less damage, and you also have 4 extra Charisma, which is huge. So the Caneth crafting at that level becomes really, really good.
Somewhere, a distant voice intones. Fire control system.
Other bits of advice. If you don't have reasonable, like if you're not wearing like a good set of armor or anything. Oh, also,
inside the strongbox.
After you get the cleave attack from Paladin, so if you're doing the single weapon fighter build, you get the charisma and damage, right? 7 points. Then you get the cleave attack. That's another 7 points. That's 14 points, right? And then you're probably gonna take like this core as well. So that's pretty good. Let's call it solid 8 points. Plus 7 points, so 15 points. After that, you want to go into Sacred Defender, pick up the physical magical resistance rating from like the first, like the upgrade to the stance, and then get the stance. The stance with the upgrade will give you 25 physical and magical resistance rating, which reduces the damage you take by a huge quantity. Also, what's up, Pictoy? How you doing? Also, having a cleric hireling with you all the time would highly recommend. Evelyn, are you going to write up for the fighter tank, or do you have one? I'm going to make a write-up for the fighter tank. I actually already have the build, which I can already post in the Discord, but oh, this isn't. This is the regular quest. This is the regular version of the quest. I completely forgot how this quest works. I forgot you have to go here. Did I get the? I got the thing. Okay. Yeah. I completely forgot how this quest works. But yeah, I will be putting together both the leveling build as well as the endgame tank setup. So what you reincarnate into at level 30. 3 to 4 shot on elite. They shouldn't be 3 to 4 shot. They should be pretty sturdy for the most part. On elite difficulty, your hireling shouldn't be dying. But yeah, that is a problem for sure. Also, Caneth crafting, that's the crafting system in the game where you make your own custom items. To do so, go to any Caneth crafting hall. There's 2 of them. There's one in House Kandaric, and there's one in House Caneth. There's like a hall there. And if you go inside, there's a like this Warforged guy at the start, and it's one of the few good tutorials in DDO. It's a genuinely good tutorial. It teaches you everything you need to know about Caneth crafting, and it's pretty fast.
You have freed all of the coin lords.
He just explains to you the gist of it, and then you're like, oh, and then now that you know the gist of it, you can like extrapolate and do the rest of it. Is tutorial only in House K? The tutorial might only be in House Kandaric. Is 92 HP. The level 5 hireling should have more than 92. A long grind for it? Oh yeah. But you can make the low-level stuff. You can make some good low-level stuff pretty quickly. Making the high-level stuff takes a long time. The low-level stuff, it's not too bad. The trick is, basically, after you... instead of selling gear to the shops for money, because eventually you're going to not need money anymore, you deconstruct items. It's like inside the Caneth Hall, there's like a cruncher where you put your items in, and it deconstructs them and gives you essences instead, the crafting material. And the crafting material, that's the fastest way to get crafting material, and once you stockpile it, then you can start leveling it up quickly. Not around then? I don't recall. So yeah. And what kind of monk is this? This is fighter. I fight people. I fight people with a weapon. Look at me. Look at my fight. Look at my fighting stance. Look at my fight. 2016 and 2018. You linked. So the link that you posted, Canicus, goes to Playlist Japan. I don't know what that is, but I don't know if that's what you intended to link. You linked my guide just fine, but then you also linked something. And it's in Japanese. Those out? Yep, they're for the crafting. Every time you break down... So there's an XP bar here. And every time you break down an item, you get XP. So you can actually get like the first 50 levels by just breaking down items. When crafting. So like, for example, I have this item for level 1 with true seeing and blindness immunity. True seeing means that if a monster puts like any type of defense buff up, I can just see past it. And I can automatically detect all secret doors and other things around. And it has blindness immunity on it, so I can't be made blind. And I have an item called the Master's Gift, which is an augment that gives me the 5% XP that you normally get from the Voice of the Master. Also, if you don't have a Voice of the Master yet, you should definitely put that on your list of things to get. when you level up.
This dusty
Oh my god, that video is an hour long, but it's also from 2016.
Room.
That works.
A narrow tunnel filled with rushing water.
Narrow tunnel
lies
filled with
beneath
rushing
the
water.
grate. You could fit in. Hestis the Medusa stands before you. She seems unconcerned on the surface, but her snakes hiss and glare in your direction.
She should die pretty fast. Oh shit. Go stand here and call it a day. By the way, when Medusas hiss at you, don't look at them. Pro tip. Some people actually don't know that, don't realize that that's a mechanic in the game, and then will look right at the Medusas and then die because they turn to stone. If you don't look at the Medusas, they can't hurt you.
Droam's attack on the palace to failure. You've stopped their plans
Research,
for now.
research for Kenneth
but the
crafting.
Monster Nation will
Not a
surely
bad
return
idea.
to threaten Stormreach again.
I have thought of like taking all of my old guides and just re-updating them. Like that's why I did. Like I'm going to be doing a what you should buy from Night Revels guide. When Night Revels comes out. Ooh, the Stone Dust hand wraps. Yo, Path of Guarding Stone. Oh. Yeah, we'll see. Do we have any other quests to do? It's just like Invaders, right? I don't really want to do Invaders. I have no way to get rid of negative levels. Because unfortunately, fighters can't do it for themselves. Time to take level 15, methinks. Also, I love this world where the wizard just typed in, by the way, thank you for the heals. That's awesome. Actually, might as well add Voodoo to the list. Nah, Voodoo's a cool guy. Yeah, don't worry. The fake rivalry with Axel is going to be fantastic. And by fake, I mean definitely real. Because, like, the people that watch the stream, if you guys watch the stream, you already know what's coming up on the vids. You already know what's going to be happening, like, you know, new content and stuff. We've already talked about it. But if you're somebody who only follows the YouTube channel, there's nothing wrong with that. And I'm very grateful for all the people that follow me on YouTube. But they're just going to end up being behind because they don't get, you know, the first set of news, right? So, Tactical Master plus 6 to all tactics DCs. I mean, I can't say no to that. That's pretty good. So you guys get to be, like, in the know. The cores even do anything. Yeah, I need that.
Captain seeks heroes looking for a grand adventure in the clouds. Speak to Captain Alban Dranmore in the Stormreach Harbor to set sail for Sharn.
Memoirs. Oh. Gotta sell. But yeah, you guys are in the know, so you get to see things ahead of time. You get to know what's coming out. And so you guys will know that obviously I'm just exclusively doing it for clickbait, and I'm going to clickbait the hell out of it. But the people on the YouTube don't know that. So they're going to go to the video, and they're going to watch it, and they're going to be like, what? This is crazy. Stream Tom said Axel's build is bad. I got to watch this. And it's going to work. Oh, so the origin of this is basically Axel's known for his melee cleric. You know, he's got his two-handed fighter, Purple Dragon Knight, melee cleric that he runs. It's a very cool build. His interpretation is tier 5 of the Radiant Servant tree and goes as like kind of like an off healer as opposed to focusing in on the... How many healers kits do I have? Oh my god. Anyway, he focuses on that, which I think is cool. You know, like I said, we just have different interpretations of how the thing's going to go, but that's kind of his build. Sylvanas on the melee cleric, so he uses the Lesser Heart of Wood, so he can be the cleric, but he still gets the or does he use a Heart of Wood? I don't even remember, but he uses the mauls and gets all the stats from mauls. So again, stuff that's cool. Not a bad build. But I have a different build that's going single weapon fighting and using the new revamp to War Priest. And since he's the only other person that has like a platform who plays War Priest, I'm basically just going to say, oh, my build's better than his because it's also like, you know, a melee cleric sort of thing. It has a completely different scope, and they basically don't really fill the same niche. But I'm to drive clicks. I'm gonna put like a thumbnail where it's his character and my character, but I'm gonna Photoshop his head and my head on it that we're like fighting and stuff. And then again, people that aren't in the know are gonna be like, "Whoa, that's crazy! They're actually fighting." But you guys are like, "No, it's just to drive clicks." It's called manipulation. That's about it. Charisma, Insightful Charisma, Spell Save 6? That sounds kind of good. I really thought I had heavy armor in here. But I somehow don't. Well, I'll figure that out later. Yeah, and then Axel's in with it, because after I make my video, right, then he can do a rebuttal video. So then, all of a sudden, he can get the cashback viewers. 10 craft already? Yep. So the minimum level shards you can make is just cut off as 0. So at 10 crafting, that means you can make level 1 items. 20 crafting, level 2 items. So if you want to make level 5 items, you need 50 crafting. Well, you can actually craft over the level that you have. So realistically, to have a good shot of making level 5 items, you need 40 crafting. But you'll see that when you get there. So that's why, to make like level 5 items, you don't need a lot. To make level 32 items, you need a lot. Over 9,000? A depressive episode, probably. You also just realize how tired you are.
To the symbols on the floor. The adventure is about.
Blacks will be at PAX, that could be fun. I don't think I would actually arrange a fist fight with him, because as I said, he would probably win.
The first step is to find the hero of this story. A true.
Like, you have to understand, number one, I'm a little bitch, so I will probably lose in any type of physical form of combat. And two, like he's like a bald guy, and from every like movie that I've ever seen, they're always the most intense. Like they have the best physical combat skills. So yeah.
Ah, the local watering hole. You'll never find a more delightful establishment of scholars.
Look at like Jason Statham, you know, Jason Statham looking ass. Yeah, I don't go to the gym. I go to the Pokemon Go gym. That is how I get my physical exercise. I walk to the gyms nearby in Pokemon Go. The Pokemon Go gyms, not the real world 3-dimensional space gyms. Yeah, exactly. And I don't have that sort of superpower. Like, and that's like a bit of an a disadvantage, right? He's got the bald guy superpowers. I don't have those superpowers. In fact, I don't even think I have any superpowers. Like, I'm really annoying. I'm super annoying. So I think that may give me an edge in some capacity. Like if there's a timeout where I get to talk a lot, I think that would work. But yeah. Saitama's another great example.
You don't have to go home, but you sure can't stay here.
Rip. 46 reflex save. I will take it. Oh, wait. Hours, you have 5G, yeah.
I think
What's game sitting down, game standing
elf
up?
is
I am
an
standing up
friend.
right
You
now!
may want to make your exit a hasty
I'm
one.
currently standing up. Because I was told to stand up half an hour ago. But the reason why I can't stand for long is just because, like, you know, my feet hurt standing in one spot. Like, moving around, it's not too bad, but standing in one spot's kind of rough. And so, like, I can stand all day, like, if I'm at the kitchen or I'm doing stuff or I'm outside all day, that's not a big deal. But it's standing still in one place is not great because I don't have any padding. But I washed my Crocs. I threw them in the washing machine earlier. They're nice and clean, and they are very soft. You got soft padding. so I can stand here all day. Oh, Strim Tom, the stand-up gamer. They're also warm, which is nice. Even though they got holes in them, they trap heat fairly well. Standing still games? Yeah, that's me.
Try standing in 2 spots at the same time, forehead.
You know what? Maybe I will try standing in 2 spots at the same time. No, I can't do it. I don't even know what I would do for that.
Fit for fit for a minor figure in the Sharn Syndicate, at least.
Oh, purple and red augment slot? What the hell is that? Man, this Yasukai guy gets all the craziest gear. Alright, let's get out of the way here. Rolling. Alright. Anyway, I'm just excited. I got some new videos I want to put out, and I have like I find I go through waves where sometimes I really want to put out new videos and sometimes I don't, like YouTube videos. Just because like streaming is like the easiest thing to convince myself to do, because one, it's my job, and two, you just like flip on the camera and I just gotta waste people's time. But there's something about like the process of making and editing a YouTube video. That just like there's like extra steps. It's like, oh, I gotta record a thing and I gotta write out a build and oh, I gotta like write a script. Oh. 4,000? Yes. Remember, platinum is useless. There's no, like, there's nothing that you can buy with platinum. Like, if you give a character 100,000 platinum, you could probably do like 5 past lives on 100,000 platinum, and you earn like 1 million per past life. Like, look at I got 1 million right here. I don't even need it. It's garbage. My plat bank is full. I have 2 plat-filled characters. There's nothing to buy with them. There is the Reaper mode cosmetics, where when you get to 25 and 75 Reaper points respectively, there are cosmetics you can purchase that only last for that reincarnation cycle, that give you like either the Reaper wings or the Reaper eyes you might have seen on other players around town. But that's pretty much it. You know what? I can intimidate stuff because my intimidate's 40.
Well, you fared better than I expected.
But yeah, so then people will actually buy the Chaos Essences for that much.
No.
It's a good deal.
I mean it this time. No more tricks. I promise. This is why meeting strangers is so interesting. A story even I didn't know
One
existed.
life use of Reaper wings? Yeah, exactly.
I was on the edge of my seat the whole time. And for that, a reward.
There you go. You can make some money if you want selling them, or you could use them. You can make money selling them, but you could use them. Yep. Every time you loot a chest, you'll randomly get essences. So for context, just because I don't break down gear anymore because I have already did all the crafting, but for context, I'm gonna show you here. Conneth, giant hold, walk up 13 months. A to Z. Apparently, I have 1, 2, 3, 40, 50. 55,000, somewhere around there. Essences, just kicking it around. Nice. Strength. I don't really have a lot of Reaper points on this character. I gotta do more Reaper mode. Here we go. Okay. Giant hold walk up, so then feast first. Time to go to feast or famine. Let's go. And I gotta update the LFM so people know where we're going. I will say, the LFMs have been a little quiet today. Ooh. Where am I going? This way. Just a little quiet today. But that's okay. It's Wednesday. It's hump day. People are busy. They got things going on. There's like a new thing on Lemania that people are looking into. It's also fall. I find a lot of people usually make like fall plans, you know, late September right now. So, people going out to do like cute date activities and other things as it's fall. All the students are back to school, so they can't like throw their time away playing computer games. I will say it's fun as a grown-up when you get that step away from like the youth in terms of the you know, when I stopped going to school and I was just like, I had a job all of a sudden and I was taking the bus every day, you would just have that situation where you look at the bus, you're like, wait, why are all these kids on the bus? Oh my god, because it was all of a sudden July. Now all the kids are out from school, so there's kids everywhere. Which is not a bad thing, but it was just a thing you kind of forget about, because unfortunately, as much as I would like to have 2 months off during the summer, I don't take 2 months off during the summer, but I'd like to. I'm at lowest level 1 at craft level 12. It shouldn't be 0% because you need 10 to craft level 1. I'm not sure. You might have to fiddle around with the settings, but if it's Kenneth Shard minimum level 1, it should be 100%.
The orcs have fashioned this wing into a makeshift.
It should be like the first recipe in the book. I don't know why that would be. It's been a while since I've done it, so maybe you have to deconstruct like a few more things. Oh, 1 and 4, let's go. Yeah, I think I might dire charge on this character for the leveling process, honestly. The physical damage that I deal is just good enough. I'm just beating up everybody. Okay, so then the real question is, it's important. Do you guys think, this is dumb, should I upgrade my Sword of Shadows to the Epic Sword of Shadows when I get to level 20? Well, I don't know when I'm going to reincarnate this character again. It might be a long time. And if it's a long time, I can probably get enough runes to just buy another Sword of Shadows by the time I get there. You have more vault runes? I have 500 left over. Like, I don't need anything left. Check bound shards. Oh, you might be looking at unbound shards. True. Kaidru with the save. Yeah, there's a bound shard device for making things that are bound to your account, and the unbound. Making things for your characters is cheaper and easier than making things for other people's characters. Yeah, I think I am. I'll just run Vaughn 5 and 6 and get runes this life, and then, you know, get a few more past lives under my belt and I'll get it. Because again, I don't know the next time I'm going to reincarnate this character, and it just means I'm going to have a better sword. Yeah, Luminous Truth is pretty good. I've wanted to make both a Tinder and a Luminous Truth build, and I've made neither. The Luminous Truth build I wanted to make was either Luminous Truth Favored Soul Quarterstaff Melee Spellcaster Hybrid, because you can get Wisdom or Charisma and damage on the Luminous Truth, while also getting that as your main stat so you can use it for your spellcasting. The problem with that is that if you start casting on a Favored Soul, by the time you get Luminous Truth, because it's level 16, you have access to Firestorm, and when you have Firestorm, you don't need to press any other buttons on the keyboard, because it's Firestorm. So there's that. then get a third and make a legendary sword of shadows cosmetic? I kind of do. I don't have it. I guess we'll just wait for this guy, because it's just at the end here. I don't have any potions running or anything. I haven't been using any XP potions on this character. In fact, I've actually just been running more quests, because I have, I don't have a epic or a Tome of Learning on this character, and since I don't have the Tome of Learning, it means that I need more XP for each individual level, which normally would be kind of annoying. But in this case, it's actually just giving me more favor, which is not a bad thing, because the more quests I do, the more favor I get. The more favor I get all those hit point favor bonuses, which as a tank is quite nice. It means I don't have to go back and try to do it later. So I don't really hate it. I'm at 1600 favor right now, which is not bad. All right, trial by fire next. Free-to-play playthrough, no free-to-play quests or equipment. Oh, like the high roller playthrough? Where you can only do paid content, and you can only use paid items. That's an interesting idea. No random loot gear. Use what you find. Fortunately, that wouldn't be too terrible at the beginning, because you'd be able to do... Yeah, named item only, no free-to-play quests. Oh, man. There's a lot of ranches. I think if I, on a TR, I would need... On a TR, I would probably... I don't think I would need to repeat quests, but it would be close. Because in the early levels, that's like no harbor, basically. So you'd be going from... Keeping the Borderlands to Cerulean Hills right away. Oh, is that how you do it? Yeah, you'd have to go straight to Cerulean Hills, probably. Speaking of straight to Cerulean Hills...
I see the terror of our history.
You guys want a gold roll? Potentially throw away all of your hard-earned Sun Flask? Guess what? You now have the best opportunity to. Please, put your bets in today. Put in your wagers. Put the house on it. See if you come up big.
This door does not...
Yeah, exactly. No smoker captives. You could do SDK. You could do catacombs. Oh, man. Then you're... Oh, and Salt Marsh. All of Salt Marsh, too. Actually, you know what? The hardest part would just be the challenge. So, there should be a button somewhere on the screen, on chat, to enter the prediction. So it should be like above the chat box. So where you type in, there should be a thing that like you can see that it'll be like there's a prediction going on, and when you click it, it'll bring up a menu, and you can add in flasks on one side or the other, and you're betting on where the gold roll is going to land today. For the record, since daily gold rolls have been a thing, I have gotten one roll on the regular servers above 69. One. It's been 2 weeks, so those odds are not great, but also gambler's fallacy. Just because I've been losing a lot, or just because it's low now, doesn't mean it's going to suddenly turn the other way. So you never know. I'm going to rest on top of a mountain of flasks. I had to leave stream and come back to see the prediction. Here you go. But now you can put in. Get those flasks, buddy. I still have to do that build review for Near South and Horse. I'll do that at some point. I keep forgetting to do it, and then I don't do it. Don't you hate it when that happens, when you forget to do stuff for other people, and then you just don't do it, and then they get mad at you? Ugh. I do want to do the build review, though. It's really cool. I mean, I assume it's cool. Or it's going to make me want to throw up on my table. And subs are broken? Oof. Never did it before?
I shall attend to
Everyone
it in
does
a
something
trice.
new. Also, Pizza Nugs! Welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the work. It's been a fantastic day. Glad to have you here. Thank you so much for the sub, dude. What's up?
The second Blackheart General has been...
So it was worth it? So the faster way to do it is that the level 30 gear is basically you just get to level 32, and then you can just run a bunch of quests on like normal. So it's like you gotta think of stacking the farm, right? You stack the farm. So you get to level 30. Now you run the quests at 30 that give you the tokens. They're also giving you loot, which you can deconstruct, and you're level 30, they're also giving you heart seeds. So now that one farm is now 3 farms for the same time. And then you go, oh, you know what? I don't have a lot of the upgrade materials for Vault of Night. I don't have a lot of vault keys. So instead of running, you know, Lords of Dust, now you're going to run the Vault of Night chain. Or maybe you need more Red Fens materials, like the Red Fens leaves. So you're going to be running that content instead. I intimidated this guy and he ran away from me. Very annoying. So you always got to stack the farm. That's what it's all about. So yeah. Also, depending on your server, some people will be more than happy to give you essences too, because I have a lot. Is Runaway solo? Yeah. Yo, yeah. Stonejaw will get you. Yeah, especially in heroics. Stonejaw hits a million times harder than you think. Borean? More like Borean. Got him. I'm in Exodus, but only 25. Oh, in Epics. So he does about like 3,000 damage a bite. For reference. If that helps you be more informed about your decision. That's also not including the sonic scream that he does in a directional cone that silences you and also makes it so that you take a huge amount of sonic damage. The AoE scream where he screams up in the air and causes you to take damage at a huge range. Like the overrun where he can knock you down, and the fact that when he bites you, he reduces your armor class and your fortification, so he increases your chance to critically hit you. Just go give him a lick. Hang out with a big dinosaur. Yeah, Stonejaw is a killer on hardcore. I feel so bad for people that get to level 32 on hardcore and they think, oh, I'm just gonna go farm some weapons. So they go to Stonejaw and they either don't remember how dangerous it is, and they just get turned inside out by the big dino. I feel bad for all those people. But yeah, and he reduces your max HP when he bites you. Man, what a monster. It's funny because when they first released Isle of Dread, Stonejaw was like CR 30, and he was so easy. But Stonejaw is now CR 60 something, and is no joke. Well, even on the regular servers, it's still gonna kick your ass. Okay, hold on. Oh, power surge, jump, let's go. Shader Kaiser always hits at a melee range. Oh, you just chains them? Or you ride around on the horse and you chains them on a horse?
A great feeling of dread overwhelms you as you approach Malkia.
I just say Maze of Madness. Yo, welcome. We're close to the end of Maze, and we'll be heading over to Foundation of Discord soon. But we'll wait for you to get in. Not trying. I mean, if you're not on hardcore, what's the worst that happens? You see how much damage it does, you evaluate whether you can fight it, and then you go. Unless you die in one bite. If you die in one bite, you don't get a chance to reevaluate, you know? So that would be a little harder. Here you go. Flip the market. Flippers make money in any market. Real world economies or video game ones. Never underestimate how lazy people are. Welcome. And go foundation of Discord. So there you go. Yeah, the horse chain meta, exactly. Just like whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Razor cats. Why are these things spawning? If you wonder why I'm standing here, it's because I'm waiting for other people to get into my quest. Oh, water's good. Anyway, yeah, flipping. I don't have the patience to do stuff like that, to flip for essences. So if you do, then more power to you, right? Yeah, you're stuck at the start. That person's stuck. They can't get out. They're stuck. Also, something I did learn. This room is not stuck. So you can actually climb up the walls here. In this room. So this room is not stuck. I thought this room was stuck. It takes a little bit of practice. Because you can, if you come in here and this door, and this door are closed, you can do this into here, or up to here. Oh. Then you go up to this upper section. You gotta jump outward, not hit the ceiling, and then grab onto that ledge, and you can climb up again. I believe we're all here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's go.
You have finally found your way through the labyrinth. Malkian, the
Foundation of Discord. Yeah, this character is super strong. I'm very happy with this. Pure Fighter is definitely exceeding my expectations in terms of its survivability. The combination of being able to drink a potion to get the extra healing amp from Liquid Courage and then Second Wind together as one thing is really, really good. Up to the quiver on your alternate 1200 runes, exactly. No. You gotta wait a week? I hate that, dude. Oh, flagging the tank. Well, fortunately you can do them on casual, but yeah. True, it is really strong. I can carry 111,000. I'm an ant, dude. I'm like an ant. You know? I can lift 2,000 times my body weight. How heavy is that? Okay. I'm gonna Google this. How heavy is a ton? So a ton. Oh shit! that's the wrong unit. I need a ton. US ton. Because I'm in pounds. Because there's TONNE and then TON. Okay, so 1 ton is 2,000 pounds. So my character can lift... so 100 tons is 200,000 pounds. So my character can lift... about 60 tons. That's a lot. 60 tons is pretty good. How many bald eagles is that? I'm not sure the conversion rate. Okay, bald eagle weight. So about 12 pounds. So we'll do the calculation over here. So that is 111,000 pounds. So how many is it? How many pounds is it? Well, I'm doing the bald eagle calculation here. Oh, I'm at 146,000 pounds now. Hold on. Okay, so I can actually carry 447,000 pounds. So 447,360 divided by 12 is 37,280 bald eagles worth of strength. And that is with 59 strength. Eagles times America minus the IRS's take is minus 420.69. Damn it. IRS gets him again. Oh well. I'm gonna pay Uncle Sam. Any bald eagles in the wild? Probably not 37,280. OTR giant eagles? I don't think it was measured the weight of the giant eagles. Professional. Short times imperial ton. Yeah, again, I don't really know much about, like, weights. Because I've always used kilograms and tons, like T-O-N-N-E. So the American ton being 2,000 pounds. It is nice to see an American unit of measurement that is a clean number. I gotta say, that is nice. It's not common. 1 ton equals 2,000 pounds. 2,000. Very uncommon. Usually it's like, yeah, you know, you got 12 inches to a foot, and you got 4,291 feet to a, 3 feet to a yard. You got 4,281 yards to a mile, and you got 5,106 miles to an ultra mile or something to a planet. 6 planets to an solar scale. That's a lot of KFC. Ooh, bald eagles. Also, the bald eagles live along the Rockies, so there's lots of bald eagles in Canada, too. I swear we don't take the bald eagles. They just fly over here. It's like how, you know, the Canada geese, they just fly down into the States. Stupid dumbass Canada geese. Easily one of the worst birds, like, yet created.
Patrick the Maniacal is cracked and worn. A large sonic blast resonates toward the ground beneath Patrick the Maniacal. He loses his footing as the floor begins to fall away. The Aurum leader's death will surely hamper the efforts.
Yeah, look, so, you know, learning more about, like, the first moon landing, that shit is so terrifying. People launching up into space with tin cans, horrifying. Horrifying. Very cool. A lot of balls. Takes a lot of balls to do something like that. Horrifying. There are still problems getting into space today with humans. It's not an easy task with modern technology. Absolute madness. Eagles larger than male ones. The eagles in general get larger the colder the climate they live in. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Usually the colder, like the same thing with water as well. The colder the water, the larger the animals. Because the larger they are, the better they can preserve heat. It's like there was a video about, I think it was like a Kurzgesagt video about that did a correlation between size and cry for help. Size and efficacy of animals. And basically, you can't have a elephant-sized mouse because if you increase the size of a mouse to the size of an elephant, the insides of the mouse generate way too much heat, and the elephant doesn't have enough surface area to give off the heat, and the elephant would explode. Yeah, square cube law, basically. It's too far distance. But when it's colder, you can get larger because there is, or the transfer of heat doesn't need to be as fast.
A distressed female voice faintly calls.
Which is interesting.
Within, her words lost in the cavernous depth.
By the monsters of the depths of the ocean are huge. So an item has a prefix and a suffix. So for example, just grab any item. This is a devoted prefix of quarterstaff of indicating a suffix. It's like an addendum on a word. So the prefix devoted means I get devotion spell power, and the suffix of spell penetration means I also get spell penetration on the item. Some effects are only prefixes, and some effects are only suffixes. So, like, as an example, a flaming weapon that does fire damage on your attack is a prefix. So is acid. So if you want to get an acid fire weapon, you can't, because they're both prefixes. You have to choose one. So some slots are one and some slots are the other. And then you have trinkets, craftable trinkets, where you can kind of just put whatever you want wherever. For a longsword. So generally for the leveling process, the best one you can get is keen, and I don't know if you can even craft keen. But a keen sword is one of the best items you're going to be able to get for leveling. They're very good. Outside of that, as a prefix, you can get an element. I would add acid. And then as a suffix, I would add of bludgeoning. Crafting also requires collectibles, which you will need as well, which is something I completely forgot to mention, which is very bad of me because it's important. But yeah, the reason why you might be wondering why I say of bludgeoning, it's because your longsword's already doing slashing damage, which means if you suddenly fight a skeleton or something where you need bludgeoning damage for it, some of that damage is still going to go through.
The voice grows louder and more intense.
Anybody, please save me.
Yeah, people trade their collectibles in the auction house. Like, I recently did a purge of my crafting storage. I'm going to have to do another purge. And in my purge, I dumped thousands of collectibles in the auction house for pennies on the dollar. And I sold everything. Sold them all. A Bethesda launcher. Okay, they're leaving. Perfect. I'm gonna make sure I didn't break it. If you pull both levers at the same time, it doesn't actually open. Purge, did you play the alarm like in the movie? You know, I've never actually seen the movie The Purge. Because I don't do well with, like, the thrillers. You know, you're like your more gory sort of horror movies. I don't really like the violence, the simulated violence, so it's just not for me. I've never actually seen it.
Desperation in the voice continues to grow.
The only siren I know is... It's just a good siren. I wonder how many people haven't heard that sound before. Thanks again, Doc Jekyll. Coming up with that one.
His implements are clearly missing.
Starring air horns yet? No. I don't think they know. That's a thing. They have to be like posted somewhere that they go actively, like on the forums or something.
Please let me out.
The SSG developers will sometimes lurk in chat when they are like making new content, and also sometimes Nobub just shows up. I don't think they actively watch my channel. One, because they're people with busy lives. You know, they should probably, like, when they're not working, I don't know, spend time with their families or do activities they enjoy and not sit and watch my channel. Which just doesn't mean they can't enjoy that too. Doesn't mean they can't enjoy that too. But like, I'm not offended. Crashed your boat following the hypnotic cadence of that siren? You crashed your boat? Oh no. Like a space boat or a regular boat? Oh, that doesn't get old. What is this? Lord's March 2. Assault on Summerfield. It's time, everybody. It's time to do the gold roll of the day. There could be a lot of winners in here. There could be a lot of losers. I don't know whether you're going to be on which side of the fence, but let me tell you this. You can win, you can lose, and you can find out today on today's gold roll. Oh, that's a 4. Oh, 4 out of 100. I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm so sorry. Aconitum, gonna give it a fresh go. Where should I go to find some new player class builds? If you go... Aconitum, great question. Hi, my name is Stream Tom. I create character build for Dungeons & Dragons Online. So if you type in !builds in the chat, because It's like the command, like !builds. It'll link you to my build repository. And in the repository are builds upon builds, all dated by the update. We're currently on update 61, so you know how up to date they are. If they're free to play or new player friendly, I do my best to update them. The list might seem a little short. That's just because they changed the formatting. They deleted the old forum, basically. And so there's a link to the older ones that gets you even more builds. And there's tons and tons of lists. If you're looking at something as a good start, I would say in hardcore, in the older list, there's a one of the build guides there is the hardcore season 6 build guide. It might seem like it's a little older, but not really much has changed about the game since then. But the big thing is I wrote 6 fully free-to-play guides that are designed to work. So free-to-play characters for people to get started on the hardcore league that was going on at the time, and they're all pretty good. And then, like I said, there's different various hardcore or free-to-play and First Life builds. All the builds that I write down, generally I will write them as a brand new character. I don't have items. Let's go sort of character. Generally, not all the time though, just because sometimes it's like, oh, I'm showcasing this super endgame character that I build, and I want to, showcase what you can do if you have all the bips and bobs already. Give flask? I will. I will. I was talking to a new viewer of the stream, you guys. You gotta be nurturing towards newcomers, okay? You guys are nurturing towards newcomers, I swear to God. Anyway.
Summerfield is ablaze. Black smoke pours from countless buildings. Atop the hastily built defensive walls, the sound
Can't spell
of
nurture
pillage
without. You can
echo
definitely
off the
spell nurture
remaining
without
city
nut.
walls. Unless you stop the Droam army,
It's not nutcher.
Summerfield's fate. Eldritch
That was a
portals
stretch.
open along the building ledges. Droam has begun.
That
a
was
new
that's
assault.
that's uncalled for. Also, great clip. It took me a while to think about that clip, whether I was very proud of that clip or not proud of that clip. I'm very proud of that clip. I think it's good content. Oh, hi, posture check. I'm standing at my standing desk. You think I have bad posture? Also, Lord March. Although hydration, I definitely don't do that much. Ad time, you got it. Play ads. Perfect. Everything's coming down. Stretch 2. Honestly, good idea. You know what? I'm gonna let the people on my party. I've been leading the party and leading kills. So, oh, what song? I am currently listening to Even If She Falls by Blink-182. Gonna do some stretches. I've led this party for the past 4 hours. Gotta stretch, you know. That's what you gotta do. You gotta stretch. Stretch out your neck. Stretch out your different muscles. Make sure you feel good. I should be helping, but instead I'm just gonna stand here. Alright, now I'm gonna get back to work. Anybody newbies into your game? I know. Stretch your clams. Oh god, what part of the body is that? Also, if that's a part of the body, I'm allergic to shellfish, so I hope I don't have any clams.
Reformulates his strategy. You have a chance to dispose of enemy fort. This is likely the last working fountain in the Summerfield district.
Ranger stab caster clip. What was that? That's the other thing too, as I like about clips. I think this year I'm gonna do something that I haven't traditionally done. I'm gonna try to anyway. I have a lot of ambitious goals, but I would like to, if possible, put together a clip video on YouTube of like the best clips of the year and kind of weave them all together without really a lot of context, just things that work well on their own. I'll probably post something in the Discord in like December and be like, hey, post your favorite clips from the channel from the last year. Or actually, probably just favorite clips of me in the channel, and then I'll just throw them all into a YouTube video, because people will have their favorite clips. And I'll even include, I'll probably do a thing where like I include like your name in there and be like, this is so-and-so's favorite clip. And so I can be like, hey, look, it's Bobby's favorite clip. And it's the nut clip.
You've slain the majority of Droam forces.
How do you view past clips? On my channel, there's just a clips function, so you can just like go into it and look at the different clips. And also, a lot of the ones that people have are their favorites, have them like already bookmarked. I know, your favorite clip is the cat piss clip. Yeah, that's the favorite clip.
The flames engulfing the battering ram are too hot to brave. Another path through the district would be advisable.
That is try Stonejaw. How'd it go? Did you eat shellfish before crayfish routed DDO or after? Ooh, good question. I think I had it always, because I never ate shellfish.
System, waft up from this hatch.
You didn't take much damage.
Yeah. Beyond this hatch leads to
you like start hitting the boss, and then it's like, oh, I'm doing 0 or like close to 0 damage. You like hit him for like 10 seconds, and you don't even see its health bar move, and you're like, yeah, I don't need this. Nice, there you go. Maybe you have more physical resistance than I remember. The Vile Master of Flowers is fairly tanky because you do get a lot of physical, but I feel like it should hit harder. Did they change Stonejaw? It used to hit for like 3 grand. I love this guy's just grunting. Hey, bud. See ya. Oh, also, I don't know if you're still here. Could need him. But if you do end up having any questions about any of the builds or any recommendations or anything like that, feel free to always just dump them in chat, because I will always do my best to answer questions or help people that have questions about builds. A lot of the things that I write, the best part about this game is that you can tweak things to make them exactly the way that you want. So maybe you see a build and you're like, I like this, but maybe it would work better if I did this part of it. Or you're like, oh, I want to do this, but like, you know, oh, I want to play a cleric, but I want to be more healing oriented. You don't have one. It's like, well, this is what you would do or something like that. Feel free to throw those questions in and just have a good time. I'm glad to see people coming back and getting excited about DDO, and I will do my best to help out those who are, you know, just in that space where you need that extra bit of knowledge. It's hard to guess where to cut. Oh, for sure. So I can always give recommendations about where to cut as well. Again, in recent years, I've been trying to recommend every build starts with the 28 pointer at the beginning. So the most recent build that I posted is the Alchemist build. I wrote it as a 28 pointer. And I do my best to write 28 pointers when possible, or rather I include 2 versions, the 28 and then the 36 or whatever it is. And I assume people that have either like a 32 or a 34, they can figure it out.
Such measures might help against a naval attack. The alarm rings
Ochre
out.
Magus? Are these Ooze Magi? Rogue 28 points somewhere? As upsetting as it might sound, I'm going to be putting out a Rogue 28 soon. So there's somebody named Tronco who has an extremely well-refined assassin guide on the forum. It's very knowledgeable, has a lot of really good information there. It's like a little high level. Oh, beginner basics! Yes, I do! Canicus, you're a genius! I do! I did this in the past. Take that, past me. Shrim Tom, beginner basics, rogue. Please tell me I have this. Oh, yes. Oh, paste bin. There's a paste bin. Suck it, everybody.
Known across 2 continents for his vile ritual sacrifices of innocent lives.
Genius.
Has now fallen to your wrath.
I don't know why I got so excited, but I was very.
The lower decks of the carnage
very excited.
Is abuzz with activity.
Past me did something smart. This is I've mentioned this before. Like, remember, if you see me doing anything and you're like, wow, if you think at all that's impressive of anything that I've done, which I know is a big stretch, but if you ever think that about anything I do, remember, I'm an idiot. That means your potential is basically limitless. You know? That should feel comforting. God, what is this one? I don't remember what I said in this, so I'm just going to listen to this real quick. Stop being an idiot on the internet. Guys. Fuck, I just dispelled my own magic. Never mind. Oh god, I forgot. I had no... I said stop being an idiot on the internet, and then I cast Dispel Magic with no target and dispelled myself. God, that clip is so good. Oh, that clip is so good. Oh, I forgot about that. Ah, it's so good. Again, this is why being an online content creator is magical, especially live streaming, is because live content is, you can't really edit it down live, and it's very improvisational, you know? Things just sort of happen, and you gotta take note of each of the individual moments.
It's likely secure.
Also, again,
For bays
dumb
like
as hell.
this, the Droam fleet has deployed enough mines
But yeah, I'm just
to
doing
stop
two-handed
all
fighter,
shipping in Stormreach Harbor.
fighter. And the main reason I'm doing two-handed fighter
Controls the
is
detonators on
because,
all the mines from the Vengeance.
can I unlock the mine
Both
hatches?
those already
Oh, I
deployed
can,
in the
nice.
water, and those still here in this bay.
But the reason why I'm doing two-handed fighter is specifically because this character is going to be turning into a tank when I get to level cap, and I don't want to level as a tank because that's the worst idea in the universe. So what I'm doing is I'm leveling as a two-handed fighter, and then I'll be using a lesser heart of wood to turn my character into a pure tank when I hit level 32. The melee change, the new change that's coming to the game is going to increase DPS pretty much across the game in the next patch. A couple endgame weapons are going to lose some power, and a couple leveling weapons are going to lose some power. Basically, the best way I can think about it is like probably 90% of all the weapons level like 11 and up are gaining power. There's a handful of weapons that are losing power, and some of them are used in some builds. But either way, even the weapons where the builds are getting slightly worse.
Just one more
Oh, we didn't do middle bow?
Received.
No, we did middle bow. Even of the weapons that are losing a smidgen of power, their damage is still going to be going up because of the changes to weapon attacks and how weapon attacks are now going to be doing a scaling percentage of damage. And the reason why that's impactful is because previously a weapon attack, if it did like plus 2 W, let's say, so for example, like opportunity attack, plus 3 W in damage. What does that mean? It means I do an extra 3 times what's in this bracket. So that would be an extra 3 times 2d6, so an extra 6d6, so an extra 6 to 36 damage. That's what it did before. 6 to 36 damage. The average of that is, what, 21? And so, on average, so when I press that button, I get an extra, on average, 21 damage per hit. Pretty cool. The change is now going to make it so that per W, it's actually just going to add 10%. So this would be 30% more damage. Is 30% more or less damage? Well, I currently do plus 98. Not even including a roll, just plus 98. 30% of plus 98 is 30 damage. That's already higher than the 21. And that's not the average. That's just a guaranteed increase. Now we're also going to include the 30% of my base damage.
The hatch to the mine bay looks like it requires
So I'm just gaining 10 damage.
Crest to unlock. It's like from here, the Vengeance uses
yeah,
a
you're
complex system of rails and pulleys to deploy mines into the water.
Carnifex be sexy. Carnifex is like level 4, so it's not effective.
This late hour.
Oh, I'm not smart enough. Now I am. Oh, escape! Have you heard experienced an equipped shield not showing the inventory panel? Yeah, this also happens with weapons. I don't know what causes it. Well, also, what's up, Jess Paku? How are you doing? How are you? Well, reinvent Archmage to have the passive option, the hand to give you immunity to most dispel and greater dispel magics. That'd be kind of sick. I'm going to use this opportunity while there's nothing happening to go to the bathroom. Is that included in crits? You bet. 30% more crit damage. It's actually one of the reasons why there will be new builds coming out that'll make it even first life characters are hitting over 50,000 damage on attacks at level cap. And if the patch goes through, I'm going to probably make a build that's like, how to do 50,000 damage on a first life characters.
All the mines have been detonated, and the mine layers are sunk. You have broken the Droam blockade of Stormreach Harbor.
quest is over. Nice. Sirocco? Nice. That's good to see. Yeah, Carnifex shouldn't change. And they did lower Chain, but don't worry, Chain's still good. They lowered Chain to 10%, but it's still better damage anyway. Make me weaker anyway? Chains is going to do more damage than before. Maybe slept till 20%? I don't know. I didn't go over every single change, if I'm being honest. Like, every single attack. I just checked the ones that I was looking at and saw which ones were working and what weren't. What's up, Louise? How are you?
A deep rumbling sound emanates from a nearby corner
And recommended
of the
to you?
Guard Captain Tullis appears worried.
I mean, especially... I find that interesting, because if you're somebody who's in comedy, you have to recognize that, you know, you're not making comedy... Or comedy is subjective, and it's not for everybody. There's going to be people that just don't like your content. Or that just don't like your style of humor. But that's okay, because that means you can lean into... Like, you should have, like, a niche. Yeah. Yeah, it's all about the crit. The reason why it's a big deal, for those of you that are wondering, why like this change is actually adding something, and the reason is because it's a multiplier on your damage. So increasing damage by 30% is saying times 1.3, or the damage is times 1.3. That is a multiplier. Multipliers are good because multipliers stack with other multipliers. They don't add together, they multiply. So that 1.3 times multiplies with your crit multiplier of whatever it is, which multiplies with any added damage multipliers you get. Say, for example, if somebody in your group used Turn the Tide, well, that's a 1.1 multiplier. So it multiplies by another 1.1. And then if somebody else in your group uses, what's the, oh, the War Priest one that I can't remember the name of. It's another 1.1.
Human? I barely know her.
And 1.1 might not sound like a lot, but when you have 3 of them, and they're multiplying all these other things, the numbers get really crazy really fast. Okay, attack. Yep.
They're just as likely to blow up on his fellow kobolds, but he doesn't seem to care.
For 10 years, never tried D&D. Is it similar? So they are from the same company, and they couldn't be more dissimilar. They are very, very different. So Lord of the Rings Online is a kind of stock standard, like, mid-2000s RPG, right? It kind of follows the World of Warcraft formula in terms of the general questing design and the general questing loop. You know, you go into a new expansion or a piece of content, you level up and you learn about the story. The quests are usually not too consequential to the story, but they're like busy work. Go kill 10 orcs. Go into this camp and call, you know, get this guy. Go find 15 notes, whatever it is. And then as you work your way through the expansion, you unlock, you know, a dungeon area that becomes like a low-level dungeon you can do with your friends. Not a low-level dungeon, but a dungeon with your friends while leveling. And then it also becomes an endgame dungeon at the level cap, etc.
For some reason,
Dungeons & Dragons Online doesn't do any of that. Literally none of that. Dungeons & Dragons Online, first of all, you click to attack. That's already big. This is not like a MMORPG where you're like constantly mashing your rotation into a with all your skills. I'm attacking stuff by clicking, so it's a very more action-oriented game.
There must be something here you can use to get past it.
So it's very, very different. I guess we have to go this way. Because I did the thing wrong. Do I actually have to do this? I'm so dumb. I've realized why I don't do this quest anymore. On top of that, in Lord of the Rings Online, there is borderline no customization. You can technically customize, as you can choose your essences you want to use. And you can choose how you want to put points into your trait trees. And you can choose what virtue traits you want to use. You can choose your race. But, like, race doesn't really affect characters that much unless you're a man brawler, which one you attack like 30% slower. And the trait trees, there's like, you can technically customize it. Let's be real. There's optimal ways, and you can Google it. And the item, the equipment, you know, if you're DPS, crit, and mastery, and then fill up with resistances until you're done. Stuff like that. So, like, you know, I'm not saying that there's customization, but it's not a lot of customization. In Dungeons & Dragons Online, by contrast, when you pick your character at level 1, your race has a huge impact on what your character does, because races give you access to all sorts of special abilities and extra effects. On top of that, you choose your stats. You choose where they go. you get to choose how much strength, dexterity, or constitution you have. Not only do you pick your class, you can multi-class. Do you want to have 2 classes? 3 classes? Go for it. You can choose what levels you take these classes at and what abilities you get from them. Each class usually has ways to customize them as well. Say you pick a cleric. Well, your cleric now gets to choose a domain of focus. Do you focus on the domain of fire, the domain of light, the domain of protection, the domain of magic? And they drastically change how your character is going to play. Okay, but that's where the customization stops. Just kidding. You also get to choose your skills. What sort of non-combat skills do your character has? There's also over 100 feats you can choose to your character to augment their individual skills. Did I mention that all the spellcasters have tons of spells and you got to choose which ones you want to take? Oh yeah, there's also a talent tree. Oh yeah, there's also another talent tree. I'm sorry, there's a 3rd talent tree. I didn't even get to items yet. Some of the items have talent trees. So, it's big. Very fun, though. So if you like customizing your character and like really digging into it and making exactly the character you want, Dungeon Dragon Online. It's very good for that. And then also, this game is like an adventure game. So as I said, this sort of standard quest you're used to seeing in like a Lord of the Rings Online of like, guy tells you to go into, there's a guy in a town where there's like 3 guys and they tell you to do like 3 different quests at the same orc camp. You hand in those quests, or you do the quest, you come back, hand them in, they give you a second set of quests to go do at that same orc camp. You finish off those quests at the second set of quests at the orc camp, but you also find a note at the orc camp that says that they're planning to attack another town, and so then you go, oh snap. So then you go back to town, you hand in your quest, and they go, oh, that note says they're going to be attacking whateversburg? Man, you got to go over there and help those guys, and you go over there and you get cosmetically similar quests. Well, in this game, they don't do that at all. In this game, you get an adventure where a guy is like, you go into did I put the bomb down? I did put the bomb down. You go into an adventure where there's a barkeeper, and he's like, hey, there's like, a keg of beer in the basement. Could you go get it for me? And you're like, oh yeah, no problem, dude. I'll get the keg of beer in the basement. And then you go click the door for the adventure, because they're all instance adventures. And the adventure says long. And you're like, what? Huh? And so you go inside, and you go downstairs, and you go into the dingy basement, and there's the keg of beer. You click the keg of beer, and your character picks it up, the door locks, and then a secret wall slides out, leading into a large cavern structure underneath. And you don't know what's there, and you don't know why it's there. All you knew was you were asked to go get something. Now you're on a real adventure. Oh, I can't believe I lived. Didn't know that was exploding. Also, yeah, Feywild is quite challenging. I would usually wait till like level 7 or 8 to go do Feywild. Feywild has good level 5 gear, but getting a couple levels first will put some extra stats in your belt. The monsters in Feywild are quite harder because they're expansion content monsters. Again, this is one of the things that is kind of difficult when it comes to... Oh god, Death Ward. Oh god. Can't do any market quests? Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. It's also difficult because obviously the experience is going to be different from person to person. So like I played Paladin as my first character on Hardcore League where, there's no ship buffs, you have no gold, it's a brand new server. And I felt like it was insane. And I was just ripping through everything with the ease. But also like experience plays a big role into it of like what abilities you should use and can I climb this gap? Thank you. I get there and he's already dead. And so, yeah, melee is a different story. Okay, why did nobody tell me how Busted Face Gonna Strikers with the expanded clip? What do I have to tell you? How many classes do I have? Just one. Just fighter. I wanted to make a meat and potatoes tank for endgame, and so I'm going as pure fighter right now. Because the reason why multi-classing is a thing in this game is so you can incorporate effects from other classes. When you multi-class, not only do you get those classes' abilities, so let's just say I take a level of wizard, now I can cast wizard spells, but also, I can only cast wizard spells as a level 1 wizard. So I don't take one level of wizard, and now I'm casting, like, Armageddon and tearing the sky apart. I'm casting, like, like little finger laser, like, pew! And it does level 1 damage. So it's not amazing. But you also get access to the wizard's trees now. Because not only do I have the fighter trees, Kensai, which is about focusing on weapons, Stalwart Defender, which is being tanky, and Vanguard, which is doing a shield-based damage, like fighting people but with a shield to hit people and deal damage with the shield. So that way you can be a sword and board guy, but not be like all tank. You can actually use it as a weapon. But then also I get access to the wizard trees, and I can spend points in those, which might determine whether I want a multi-class. However, the trees have restrictions based on how many levels you have. So, as an example, right here, as a Kensai, the top ability in Stalwart Defender requires Pure Fighter. So if I multi-class, I can't get this. And what this gets me is a button I can press that doubles my hit points, gives me 100% max hit points, a bunch of damage reduction, and when I take damage, I get healed whenever I take damage. And I can use it while crowd control. So if I get stunned or something by a boss or a monster, I can press that button, basically heals me to full, and doubles my hit points, and I get healed when I take damage. So it's a massive cooldown. For me, I think that's going to be quite good for a tank, so I'm investing into it, so I'm going Pure Fighter because I want that to be a thing. So then you might ask the question, is Pure Fighter the best tank? I think probably right now. But that's not always the case. In fact, for a long time, the best tank in the game was a combination 15 Artificer, 4 Paladin, 1 Cleric. And it's like, you're like, wait a minute. Artificer, like guy that builds like machines and stuff? Yeah. And Paladin and Cleric? Yeah. Tank builds, baby. So it's not always clear what the best builds are. You got Fireball for the tents, yeah. So it's cool. So this character is a pure character, but you can also like super multi-class however you want and build crazy things. Also, a good way to think about it is all of the pure classes in the game are quite good. So all the pure classes in the game are good. Every character, if you go pure rogue, pure whatever, and don't multi-class, they're powerful. But general rule of thumb, while they're more complicated because you have to really connect the dots on the multi-classes, usually the best builds are the multi-class builds. Not always, but they can be. And it does happen quite often. Like right now, the two of the highest DPS builds in the game that do the most damage, one of them is a multi-class using Fighter, Warlock, and Favorite Soul. And one of them is Pure Rogue, because Pure Rogue just does so much damage. It just does so much damage. So it's really good.
More Droam soldiers emerge from the cave, roused to action by the noise.
Do you play the Artie Pally Cleric as Paladin? No, it's a 15 Artificer. You do use it with, like, sword and board, but yeah. Also, they made adjustments. That build isn't that good anymore. 3.5. So it's 3.5.
The rancid stench in this cave.
Right now, if you want to try a starter tank, I have a starter tank that I use for Hardcore League, and it is a 18 Paladin, 1 Fighter, 1 Wizard, and it's actually a Spellcaster tank, where you level it as like a regular melee build, but then once you get to 20, you get access to Epic Destinies, which give you, it's basically like a class on top of your class, and you can get a bunch of spells, and then you do spell damage instead of physical damage, which allows you to hold aggro better as a ranged character, or like get aggro better at range, and then also allow you to deal a reasonable amount of damage as well. So you give up some defense, but for like lower level content, so like Hardcore League and things where you don't need to be the toughest tank, it's like amazing.
Where's that fool? I need his report yesterday.
Dagger Sacred Fist will revolutionize the meta. But yeah, the only thing you do need to know is that instead of spells per day, there's spell points, which is a pretty easy conversion. So level 1 spells cost 4. Level 2 spells cost 8. Level 3 spells cost 12, etc. And then, so as a wizard, when you're in a tavern or you rest, you can change up what spells you have. But then once you walk away from the rest area, now you have those spells selected, but then you can just cast them in whatever order you want. So it's not like you all of a sudden have to, you know, allocate like, okay, I have 3 burning hands and 1 expeditious retreat, and do I need Featherfall today? I don't know. Now, I'm a fighter, so I have 1 spell, which is attack. So I don't have any spells I can show you right now.
Many
but
beds
yeah.
are empty. Are those casualties, or have they gone out on assignment?
Also, all the quests are fully narrated, which is nice.
This must be the army's arsenal. That's a lot of explosives for one room.
Good.
How convenient.
Also, this is one of the reasons why I will say this, Luminex. A pro tip that some people will do is that they'll level 1 character to the level cap of 32, and they'll leave their character at the level cap, and then that high level character can just farm out stuff for any new builds or lower level characters they do. All right, check this out.
That's the biggest barrel of explosives. What do you know? The second biggest barrel of
Got it.
explosives you've ever seen is here too.
Did that guy go into the barrel of explosives? Oh yeah, he did. Oh, that's funny. It's the biggest barrel of explosives you've ever seen. It kills you if you touch it. Go away. You're supposed to hit that and it explodes in like a chain.
2 screaming
And then you have to fight
officers of
the officers.
army fall from the
Brinky in
hole.
pain. I wonder what that could be a reference to. I have no idea. Could be anything. And then, yeah. And so then you have stuff like this where it's like there's a shrine here and you can resurrect at the shrine. So if you're dead, you turn into a soul stone and you have like a ghost that follows you around, or you are a ghost. So somebody can pick up your stone and then you can follow them to a shrine, or you can rest at a shrine to get all your health and abilities back. You know what? I'm going to rest. Good idea. Batman changed back into Bruce Wayne. But Chuck saw through his clever disguise. He crushed Batman's head right between his thighs. I made a D&D one-shot that, as a joke, included that very line of text, and also included all of the fighters showing up, and I was disappointed that in my fellow 30-year-olds didn't get it. It's like, it's the ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny, you nerds. Yep. I mean, there's a lot of classic ones. There's that one. You know, it was the end of the world. There's How to Kill a Mockingbird's another one.
Did they eat it?
Yeah, Warlock's great. If you need a Warlock build to follow, I do have, when this year, or sorry, in 2022, it's 2023. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Time moves forward. I don't like that. Anyway, in 2022, Standing Stone Games made Warlock, Monk, and Druid free. They previously weren't. But they basically said, okay, everything that's in the 5th edition handbook is now going to be free. So Dragonborn, half-orc, half-elf, a whole bunch of races, a whole bunch of classes became free. And so I decided to make a build for each one. So I do have a fully free-to-play, up-to-date Warlock build for beginners to get started. It should be called Update... It's Update 53... I believe it is Update 53 Warlock build. Or, like, free-to-play builds. I think it's under Update 53 in my build guide.
There were no humans on Zendrik back during the time of the Giant Empire.
But I'm not 100% sure. And I would also recommend, generally, either if you know how D&D works, you can go ahead and give it a shot. But if you're very unfamiliar with D&D, I would recommend you follow a build guide. Not just because I have a financial incentive to tell you that, so you'll watch my videos and I'll make more money off of you, which I would like to do. But also, the company hasn't updated the pre-made builds in a very long time. So when you start the game and you pick one of the pre-made builds, they don't really tell you what you get when you level up, so you kind of have to figure that out yourself, which is very hard when you don't know what's different about your character when you level up. And two, a lot of them are old and have like really old or bad builds put into them, and they haven't updated them. Now you might say, but they haven't updated them? What are they? Lazy? These jerks? And the thing is, it's not so much that they're lazy, but there's actually a fairly good explanation about why the builds haven't been updated. And it's in the logistics of it. So, for every single character class, there's 3 different pre-made builds that they have. And each pre-made build is, you know, it's a different idea. So, let's say you're like the fighter, there's 3 different pre-made fighters you can pick from. Cool. Well, the thing is, each build has to be made separately based on each race, because your racial statistics heavily change your builds. Humans get extra feats. Gnomes get more intelligence, so they get extra skill points. So, half-orcs get extra strength, so as a fighter, you can change up how much strength you need. So each build needs to be custom for each race. Okay. So, alright, so it's one per race. Or like, you know, so it's 3 builds, or 3 builds per class, and each build has to be done for each race. So fighter alone, since there's 15 races there's technically 16 races in DDO. There's 16 races in the game. Is it 16? So there's 15 races. 15 races, but only 14 of them are different. But yeah, there's 15 races. Just fighter is 45 builds. But wait. If you own 28-point build, or if you unlock 32-point build, which gives you more build points, by playing the game, you can unlock that. Well, the 32-point builds are also included. So that means fighter alone is 90 builds of pre-mates. They would have to update 90 unique character builds.
The lights on the floor go out.
So it's more of a problem. It's less of a lazy problem and more of a, like, they kind of painted themselves into a corner with the current formatting of how they do their builds. Where, because that's how it has to go into the computer because of the customization, making any amount of adjustment is a tremendous amount of work. Because then you take 90, you multiply that out by the 14 classes, and now you're like, I don't even know what 90 times 14 is. That number's huge. It's massive. So 1,360, I think. No, 1,260. So that's a lot of builds. 1310? Is it 1310? I don't know, dude. It's a lot. Anyway, this is not me saying they should get off the hook, but as a result, a lot of those builds are out of date, and they haven't been updated in a long time. Hard to find the most recent books for Masters. Oh, yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah. Yeah, it can be difficult to find a lot of the books. I'm fortunate that I have some. And it's also nice that, you know, if you look around on the computer, you can also find supplementary pieces of information sometimes. Dude, I can't even level up. I did more quests than I usually do. It's a bit heavy to buy something unnecessary. My recommendation to you is play the game and, like, kill a weekend, you know? Put it on the computer, have some fun, clickety-clack. You're going to get a good 30 to 40 hours out of this game before you got to spend any money. Which, I wish it was longer than that, but it is what it is. When you play the game, you actually earn the currency to buy things in the game. It's just like Lord of the Rings. So, in Lord of the Rings, when you play the game, you earn the currency from doing the deeds. In this game, you know, there's like reputation with different factions. Here, instead of having reputations with different factions, like traditional MMORPG where it's like a thing you grind. Instead, the reputation with each factions, there's ranks. So when you reach a certain rank, you get new privileges. Actually, that's very similar to other MMORPGs. But there's also a total favor rank. And once you get this high enough, you earn points. So by doing quests, you get favor and with the different factions. And by earning favor, you earn the DDO points to spend in the store. And you unlock stuff. So for example, the Warforged is one of the races. They're not free to play. But, oh, my LFM is up? Well, thank you. But if you earn 400 favor by doing quests, you unlock the Warforged race. So you don't have to buy it. There's also a lot of things you unlock. For example, several different like class or trees you unlock. You can unlock the Artificer class, the Favored Soul class, Warforged by just doing the content. It's kind of more of like your traditional gaming, like in Super Smash Bros, where you would have to like, you like have to fight players with the roster and do the story mode, and then you'd get the option to unlock new fighters and stuff. It's kind of like that, where you unlock the Warforged by playing the game, and then you're just like, okay, you played enough. Here you go. Here's some Warforged. And you're like, oh, cool, robot. And then you do all the quests with the Artificers, and they're like, wow, thank you for helping us with our problem. Do you want to make an Artificer? It's like, cool. One thing, and that was Tabby. VIP, if you don't mind the default races, don't be me. I will say this. If you have decided that you're invested, and so you're enjoying the game, and you're having a good time, you get 30 hours, you get 40 hours deep, and you decide you do want to spend some money on the game, one of the best things you can do for yourself is the VIP sub, because it gives you access to way more content. Like, it's much broader, because it's everything outside of the expansions, which means you can try out more characters, more classes, more races, and more adventures to do. And more adventures equals more DDO points, which means you can earn the points, and then you can just let the sub drop, and then just start buying the packs and things that you like. Yeah, at the beginning, the sub is the best option, but as I said, I don't recommend you sub until you're sure you like the game. I would always recommend trying it out. Yeah, if you're like, I've played this game for a lot, if you're at work and you're like, man, I can't wait to get home and play DDO, and you're having those thoughts, that's when you want to think about it. But if you're like still just playing the game and you're like, I don't know, don't worry about it. Video games are fun. At least they should be anyway. Let's delete some garbage. I want to find my heavy armor. I have heavy armor somewhere. I just don't know where. Yeah, also, buying adventure packs. That's the other thing, too. If you are somebody and you don't know where to spend your points on, buying adventure packs is definitely the best way to go about it over anything else. Because adventure packs give you more quests to do, which means you can earn more points, which means you can do buy more quest packs, which means you can get more points. Yeah, if you're going to buy anything. Okie dokie. So I don't know why, but I've been standing for the past 6 hours. Oh my god. Oh, not the whole 6 hours. Like 4 of the past 6 hours. So I'm going to sit down. But before I do that, I'm going to go get some water. And I'm going to find my armor. Because I can't even level up, which makes me sad. Oh, I have 4 points to spend. Yo. Plus 6 con, 10% move speed. Then I get 10% health when I get 1 more point. While in stalwart defense, you're immune to fear in most forms of being knocked down. I can tumble around. I'll get the movement speed after. 732. 861. In town. So cool. So tanky. Yeah, I have the percentage boost, so I have, where is it? General combat hit point scaler 135. 135% increased hit points. And then I'm going to pick up an extra 5% from Ascendant Bond. 140%. Ooh. Yeah, Canicus also knows way more about the free-to-play experience than I do. because I've never played free to play because I've been playing this game since it came out, and when it first released, you had to pay for it. So I don't know much about it. No, Isle of Dread is. Vecna won't be in the store until February. Yeah, Orion has the highest population. Arganessen, which is my server, has the second highest population. I would also recommend Arganessen. It's cool here. You know, we have a little saying around here. Orion, more like Borean. Am I right, fellas? Okay, I'm gonna get some water. I'll be back. This is why standing desk is bad, because I can sneak up on you guys. You didn't even see me. No one even knew. You see something change and you're like, what's going on? Rain would then make it cooler? I don't know. But no one loves Kyber anymore? The problem is, you say anymore. This is to insinuate people loved Kyber. And here's the thing. I'm not going to say that people didn't ever love Kyber, but I will say almost half of the entire server transferred off of it when given the chance. So, did people love Kyber? I just have to confirm. Like, I'm not saying it's a bad server. But I know. It was so funny because when there was the huge transfer Geddon, for those of you that don't know that I'm talking about, at the end of one of the hardcore leagues, there was a bug with the transfers, and so you couldn't transfer to Orion or Solona. So then SSG decided for 2 weeks to allow anybody on any server to transfer their characters to Orion or Solona for free, because they told people, hey, the transfers don't work to Orion or Solona at the end of Hardcore League, and we're deleting the server, so transfer your character to another server, like, Argonessen or Kyber or something, and then when the server transfers open up, we'll make it free so everyone can move their characters. So several guilds decided to fully relocate. And the website, or there's a website here, DDO Audit, which is really cool. It's one of the coolest websites out there. So I don't know why this website exists, but this is DDO Audit. It is a website that allows you to see real-time tracking data of like actual player data. So you can see like of the servers, like a live view. In the last quarter, there's been 23,000 unique characters. What's the DDO's most populated server? It's Orion. You can see the number of players on any given time. This is the server downtime. Again, there's all this data. It's really cool. And you can see how many people are playing on each individual server. But they actually had a temporary thing about transfers while the transfers were active to see who was transferring from what server. And it was so funny to see, like, basically you had all these lines that were kind of similar. And then you had Kyber that was like all the way at the top, leading the pack. All the way at the top. It was the best. Kyber equals hell. It's like hell adjacent. Kyber isn't hell, but people treat it as such. In the story. But yeah. Oh yeah, also you can see your LFMs. So let's say you don't want to log in, but you're like, is anyone raiding? You can see the raids. It actually separates it out for you. So you can be like, let's see, ooh, Vaughn on Sarlona. I could do Vault and Night, and you could just jump up and do it. On Orion, there's apparently Wednesday, Saturday Abbott runs. I didn't know there was a group that runs Abbott every Wednesday and Saturday, but there they are. That's kind of cool. Which is sick. Oh, you can also get notifications at some point in the future, it looks like. So that's cool. Register characters. Add your characters to automatic LFM filtering and raid timer tracking. Manage your current raid timers. Dude, you can add your characters so then when the game sees you do a raid or this website, it'll track your raid timers for you. That's so cool. So you can know when you come off cooldown. I didn't even know that was a feature. This website's amazing. So that's very cool. And you can also look at population statistics. That's kind of cool. So again, when people go like, no, dude, no, the game is dying, dude. The game is dying. The game's dying. Game's fine. It's not going up. It's not going down. We are at a bit of a downtrend. 1,400 concurrent players, which is basically like pre-pandemic levels. Is that the lowest it's been? Yeah, because Hardcore League pulls people off. Yeah, we're definitely in like a bit of a lull. There's definitely a bit of a lull for sure. But yeah, game is not dying. Like I said, it's about the same. Although again, this is a terrifying trend. I don't like this. Numbers there. Ebb and flow. Oh, is the transfer still there? Oh, you just have to type in transfers? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Transfers to Orion, 2,200. So where is it? Transfers from Kyber. Wait, that should be bigger, shouldn't it? Is this total? Oh, it was Galanda. I got confused. I confused Galanda and Kyber. I'm stupid. It was Galanda that transferred all of the servers. Never mind. No one's playing on Kyber. Never mind. Kyber's just a small server. It was Galanda that died. I got confused. Even I forgot. Yeah, it was Galanda. Galanda got drained so bad of players, okay, for perspective, that Galanda currently is the default server where if you're new, it automatically puts you on the server. Yeah. Anyway, Lotro's dying. DDO seems very popular. Lotro's not dying either. The population of DDO is good. Oh, this is not 300,000 players. This is 300,000 unique characters. Yeah. DDO is a much smaller game. So Dungeons & Dragons Online has probably 1/10 of the population as Lord of the Rings Online, but it's more dense because the world is smaller. Which does not say there's less content. It's just the world is physically smaller. So what I mean by that is that this game is connected by a series of hub worlds. So like I'm in the marketplace right now, and it's just one part of the hub. So, oh, that doesn't help me at all. But yeah, like the marketplace or the Stormreach city, the main city you start in has like the market, the harbor, and all these areas. But to get to a quest, you go up to like a door. So I like go and talk to this dude, Basil Talbot, and he goes, expository dialogue. And then I take this quest, and then the quest is bigger on the inside. The door is just there. So yeah. Wait till Dungeon Crawl in May. Oh, Dungeon Crawl is so good. Okay, I don't think that the EG7 thing is that Lord of the Rings Online is dying. Help can't get the right bridge. Oh, just do it right. Keck W. But yeah, I don't think that the EG7 interview is, or like not interview, the presentation is that the game is dying. It's that they don't see themselves getting their $30 million investment back soon enough. It's too high risk, which makes sense. I would probably agree with that. $30 million is a lot of money to put into hopefully banking, like making that back quickly because of a new release on like the graphics and what have you. Yeah. They did pull out of that, but yeah. No, there isn't. They don't have that. See, I don't play on Arkenstone because Arkenstone is a... there's more people, so the server's just generally laggier. And usually if I'm streaming my raids here, so like if I'm raiding in like Wathrenos or something like that, and I stream, you can tell somebody is an Arkenstone player because the first thing that happens is they type in chat, what tier? They don't say hello, they don't say hi, they don't say how are you, they just say what tier? And then when you answer them, they then start telling you how to do the raid. They just start dropping in unsolicited advice about how to do the raid. And then when you don't listen to them, they then go away. That's the peak Arkenstone Twitch chatter. I don't need to know that they're from Arkenstone. That's just how it is. Not that people don't do good raids on Arkenstone, okay? You want to do a tier 5 raid? You want to join a tier 5 raiding guild? Arkenstone's a place to go. 100%. No problem here. They do good work. But I'm a tier 3 raider, okay? On Crick Hollow, we're slower. We're slower. We got a lot of mid-tier raiding guilds, which is nice. There's a lot of mid-tier raiding guilds on Crick Hollow. And you got 1 or 2 groups that are pushing that tier 4, tier 5. But it's mostly a lot of mid-tier raiding groups. It's a slower server. More calmer pace, you know? Calmer pace. It means I can hopefully, with enough time and practice, cyberbully and pressure my guildies into letting me bring Red Guardian with a shield to the raid. That would be ideal, but we'll see when that happens. Level 2, 18 to go. Nice. Also, the level cap is 32, so you'll get there. Try until then. Yeah. The next bit of content, the Corsairs of Umbar, should be coming out at some point, possibly later this year. And my plan is to create a Mariner and then main the Mariner class. So I'm very much looking forward to maining the Mariner class. It's going to be a fantastic time. I'm looking forward to it. Okay, so a Sharn hopefully has some gear for me. I think it's dual shield guardian. It's not dual shield. It's one shield. My Hobbit has a little hammer and a shield, and he hits people. Okay. And not to brag or nothing, but my Hobbit's level 129, so you know. All right, so I have an Enforcer plate, Mythic 4. Oh, that's a good plate, man. I didn't know I had a Mythic 4 Enforcer plate. That's awesome. Anything else that's good here? I'm just checking my bank for all the useful gear that I can find. I don't know why I have legendary Flightfoot. Whoa! Reaper Boot Flightfoot Greaves? Oh, man. Hobbit Brawler, very funny. I also made a Hobbit Brawler. Because when Gundabad was announced, they were like, yeah, the new class is Brawler. So I was like, oh, well, I'll make a Brawler then. And I didn't know exactly what I wanted to do with it, but I was like, I'm gonna go Hobbit Brawler, because then I'm a little guy fighting giant monsters. Where like they're like fist fighting. So I'm like moving, dodge, getting out of the way, feint, jab, or was it jab? This is a jab. You can go in for the jab. You know, the hook, or the hook is the main hand. I don't know how to box. Okay. Anyway, you know, watching all of this, and then I was like this tiny little hobbit, and then you're like fighting giant dragons or ogres and trolls. It's great. This time last year? Yeah, I can see that. The further we get from the year 2020, the worse the MMO market looks. Either hand hooks? I mean, I don't know. Don't you have like a stronger arm? Isn't that how it works? You got the good arm and the rest of your arms are bad? I assume that that's the case. Means punch that's not linear? I see. Non-linear punching. Okay. I get it now. Your punches are not linear. I got it. They actually only have one hook. It's what, Dexterous Hook is the name of the attack, I think? And it's a setup skill. The rest of them is like the uppercut, the ground slam, other stuff. It's based on stance. Oh man. Mythic 3, Reaper, Ring, 5, and the power, Rally Power. Celestial Sapphire recently. That's nice. How does this armor look? I actually don't know, because I'm wearing a cosmetic. Uppercut. Like, not that the armor looks bad, but like, yeah. Yeah. Honestly, I don't even need the cloak. Because I'm just a fighter who fights. It's kind of sick. I like the armor. It's not very defensive, but goddamned if I don't look good. Yeah, this I believe is the Hero's Breastplate. Yeah, Hero's Breastplate from Epic Wayloon. Big stick. So this is estimate burning a whole room of enemies as a sorcerer. It's good, yeah. Does it look different on a female model? I'm curious. I got a few women on here. Let's see what's up. Cosmetic. Let's see here. I am curious. You have piqued my curiosity. Do remember that this is a 2006 era video game? Oh yeah, Human. We're gonna have human, the human. Doesn't he look so human? Alchemist. I think this is a female drow based on the face shape, so I'm gonna pick it. Yeah, this is a 2006. So like the best example I can give you is Green Dragon scale. So DDO Green Dragon plate. I don't know if I can get the visual here. But this is the Green Dragon plate, how it looks on the male characters. And if we go to items, also the wiki, by the way, is amazing. DDO wiki is fantastic, very, very good. And we go into heavy. Oh, not that. Cosmetics. Cosmetics. Heavy. And we scroll down here. Eventually, we will find... I think there's a picture of it. They might not have a picture of it. Hold on. Neo Green Dragon plate. I don't know if the picture is on here. Yeah, it looks like the picture's not here. I don't know where to find it. Oh, is this it? Yeah. There, perfect comparison. So men's armor, women's armor. There's like, they're almost the same. There's like a couple pieces that are a little different, but they're basically the same piece of equipment. Like, doesn't that make sense? As I said, the game came out in 2006. All right, so hero's breastplate. Okay, I'm going to take off the cosmetic, hide this one. Oh my god, that's ugly. Also, why is it nighttime everywhere? Every time I want to look at cosmetics, it's always nighttime. Very annoying. Here we go. Oh, so there's, if you didn't know, there's a little showcase in this building. So if you come in here in the hammer and chain, there's a light that lights up in front of your mirror to show off armor. And it definitely has a different design than the man's armor. It is very differently designed. And there's all this unnecessary fabric on the male's version, so I'm glad they got rid of that. You know, they used to have a plate here because it's a breastplate. They just got rid of that. Isn't there supposed to be a plate here? Yeah, cosmetic heroes. So I'm just going to make sure this is confirmed. You guys can see this. Heroes breastplate. I see the breast. I don't see the plate. So I think they forgot to add that one to this piece of gear. Yeah, they think they just forgot to add this one. Yeah. We gotta give them a call. We gotta tell those designers. Yeah, it's actually one of the things I really like about Final Fantasy XIV is in Final Fantasy XIV, they it's the armor looks the same based on the male model versus the female model on the characters in game. And so you know, if you happen to be leveling up a bard, so if you know, if you're somebody who identifies as a woman and you level up as a bard at the beginning of the game, one of the first pieces of equipment you're going to be getting, especially if you make a female character, is literally just like a leather bikini. So basically no fabric, right? And you might be like, wow, really? I guess this is what it's going to be like in this video game too. But what you fail to realize is if you decide to play a male bard and you put on the armor on the male bard, you are wearing a leather jockstrap. The armor looks the same on the boils and the goils in Final Fantasy XIV. It's great. Yeah, it looks a little different. You know, it's basically indistinguishable from the other outfit. Okay, yeah, there is a breastplate here. I guess there's a plate here. But isn't that the same thing? I don't see the difference in terms of the outfit. I don't know. It looks the same to me. I couldn't tell you. Oh, that's really funny. Some side scrotum. Hey, give the people what they want. Guy's more self-conscious. This guy? No, this is Strim Jim. Strim Jim has black hair. His hair drapes down over his face. And he has a tattoo. Because people just don't understand him, you know. You just don't understand. He's just so full of emotion. His soul is dark. That's in his little poetry journal that he writes. But I am going to do something that I think is really good, which is destroy some of my viewership here, because I want to go play Baldur's Gate 3. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to stay here because I'm going to stream it, but I'm going to be switching from DDO to Baldur's Gate 3 because I enjoy it. So some of you are going to be like, ugh, and walk away. And the rest of you, intellectuals, will hang out while we try to figure out how to evade the Iron Watch, because I have no idea how to do this. The Iron Watch can't watch me. Is it the Steel Watch? I think it's the Steel Watch. There we go. So I'm going to set that up, and we'll get that going.